Chapter 33 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 33. Of an intermittent current at the pier end, and of Dolly's fortitude. How Fenwick put his head in the jaws of the future, unawares, and Prosy didn't come. How Sally and her step saw Punch, and of a thin end of a fatal wedge. But Rosalind saw no coming cloud. An iron pier, with a sense of lattice structure about it, is not to our old-fashioned minds nearly so fascinating as the wooden fabric of our early memories at more than one seaside resort of our boyhood. St. Sennan was of another school, or had become a convert or pervert, if a saint may be judged by his pier. For this was iron or steel all through, barring the timber flooring, whose planks were 1/4 of an inch apart, so that you could kneel down to see the water through, if you were too short to see over the advertisements a sordid spirit of commercialism had blocked the side railings with. And if you were 3 or 4, and there was nobody to hold you up because they were carrying baby, you did so kneel, and as like as not got tar on your knees, and it wouldn't come off. Anyhow, Miss Gwendolen Arkwright did, on her way to the appointment, and was reproved therefore. On which she also reproved Dolly in identical terms, Dolly having had a look through as well, though indeed she can hardly be said to have knelt. But to console us for the loss of the solid groins and bolted timbers of our youth, and to make it palatable to us that the great seas should follow each other for ever, almost unopposed, instead of being broken into floods of drenching foam visitors get wet through in, this unsubstantial-looking piece of cage-work expanded as soon as it was well out in the open channel, and almost provided John Bull with another other island. And whereon the pier company's sordid commercialism had suggested the construction of a Chinese joss house or Indian bungalow, our description is a random one, that lent itself, or was lent by the company, at really an almost nominal figure, for entertainments in the afternoon all through the season. And round this structure were things desirable by all mankind, and supposed to be desired by possessors of 1 penny willing to part with it. For a penny in the slot you could learn your fate from a Sybil, and repent of having spent your penny on it. For another you could scent your pocket-handkerchief, and be sorry you hadn't kept your penny for chocolate. For another you could have the chocolate, and wish you had waited and taken a cigarette. And for another you could take the cigarette, and realise how ill-assorted are the flavours of chocolate and the best Virginian tobacco. But the pennyworth that seemed the worthiest of its penny was no doubt the old-fashioned galvanic battery, which shocked you for a 1/6 part of the smallest sum required by literature on first publication. It had brass handles you took hold of, and brass basins with unholy water in them that made you curl up, and anybody else would do so too. And there was a bunch of wires to push in, and agonise the victim who, from motives not easily understood, laid himself open to torture. And it certainly said, "Whizzy, whizzy, whiz." But Gwenny's description had been wrong in one point, for it was yourself, the investigator, not the machine, that said, "Eee!" Now this machine was in charge of a young woman, who was also the custodian of an invisible lady who was to be seen for a penny each person, children half price. This appeared to be a contradiction in terms, but public apathy accepted it without cavil. The taking of this phenomenon's gate money seemed to be almost a sinecure. Not so the galvanic battery, which never disappointed any one. It might disgust or repel those who had had no occasion to study this branch of science, but it always acted up to its professions. Those investigators who declined to have any more never could go away and complain that they had not had enough. And no one had ever been discontented with its baneful results when all the bundles of wires was put in. Indeed, the young person in charge said she had never known anyone to drain this cup of scientific experience to the dregs. "Halfway in's enough for most," was her report of human endurance. It was a spirited little machine, though old-fashioned. Miss Arkwright and her Dolly, accompanied, as we have hinted, by her nurse Jane and baby, whose violent temper had condemned his perambulator and compelled his attendant to carry him, so she said, were beforehand at the place and hour named. For security against possible disappointment, a fiction was resorted to that Dolly wouldn't cry if her mamma talked seriously to her, and it was pointed out that Mr. Fenwick was coming, and Mrs. Fenwick was coming, and Miss Nightingale was coming, and Dr. Vereker was coming, advantage being taken of an infant's love of vain repetitions. But all these 4 events turned on Dolly being good and not crying, and the reflex action of this stipulation produced goodness in Dolly's mamma, with the effect that she didn't roar, as it seemed she might otherwise have done. Miss Gwendolen was, however, that impatient that no dramatic subterfuge, however skilfully engineered, could be relied upon to last. Fortunately, a young lady she recognised, and a gentleman whom she did not personally know, but had seen on the beach, became interested in Baby, who took no notice of them and hiccuped. But then his eyes were too beady to have any human expression. Perhaps it was more this than a contempt for vapid compliment that made him seem unsympathetic. The young lady, however, congratulated him on his personnel and on the variety of his attainments, and this interested Miss Gwendolen, who continued not to roar, and presently volunteered a statement on her own account. "My mamma's is a-coming, and Miss Nightingale is a-coming, and Miss Nightingale's mamma's is a-coming, and—" But Nurse Jane interposed, on the ground that the lady knew already who was coming. She had no reason for supposing this, but a general atmosphere of omniscience among grown-up classes is morally desirable. It was, however, limited to clause 1. Miss Gwenny went on to the consideration of clause 2, without taking a division. "To see Dolly galvanised for a penny. My mamma says she shall give me a penny." "To galvanise Dolly? How nice that will be! Isn't she a dear little thing, Paggy? And we're just in time to see it. Now that is nice." Observe Letitia's family name for her husband, born of Catleys. "Isn't that them coming, Tish?" Yes, it is. They are conscientiously negotiating the turnstile at the pier entrance, where one gets a ticket that lets you in all day, and you lose it. Conscientiously, because the pier company often left its side gate open, and relied on public spirit to acquiesce in its turnstile without dispute. But Bradshaw has the misfortune to fall in Nurse's good opinion, for he asks who the important-looking party is, and is called to order. "Shh, love, do take care. Gwenny's mamma, Mrs. Chesterfield Arkwright. They've a house at Boxley Heath, friends of the Hugh Jameses, those very high-flying people." This is not à pleine voix, and a well-disciplined nurse knows better than to hear it. Miss Gwenny and Dolly consent to accompany the lady and gentleman to meet the party, the former undertaking to point out her mamma. "I shall show you which," she says, and then gives descriptive particulars of the conduct of the galvanic battery, and forecasts its effect on Dolly. "There's that dear little pet," says Sally, and resumes the operation of spoiling the little pet on the spot. She isn't sorry to tally the pet, whose phonetics we employ, just once round the pier on her shoulders, only this once. She is a little silent, is Sally, and preoccupied, perhaps won't object to a romp to divert her thoughts, because she is afraid poor Prosy is in the tentacles of the octopus. She evidently is not in love with him. If she were, she would be feeling piqued at his not being in time to the appointment, not fidgeting about his losing the fun. She made some parade, at any rate, of her misgivings that poor Dr. Conrad had got hooked by his goody and would be late. If she was piqued, she concealed it. Whichever it was, she found it congenial to tally Miss Arkwright on her shoulders twice round the pier end before the party arrived within range of the battery. They meanwhile, that is to say Rosalind and her husband, Letitia and hers, with Sally and Gwenny's mamma, lingered slowly along the pier, listening to the experiences of the latter, of men, women, and things among the right sort of people. "You never really know, and one cannot be too careful. So much turns on the sort of people you let your daughter get mixed up with. I'm sure Mrs. Fenwick will agree with me that Mrs. Hugh James was right. You see, I've known her from a child, and a more unworldly creature never breathed. But she asked me, and I could only say what I did. Take the child at once to Paris and Ems and Wiesbaden, anywhere for a change. Even a tradesman is better than a professional man. In that case there may be money, but nowadays none of the professions pay, and their connections are most undesirable." Now I should call that a brig. Thus Bradshaw pursuing the great controversy, but Fenwick knows better, or thinks he does. She's a brigantine, and there are spritsails on both masts, and only one square sail on the foremast. He may be right for anything we know. Anyhow, her sheets are white in the sun as she tacks down channel against the west or south-west wind, which has freshened, and she is a glorious sight as she comes in quite close to the pier-head and goes into stays. Is that right? And her great sails flap and swing, and a person to whom caution is unknown, and who cares for nothing in heaven or earth, sits unconcerned on a string underneath her bowsprit, and gets wet through every time she plunges, doing something nautical in connection with her foresail overhead. And then she leans over in the breeze, and the white sheets catch it full, so near you can hear the boom click as it swings, and the rattle of the cordage as it runs through the blocks. And then she gets her way on her, and shoots off through a diamond drench of broken seas. And we who can borrow the coastguard's telescope can know that she is the Mary of Penzance, but are none the wiser. And a man stripped to the waist, who is washing radishes on the poop, continues washing radishes unmoved, and ignores all things else. As far as the young man himself goes, I believe there is nothing to be said, but the mother is quite unpresentable, perfectly impossible, and the eldest sister is married to a dissenting clergyman, a very worthy man, no doubt, but not exactly, and the girls are loud, etc., etc., etc. Miss Arkwright's mamma ripples on, even as persons of condition ripple, and Tishy, whose views in this direction have undergone expansion, manages to forget how she has done the same herself, not long ago neither, and decides that the woman is detestable. Not so her daughter, who, with Sally as guardian and Dolly as ward, is awaiting the arrival of the party at the galvanic battery. She is yearning for the great event, not for a promised land of jerks and spasms for herself, but for her putative offspring. She encourages the latter, telling her not to be pightened and coy. Dolly doesn't seem apprehensive, shows great self-command, in fact. But this detestable mother of a lovable daughter and an untempting granddaughter is destined to become still more detestable in the eyes of the Julius Bradshaws before she exhausts her topic. For as the party draws near to the scene of scientific recreation, and progress is slow, as she is deliberate as well as detestable, and, of course, is the pacemaker, she climbs up to a higher platform, as it were, for the contemplation of a lower deep. She assumes, for purposes of temporary handling of the subject, the air of one too far removed to know more about its details than the seismograph at Greenwich knows about the earthquake in the Andes. A dim contemplation of a thing afar, to be forgotten on the spot after record made. Luckily, it's not so bad in this case as, "Gwenny, you're tiring Miss Nightingale, come down." Not so bad in this case as, "No, my dear, you must wait for Dolly to be galvanised. Come down at once and don't make conditions." "But I love having her dearly. Do let me keep her," from Sally. And from the human creature on her shoulders, "Miss Nightingale says no." Not so bad, you were saying, as... Thus Rosalind, to divert the conversation from the child. "Oh dear, what was I saying? That child! What plagues the little things are!" The lady closes her eyes for 2 seconds behind a horizontal gloved hand, a seclusion to recollect in, then continues. "Oh yes, when it's a shopman. I dare say you've heard of that very painful case. Daughter of a well-known Greek But the speaker has tact enough to see her mistake from the simultaneous loud speech it provokes. Everyone seems to have something vociferous to say, and all speak at once. Sally's contribution is a suggestion that before Dolly is put to the torture, we shall go into the downstairs place and see the gentleman whose fishing catch is a big grey mullet. It is adopted. Rosalind only remains upstairs and takes the opportunity to communicate the Julius Bradshaw epic to Gwenny's mamma, who will now be more careful than ever about the sort of people you pick up at the seaside and drop. She puts these words by in her mind for Gwenny's papa later on. The gentleman who is to be seen catching the big grey mullet hadn't caught it so far, not when the party arrived on the strange middle deck of the pier the water reaches at high tide, and persuades occasional molluscs to grow on the floor of, with promises of a bath next month. The green reflected light from the endless rise and fall of the waves Gwenny could see, without getting down, through the floor gaps, seemed to be urging the fisher gentleman to give it up, and pointing out that the grey mullet was down here and didn't mean to be caught. But he paid no attention, and only went on doing all the things that fishers do. He ascribed the fish's reluctance to bite to the sort of sky, and not to common sense on their part. He tried the other side instead. He lost his worm, and blamed him for going off the hook, which he would have done himself, and he knew it. He believed honestly that a fish of fabulous dimensions had thought seriously of biting, and would have bitten, only you got in the light, or made a noise. But there was no noise to speak of, really, except the clunk-clunk of one or two moored rowboats down below, and the shrp, if that spells it, of their corrugated plank sides as they dipped and dripped alternately. They were close to the bottom flight of stairs, whose lowest step was left forlorn in the air, and had to be jumped off when a real spring tide came that knew its business. Gwenny's remark, "Sis man is fissin'," seemed to point to an incubation of an idea, familiar to maturer life, that fishing is more truly a state than an action. But the addendum, "that he didn't catch any fish," betrayed her inexperience. Maturity does not call attention to ill success, or if it does, it lays it at the door of the fish. "What a jolly header one could have from here! No railings or anything. No, ducky, I won't put you down to look over the edge. That's not a thing for little girls to do." "You'd never get up again, Sarah. You'd have to swim ashore." "One could swim round the steps, Jeremiah, at least according to the tide. It's slack water now." "I wish, Mr. Fenwick, so does Julius, that you would make that girl reasonable. She'll drown herself before she's done." "I know she will, Mrs. Paganini. Sure and certain. Nobody can stop her, but Vereker's going to bring her too." "Where is the doctor, Tish? Didn't he say he was coming?" This was Bradshaw. He usually says things to his wife, and leaves publication to her. "Of course he said he was coming. I wonder if anything's the matter." "Oh, no, it's his ma. The goodies put an embargo on him and kept him at home. Poor Prosy." Sally is vexed, too, but observe, she knows perfectly well that nothing but the goody would have kept Prosy from his appointment. No one in particular, but everyone more or less, supposes that now we must go back for Dolly to be galvanised. Tishy rather reluctantly, for she does not share her husband's indifference about what the detestable one above says on the subject of shopmen. Miss Arkwright greedily, being reminded of a higher object in life than mere grey mullet catching. She, however, ascribes her avidity to Dolly, calling on public credulity to believe that the latter has spoken to that effect. The arrangement of Dolly in connection with the two brass handles offers difficulties, but a felicitous solution is discovered, for not only will Dolly remain in contact with both if her arms are thrust inside them, but insomuch as her sleeves are stiff and expansive and require a perceptible pull to withdraw them, will remain suspended in mid-air without further support, to enjoy the rapture or endure the torture of the current, as may prove to be the case. From this arises an advantage, namely that her mamma will be able to give her attention to the regulator and shift the wire bundle in and out with a due regard to Dolly's powers of endurance. What little things the lives of the folk in this story have turned on. Now, suppose Gwenny had never been allowed to take charge of that regulator. However, this is anticipation. When Dolly had endured unmoved the worst that science could inflict, nothing would satisfy Miss Gwenny but that everyone else should take hold in a circle, as on a previous occasion, and that she should retain control of the regulator. The experiment was tried as proposed, all present joining in it except Mrs. Arkwright, who excused herself owing to the trouble of taking her gloves off. Including nurse, there were 6 persons, However, as Nurse couldn't abide it, almost before it had begun to say whizzy whizzy whiz, this number was reduced to 5. "Keep your eye on the kid, my dear," said Fenwick, addressing the presiding young lady in his easy-going way. "Don't let her put it on all at once. Are you ready, Sarah? You ready, Mrs. Paganini? All right. Fire away." The young lady in charge kept a careful hand near Miss Gwenny's, who was instructed or guided to increase the current gradually. Her attitude was docile and misleading. "Go on, a little more. Yes, a little more. No, that's enough. Oh, what nonsense, that's nothing. Oh, Sally, do let go. Oh, Tishy, what a goose you are, that's nothing. Ow, it's horrible. I won't have any more of it." The chorus of exclamations, which you may allot at choice, ended in laughter as the galvanised circle broke up. "Well, you're a lot of weak-kneed conductivities," said Fenwick, feeling for the word. "That was nothing, as Sarah says." "Look here," suggested Sally. "Me get between you two men, and Gwenny stick it in full up." This was done, and Sally heroically endured the full-up current, which, as you are doubtless aware, increases in viciousness as it has fewer and fewer victims. But she wasn't sorry when it was over, for all that. "You and I could take it full up," said Fenwick to Bradshaw, who assented, but Paganini evidently didn't like it when it came to 3/4. Also his wife said to him, "You'll spoil your fingering, Julius." Fenwick seemed to think them all over-sensitive. "I could stand that by myself," said he, and took both handles. But just at this moment a strange event happened. Somebody actually applied to see the invisible lady. The eyes of the damsel in charge were for one moment withdrawn from Miss Gwenny, who promptly seized the opportunity to thrust in the regulator full up. Fenwick wasn't going to cry for mercy, not he, but his lips clenched and his eyes glared and his hands shook. "How can you be such a goose, Jeremiah?" said Sally, who was standing close by the battery, opposite to Gwenny. She thrust back the regulator and put an end to Fenwick's excruciations. He said, "What did you do that for, Sarah? I could have stood it for 6 months." And Sally replied, "For shame, you wicked story, and after you'd been electrocuted once, too." Fenwick burst into a great laugh and exclaimed, "What on earth are we all torturing ourselves for? Do let's go and get some tea." And then carried Gwenny on his shoulders to the pier entrance, where he delivered her to her proprietors, and then they all sauntered teawards, laughing and chatting. Rosalind thought she had never seen Jerry in such health and spirits. On their way up to the house they passed Punch, leaning over the footlights to rejoice in his iniquity. Few persons of healthy sympathies can pass Punch, and these only under the strongest temptation, such as tea. Rosalind and Lætitia and her husband belonged to the latter class, but Fenwick and Sally elected to see the immortal drama to a close. It lasted nearly through the remainder of Fenwick's cigar, and then they came away, reluctant and wanting more of the same sort. It was then that Sally's stepfather said a rather singular thing to her, a thing she remembered afterwards, though she noticed it but slightly at the time. She had said to him, "Codling and Short will be quite rich men. What a lot of money you've given them, Jeremiah." And he had replied, "Don't they deserve it?" Then they had walked on together up the road, he taking her arm in his hand, as is the way nowadays, but saying nothing. Presently he said, as he threw away the very last end of the cigar, "It was the first lesson of my early boyhood in retributive injustice. It's a poor heart that never rejoices at Punch." It was the first time Sally had ever heard him speak of his boyhood, except as a thing he had forgotten. Much, so much of this chapter is made up of matter so trifling. Was it worth recording? The chronicler might plead again as excuse his temptation to linger over the pleasant hours it tells of, the utter freedom of its actors from care, and his reluctance to record their sequel. But a better apology for his prolixity and detail would be found in the wonder felt by those actors when in after life they looked back and recalled them one by one, and the way each memory linked itself, in a way unsuspected at the time, with an absolutely unanticipated future. For even Rosalind, with all her knowledge of the past, had no guess, for all her many misgivings and apprehensions, of the way that things would go. Never had she been freer from a sense of the shadow of a coming cloud than when she looked out from the window, while the tea she had just made was mellowing, and saw her husband and daughter coming through the little garden gate, linked together and in the best of spirits. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 34. Of the Reverend Samuel Herrick and a Sunset. The Wedge's Progress. The Baron again, and the Flywheel. How Fenwick knew his name right, and Rosalind didn't. How Sally and her medical adviser were not quite wet through. How he had made her the confidante of a love affair. Of a good opening in specialism. More progress of the Wedge. How Jerry nearly made dinner late. It was quite true, as Sally had surmised, that poor Prosy had been entangled in the meshes of his octopus. But Sally had also recorded her conviction that he would turn up at tea. He did so, with apologies. You see, he hadn't liked to come away while his mother was asleep, in case she should ask for him when she woke up, and she slept rather longer than usual. "She may have been trying to do too much lately," said he, with a beautiful faith in some mysterious activities practised by the Goody unseen. Sally cultivated this faith also, to the best of her ability, but she can hardly be said to have embraced it. The way in which she and her mother lent themselves to it was, nevertheless, edifying. "You mustn't let her overdo it, Doctor," said Rosalind, seriously believing herself truthful, and Sally, encouraged by her evident earnestness, added, "And make her take plenty of nourishment, that's half the battle." Whereupon Lætitia, swept, as it were, into the vortex of a creed, found it in her to say, "As long as she doesn't get low." It was not vigorous, and lacked completion, but it reassured and enforced. By the time the little performance was done, everyone in the room believed that Mrs. Vereker did down the stairs, or scoured out saucepans, or at least dusted. Even her son believed, so forcible was the unanimity. Perhaps there was a taint of the incredulous in the minds of Fenwick and Bradshaw, but each thought the other was heart-whole, and neither suspected himself of insincerity. Sally was curious to know exactly what lines the octopus had operated on. That would do later, though. She would get Prosy by himself and make him tell her all about it. In the course of time, tea died a natural death. Fenwick indulged in a yawn and a great shake, and remembered that he had no end of letters to answer. Mr. and Mrs. Julius Bradshaw suddenly thought, for no reasonable reason, that they ought to be getting back. But they didn't really go home. They went for a walk landward, as it was so windy, instead. Remember that they were only in the 3rd week of their honeymoon. Sally, with Talleyrand-like diplomacy, achieved that she and Dr. Conrad should go for another walk in another direction. The sea was getting up and the glass was going down, and it would be fun to go and see the waves break over the jetty. So said Sally, and Dr. Conrad thought so too, unequivocally. They walked away in the big sea wind, fraught with a great inheritance from the Atlantic of cool warmth and dry moisture. And if you don't know what that means, you know mighty little of the ocean in question. Rosalind watched them through the window, closed perforce, and saw them disappear round the flagstaff with the south cone hoisted, holding their heads on to all appearance. She said to herself, "Foolish fellow, why can't he speak?" And her husband answered either her thought or her words, though he could hardly have heard them, as he sat driving his pen furiously through letters, with, "He'll have to confess up, Rosie, you'll see, before he goes." She made no reply, but, feeling a bit tired, lay down to rest on the sofa. And so powerful was the sea air, and the effect of a fair allowance of exercise, that she fell into a doze, in spite of the intensely wakeful properties of Mrs. Lobjoit's horsehair sofa, which only a corrugated person could stop on without a maintained effort, so that sound sleep was impossible. She never became quite unconscious of the scratching pen and the moaning wind, so as she did not sleep, yet did not want to wake, she remained hovering on the borderland of dreams. One minute she thought she was thinking, sanely, about Sally and her silent lover, always uppermost in her thoughts. The next, she was alive to the absurdity of some dream thing one of them had suddenly changed to, unnoticed. Once, half awake, she was beginning to consider seriously whether she could not legitimately approach the octopus on the subject, but only to find the moment after that the octopus, while remaining the same, had become the chubby little English clergyman that had married her to Jerry at Umballa 20 years ago. Then she thought she would wake, and took steps towards doing it, but as ill luck would have it, she began to speak before she had achieved her purpose, and the result was, "Do you remember the Reverend Samuel Herrick, Jerry, at Oh, dear, I'm not awake. I was talking nonsense." Jerry laughed. "Wake up, love," said he. "Do your fine intelligence justice. What was it you said? Reverend Samuel who?" "I forget, darling. I was dreaming." Then, with a nettle-grasping instinct, as one determined to flinch from nothing, "Reverend Samuel Herrick. What did you think I said?" "Reverend Samuel Herrick or Meyrick? Not negotiable. I don't mean the Reverend Sam, whoever he is, but the payee whose account I'm enriching." He folded the cheque he had been writing into its letter and enveloped it. But he paused on the brink of its gummed edge, looking over it at Rosalind, who was still engaged getting quite awake. "I know the name well enough. He's some chap. I expect you saw him in the Chronicle." "Very likely, darling. He must be some chap when you come to think of it." She says this slightly as a mere rounding-off speech, then goes behind her husband's chair and kisses him over his shoulder as he directs the envelope. "Marmaduke, Copestake, Dickinson and Humphreys," says he as he writes the names. "Now I call that a firm and a half. Old Broad Street, E.C. That's all as far as he goes. Now, how about Puckeridge Limited?" "Don't write any more, Jerry dear. You'll spoil your eyes. Come and look at the sunset. Come along." For a blood-red forecast of storm in the west, surer than the surest human barometer, is blazing through the window that cannot be opened for the blow, and turning the shell-work rabbit and the story of Goliath into gold and jewels. The sun is glancing through a rift in the cloud bank to say good-night to the winds and seas, and wish them joy of the high old time they mean to have in his absence in the dark. The lurid level rays that make an indescribable glory of Rosalind's halo growth of hair, as Jerry sees it against the window, have no ill boding in them for either. No more, that is, than always has belonged to a rough night closing over the sea, and will do so always until the sea is ice again on a planet sick to death. As he draws her arm around his neck, and she his round her waist, and they glance at each other in the flaming glow, there is no thought in either of any ill impending for themselves. "I wish Sarah were here to see you now, Rosie." "So should I, love, only she would see you too, and then she'd make you vainer than you are already. All men are patches of vanity, but I forgive you." She kisses him slightly in confirmation. They certainly were a wonderful sight, the two of them, a minute ago when the light was at its best. Yes, they wished Sally had been there, each on the other's account. It was difficult to say which of the two had thought of Sally first. Both had this habit of registering the rapport of everything to Sally as a first duty. But a sunset glow like this one lasts maybe little longer than a highest song note may be sustained. It was to die. But Rosalind and Jerry watched it out. His cheek was resting in the thick mass of soft gold, just moving slightly to be well aware of it. The sun-ray touched it, last of anything in the room, and died. "What's that, dear love? Why?" It was Rosalind that spoke. "Nothing, dearest. No, nothing, indeed, nothing at all." "Jerry, what was it?" "What was what, dear?" "What made you leave off so suddenly?" For the slightly intermittent movement of his cheek on her hair, what hairy thing is there that does not love to be stroked, had stopped, and his hand that held hers had slipped from it and rested for a moment on his own forehead. "It's gone now. It was a sort of recurrence. I haven't been having them lately." "Come and sit down, love. There, now, don't fidget. What was it about?" Does he look pale, thinks Rosalind, or is it only the vanished glow? He is uncommunicative. Suppose they go out for a turn before dinner, he suggests. They can walk down to the jetty to meet Sarah and her medical adviser. Soon said, soon settled. 10 minutes more, and they are on their way to the fisher dwellings, experiencing 3/4 of a gale, it appears, on the testimony of an ancient mariner in a blue and white striped woollen shirt, who knows about things. That was very queer, that recurrence. Thus Jerry, after leaving the ancient mariner. It was just as the little edge of the sun went behind the bank, and what do you think my mind hooked it on to, of all things in the world? Rosalind couldn't guess, of course. Why, a big wheel I was trying to stop that went slowly, slowly, like the sun vanishing, and then just as the sun went, it stopped. Was there anything else? Entire concealment of alarm is all Rosalind can attend to. No end of things, all mixed up together. One thing very funny, a great big German chap. I say, Rosalind. What, Jerry, darling? Do you recollect when we were in Switzerland, up at that last high-up place? Salisbury, Sonnenberg. Do you remember the great fat baron that gave me those cigars and sang? Remember the baron? Of course I do, perfectly. Rosalind contrived a laugh. Was he in it? Perhaps this was rash, but then not to say it would have been cowardice when it was on her tongue-tip. Let the nettle be grasped. He was in it, singing and all, but the whole thing was mixed up and queer. It all went quite suddenly, and I should have lost him out of it, as one loses a dream, if it hadn't been for seeing him in Switzerland. It was something to hold on by, do you understand? I think I do. I had forgotten what I was dreaming about when I woke on the sofa and talked that nonsense, but I held on to the name for all that. But then that wasn't a real person, the Reverend, what was he, Herrick or Derrick? Rosalind passed the point by. Jerry, darling, I want you to do as I tell you. Don't worry your head about it, but keep quiet. If memory is coming back to you, it will come all the quicker for letting your mind rest. Let it come gradually. I see what you mean. You think it really was a recollection of B.C.? I think so. Why should it not? But it's all gone clean away again, and I can't remember anything of it at all, and there was heaps. Never mind. If it was real, it will come back. Wait and be patient. Rosalind's mind laid down this rule for itself, to think and act exactly as though there had been nothing to fear. Even if all the past had been easy to face, it would have shrunk from suggestions. So thought she to herself, perhaps with a little excusable self-deception. Otherwise the natural thing would have been to repeat to him all the Baron's story. No, she would not say a word or give a hint. If it was all to come back to him, it would come back. If not, she could not bring it back, and she might, in the attempt to do so, merely plunge his injured mind into more chaotic confusion. Much safer to do nothing. But why this sudden stirring of his memory, just now of all times? Had anything unusual happened lately? Naturally, the inquiry set her mind back to yesterday first, then to the day before. No, there was nothing there. Then to generalities. Was it the sea bathing, the sea air? And then on a sudden she thought of the nearest thing at hand, that she should have thought of at first. Yes, she would ask Dr. Conrad about that. Why hadn't she thought of that before? The galvanic battery. Meanwhile, despite her injunctions to her husband to wait and be patient, his mind kept harking back on this curious recollection. Luckily, so it seemed to her, at any rate for the present, he did not seem to recall the Baron's recognition of himself, or to connect it with this illusion or revival. He appeared to recollect the Baron's personality and his liberality with cigars, but little else. If he was to be reminded of this, it must be after she had talked it over with Vereker. They struggled with the weather along the seaward face of the little old fisher town. The great wind was blowing the tar-laden atmosphere of the nets and the all-pervading smell of tar landward, and substituting flecks of driven foam that it forced to follow landward too, for all they tried to stop and rest. The population was mostly employed getting the boats up as close to the houses as practice permitted, and the capstans were all a-creak with the strain, and one shrieked for a dab of lard and got it, just as they passed. The man with Bessie and the anchor on his arms, for it was his, paused in his rotations with one elbow on his lever and one foot still behind the taut cable he was crossing. His free hand saluted, and then, his position being defined, he was placed on a moral equality with his superiors and could converse. The old-fashioned hat touch, now dying out, is just as much a protest against the way social order parts man from man as it is an acknowledgment of its necessity. The lover of Bessie and Elinor and Kate was disposed to ignore the efforts of the wind. There might, he said, be a bit of sea on, come 2 or 3 in the morning, at the full of the tide. The wind might get it up a bit, if it went round south'ard. The wind was nothing in itself, it was a direction it came from. It got a bad character from imputed or vicarious vice. It would be a bit rough to get a boat off. The lady might get a wet in. At which point Rosalind interrupted. Nothing was further from her thoughts, she said, than navigation in any form. But had the speaker seen her daughter go by, the young lady that swam? For Sally was famous. He hadn't himself, but maybe young Benjamin had, who, taking leave to speak from this, announced frankly that he had seen a young lady, in company with her sweetheart, go by nigh an hour agone. The tattooed one diluted her sweetheart down to her gentleman, reluctantly. In his land, and the one there would soon be for the freckled and blue-eyed Benjamin, there was no such artificial nonsense. Perhaps some sense of this showed itself in the way he resumed his work. "Now, young Benjamin, action," said he, and the two threw themselves again against the pole of the mollified capstan. If Rosalind fancied this little incident had put his previous experience out of her husband's mind, she was mistaken. He said, as they passed on in the direction of the jetty, "I think I should like to wind up capstans. It would suit me down to the ground." But then became thoughtful, and just as they were arriving at the jetty, showed that his mind had run back by asking suddenly, "What was that fat baron's name?" "Diedrich Kammerkreutz." Rosalind gave him her nearest recollection, seeing nothing to be gained by doing otherwise. Any concealment, too, the chances were, would make matters worse instead of better. "It was Kreutzkammer in my dream, or whatever you call it." They stopped and looked at each other, and Rosalind replied, "It was Kreutzkammer. Oh dear," rather as one who had lost breath from some kind of blow. He saw her distress instantly and was all alive to soothe it. "Don't be frightened, darling love," he cried, and then his great good-humoured laugh broke into the tenderness of his speech, without spoiling it. He was so like Jerry, the boy that rode away that day in the dog-cart, when there was only mamma for the girl. "But when all's said and done," said she, harking back for a reprieve, "perhaps you only recollected Sonnenberg in your dream better than I did, just now." She hung fire of repeating the name, Herrick. "Ach so," he answered, teutonically for the moment, from association with the Baron. "I suppose it's all true, dearest, and that I'm going to come to life again. What does it matter? It can't alter us, that I can see. Could anything that you could imagine? I should be Jerry for you, and you would be Rosie for me, to the end of it." Her assent had a mere echo of hesitation, but he detected it and went on, "Unless, you mean, I remembered the hypothetical wife." "Yes, partly." "Well, I tell you honestly, Rosie darling, if I do, I shall keep her to myself. A plaguing intrusive female to come between us. But there's no such person." At which they both laughed, remembering the great original non-exister. But even here was a little thorn, for Mrs. Harris brought back the name the Baron had known Jerry by. He did not seem to have resumed it in his dream. The jetty ran a little way out to sea. Thus phraseology in use. It might have reconsidered itself and said that the jetty had at some very remote time run out to sea and stopped there. Ever since, the sea had broken over it at high tides, and if you cared at all about your clothes, you wouldn't go to the end of it, if you were me, because the salt gets into them and spoils the dye. Besides, you have to change everything. There was a dry place at the end of the jetty, and along the edge of the dry place were such things as cables go round and try hard to draw, as we drew the teeth of our childhood with string. But they fail always, although their pulls are never irresolute. On 2 of these sat Sally and the doctor, in earnest conversation. Rosalind and her husband looked at each other and said, "No." This might have been rendered, "Matters are no forwarder." It connected itself, without acknowledgement, with the distance apart of the 2 cable blocks. Never mind, let them alone. "Are you going to sit there till the tide goes down?" "Oh, is that you? We didn't see you coming." You'll have to look sharp or you'll be wet through. No, we shan't. You only have to wait a minute and get in between. Easier said than done. A big wave, that was just in time to overhear this conversation imperfectly, thought it would like to wet Sally through and leapt against the bulwark of the jetty. But it spent itself in a huge torrential deluge while Sally waited a minute. A friend followed it, but made a poor figure by comparison. Then Sally got in between, followed by the doctor. Well, they were not really so very wet, after all. Sally was worst, as she was too previous. She got implicated in the friend's last dying splash, while Prosy got nearly scot-free. So said Sally to Fenwick as they walked briskly ahead towards home, leaving the others to make their own pace, because it was a case of changing everything, and dinner was always so early at St. Sennans. Let them go on in front. I want to talk to you, Dr. Conrad. Rosalind, perhaps, thinks his attention won't wander if she takes a firm tone. Doesn't feel sure about it otherwise. Maybe Sally is too definitely in possession of the citadel to allow of an incursion from without. She continues, I have something to tell you. Don't look frightened. It is nothing but what you have predicted yourself. My husband's memory is coming back. I don't know whether I ought to say I am afraid, or I hope it is so. But are you sure it is so? Yes, listen. It has all happened since you and Sally left. And then she narrated to the doctor, whose preoccupation had entirely vanished, first the story of the recurrence, and Fenwick's description of it in full, and then the incident of the Baron at Sonnenberg, but less in detail. Then she went on, walking slower, not to reach the house too soon. Now this is the thing that makes me so sure it is recollection. Just now, as we were coming to the jetty, he asked me suddenly what was the Baron's name. I gave a wrong version of it, and he corrected me. This does not meet an assent. Well, that was nothing. He had heard it at Sonnenberg. I think much more of the story itself, the incident of the wheel and so on. Are you quite sure you never repeated this German gentleman's story to Mr. Fenwick? Quite sure? So you see, I want you to help me think. May I talk to him about it? Speak openly to him? Yes, tomorrow, not today. I want to hear what he says tonight. He always talks a great deal when we're alone at the end of the day. He will do so this time. But I want you to tell me about an idea I have. What idea? Did Sally tell you about the galvanic battery on the pier? Dr. Conrad stopped in his walk and faced round towards his companion. He shook out a low whistle, an arpeggio down. Did she tell you? Repeated Rosalind. Come, Doctor, don't be ridiculous. Say Sally. The young man's heart gave a responsive little jump, and then said to itself, but perhaps I'm only a family friend, and climbed down. However, on either count, Sally was nicer than Miss Sally. Sally told me about the electric entertainment at the pier end. I'm sorry I missed it. But if that's what's done it, Fenwick must try it again. Mustn't try it again? No, must try it again. Why do you think it bad for him to remember? I don't know what to think. My notion is that a man has a right to his own mind. Anyhow, one has no right to keep him out of it. Oh, no, besides, Jerry isn't out of it in this case. Not out of his mind. I didn't mean that way. I mean excluded from participation in himself. You see? Oh, yes, I quite understand. Now listen, Doctor, I want you to do me a kindness. Say nothing, even to Sally, till I tell you. Say nothing. You may trust me. Rosalind feels no doubt on that point, the more so that the little passage about Sally's name has landed her at some haven of the doctor's confidence that neither knows the name of just yet. He is not the first man that has felt a welcome in some trifling word of a very special daughter's mother. But woe be to the mother who is premature and spoils all. Poor Prosy is too far gone to be a risky subject of experiment. But he won't say anything, not he. After all, you know, he continues, it may all turn out a false alarm, or false hope, should I say? No answer. And he doesn't press for one. He is in a land of pitfalls. What have you and your medical adviser been talking about all the while there in the mid-ocean? Fenwick forgets the late event with pleasure. Sally, with her hair threatening to come down in the wind, is enough to stampede a troop of nightmares. Poor Prosy, is all the answer that comes at present. Perhaps if that uncontrolled black coil will be tractable, she will concede more anon. You can't get your hair back under your hat and walk quick and talk all at the same time. Poorer than usual, Sarah? But really, just at this corner, it's as much as you can do, if you have skirts, to get along at all, to say nothing of the way such loose ends as you indulge in turn on you and flagellate your face in the wind. Oh, the vicious energy of that stray ribbon! Fancy having to use up one hand to hold that! But a lull came when the corner was fairly turned, in the lee of a home of many nets, where masses of foam fleck had found a respite and leisure to collapse, a bubble at a time. You could see the prism scale each had to itself, each of the millions, if you looked close enough. Collectively their appearance was slovenly. A chestnut-coloured man, a year old, who looked as if he meant some day to be a boatswain, was seated on a pavement that cannot have soothed his unprotected flesh, flint pebbles can't, however round, and enjoying the mysterious, impalpable nature of this foam. However, even for such hands as his, and Sally wanted to kiss them badly, they couldn't stop. She got her voice, though, in the lull. "Yes, a little. I found out all about Prosy." "Found out about him?" "I've made him talk about it. It's all about his ma and a young lady he's in love with." Fenwick's or both joined together was probably only meant to hand the speaker on, but the tone made her suspicious. She asked him why he had said that, imitating it, on which he answered, "Why shouldn't he?" "Because," said Sally, "if you fancy Prosy's in love with me, you're mistaken." "Very good. Cut along, Sarah. You've made him talk about the young lady he's in love with." "Well, he as good as talked about her, anyhow. I understood quite plain. He wants to marry her awfully, but he's afraid to say so to her because of his ma." "Doesn't Mrs. Vereker like her?" "Dotes upon her, he says." "Ugh, no, it isn't that. It's the lugging the poor girl into his ma's sphere of influence. He's conscious of his ma, but adores her. Only he's aware she's overwhelming and always gets her own roundabout way. I prefer Tishy's dragon, if you ask me." At that point Sally is quite unconscious of Fenwick's amused eyes fixed on her, and his smile in ambush. She says the last words through a hairpin, while her hands take advantage of the lull to make a good job of that rope of black hair. She will go on and tell all the story, so Fenwick doesn't speak. Surprised at first by the tale of Dr. Conrad's young lady, his ideas have by now fructified. Sally continues, "He's often told me he thought GPs were better single for their wives' sakes. That sounds wrong somehow, but it isn't that. It's his ma entirely. I suppose he's told you about the epileptiform disorders?" No, he hadn't. "Well, now, fancy Prosy not telling you that. He's become quite an authority since those papers he had in the Lancet, and he's thinking of giving up general practice. Sir Dioscorides Gayler's a cousin of his, you know, and would pass on his practice to Prosy on easy terms. House in Seymour Street, Portman Square. Great authority on epilepsy and epileptiform disorders. Wants a successor who knows about 'em. Naturally. Wants £3,000. Naturally. Big fees, but he would make it easy for Prosy." "That would be all right. Soon manage that." Fenwick speaks with the confidence of one in a thriving trade. The deity of commerce, security, can manage all things. Insecurity is atheism in the city. "But then," he adds, "Vereker wouldn't marry, even with a house and big fee consultations, because he's afraid his mother would hector over his wife. Is that it?" "That's it. It's his goody mother. I say, it is blowing." It was, and they had emerged from the shelter into the wind. No more talk. As Fenwick, sea-blown and salted, resorted to the lodging-house allowance of fresh water and soap, in a perfunctory and formal preparation for dinner, his mind ran continually on Sally's communication. As for the other young lady being valid, that he dismissed as nonsense not worth consideration. Vereker had been resorting to a furtive hint of a declaration disguised as fiction. It was a fabula narrata de Sally, mutato nomine. If she didn't see through it and respond in kind, it would show him how merely a friend he was and nothing more. "Perhaps he doesn't understand our daughter's character," said Fenwick to Rosalind, when he had repeated the conversation to her. "Of course he doesn't," she replied. "No young man of his sort understands girls the least. The other sort of young man understands the other sort of girls. And then a passing wonderment had touched her mind of how strange it was that Sally should be one of her own sort so very distinctly. How about inheritance? She grew reflective and silent over it, and then roused herself to wonder, illogically, why Jerry hadn't gone on talking. The reason was that as his mind dwelt happy and satisfied on the good prospect Vereker would have if he could step into his cousin's specialist practice as a consulting physician with a reputation already begun, his thoughts were caught with a strange jerk. What and whence was a half-memory of some shadowy store of wealth that was to make it the easiest thing in the world for him to finance the new departure? It had nothing to do with the vast mysterious possibilities of credit. It was a recollection of some resourceful backing he was entitled to somehow. And he was reminded by it of his dream about the furniture. We told you of that, but with reservation. When he woke from the sleep dream of the furniture, he in a short time could distinctly identify it as a dream, and was convinced no such furniture had ever existed. He could not shake off this waking dream, and it clogged his mind painfully and made him silent. So much so that when Rosalind, soon completed for the banqueting board, looked into the adjoining room to see what progress Jerry was making and why he was silent, she only saw the back of a powerful frame in its shirt-sleeves and a pair of hands holding on each side an unbrushed head. The elbows indispensable to them rested on the window-bar. "Look alive, Jerry darling, you'll make dinner late. Anything wrong, dear love?" Sudden anxiety in her voice. "Is it another—" "Another what? No need to define exactly." "A sort of one," Fenwick answers. "Not so bad as the last. Hardly describable. Never mind." He made no effort towards description, and his wife did not press him for it. What good end could be gained by fidgeting him? But she knew now that her life would be weighted with an anxiety hard to bear until his hesitating return of memory should make its decision of success or failure. A guarantee of the latter would have been most to her liking, but how could she hope for that now? End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 35. How a stone thrown drove the wedge further yet. Of a terrible night in a big gale, and a door that slammed. The wedge well in. The speculative weather wisdom of the tattooed capstan driver was confirmed when 3 a.m. came and the full of the tide. The wind must have gone round to the southward, or to some equally stimulating quarter, to judge by the work it got through that night in the way of roofs blown off and chimney-pots blown down, standing crops laid flat and spoiled for reaping, trees too full of leaf to bear such rough treatment, compelled to tear up half their roots and fall, or pay tribute to the gale in boughs snapped asunder in time to spare their parent stem. All these results we landsmen could see for ourselves next day, after the storm had died down, and when the air was so delightful after it that we took walks in the country on purpose to enjoy it. But for the mischief it did that night at sea, from sportively carrying away the spars of ships which they wanted for their own use, or blowing a stray reefer from the weather earring, to sending a full crew to the depths below, or on jagged rocks no message from the white foam above could warn the lookout of in time. For the record of this we should have belated intermittent newspaper paragraphs, ever so long after. But the wind had not reached its ideal when, at the end of a pleasant evening, Sally and her belongings decided that they must just go down to the beach and see the waves before going to bed. Wasn't there a moon? Well, yes, there was a moon, but you couldn't see it. That made a difference, certainly, but not a conclusive one. It wasn't a bad sort of night, although it certainly was blowing, and the waves would be grand seen close. So the party turned out to go down to the beach. It included the Julius Bradshaws and Dr. Conrad, who had looked in as usual, but the doctor found out that it was past 11, and recalled by duty returned to his octopus. The waves, seen close, would have been grand, if you could have seen them from the beach, or as much of it as they had left you to stand on, but you really could only guess what was going on out in that great dark world of deep thunder, beyond the successive rushes of mad foam, each of which made up its mind to tear the coast up this time, and then changed it and went back, but always took with it stones enough for the next attempt. And the indignant clamour of the rushing shoals, dragged off to sea against their will, rose and fell in the lulls of the thunder beyond. Sally wanted to quote Tennyson's Maud about them, but she couldn't for the tremendous wind. The propensity to throw stones into the water, whenever there are stones and water, is always a strong one, even when the water is black mountain ranges, foam-ridged sierras coming on to crush us, appalling us, even though we know they are sure to die in time. Stones were thrown on this occasion by Sally and her stepfather, who was credulous enough to suppose that his pebbles passed the undertow and reached the sea itself. Sally was prevented by the elements from misusing an adjective, for she wanted to say that the effect of a stone thrown into such a sea was merely homeopathic, and abstained because her remark would have been unheard. Fenwick wanted to say that it was like the way a man dies and vanishes into the great unknown. He, too, refrained from this, but only partly for the same reason. Its want of novelty made another. All the others soon wanted to say it was time to go home to bed, and tried to say it, but practice seemed easier, and they all turned to go, followed by Fenwick and Sally, cheerfully discussing the point of whether Sally could have swum out into that sea or not. Sally wanted to know what was to prevent her. Obvious enough, one would have said. But Rosalind noticed one thing that was a pleasure to her. The moment Sally came in, her husband's dream afflictions went out. Had he ever spoken of one in her presence? She could recall no instance. This evening the return to absolute cheerfulness dated from the reappearance of Sally after she had changed everything and made her hair hold up. It lasted through fried soles and a huge fowl, done enough this time, and a bread-and-butter pudding impaired by too many raisins. Through the long end of a game of chess begun by Sally and Dr. Conrad the evening before, and 2 rubbers of whist, in which everybody else had all the good cards in their hands, as is the case in that game, and through to the visit to Neptune, above recorded. But when, after half an hour's chat over the day's events with Rosalind, midnight and an extinguished candle left Fenwick to himself and his pillow in the little room next hers with no door between, which Mrs. Lobjoit's resources dictated, there came back to him first a recollection of his suppressed commonplace about the stone that had vanished for ever in the world of waters, then a hazy memory of the same thing having happened before, and the same remark having been made by himself. Then a sudden jerk of surprise when, just as he was thinking of sleep, he was able to answer a question Space asked him spontaneously about where this happened, with what would have been, had he been quite awake, words spoken aloud to himself. That time at Niagara, of course. And this jerk of surprise left him wide awake, struggling with an army of revived memories that had come on suddenly. He was so thoroughly waked by them that a difficulty he always had of remaining in bed when not asleep dictated a relighted candle and a dressing-gown and slippers. It was akin to his aversion to over-comfortable chairs, though he acknowledged beds as proper implements of sleep, sleep being granted, and sleep seemed now so completely out of the question, even if there had been no roaring of the gale and no constant thunder of the seas on the beach below, that Fenwick surrendered at discretion and gave himself up, a helpless prisoner in the grasp of his own past. Not the whole of it, but as much as he could face here and now. Another mind that could have commanded some strange insight into the whole of this past, and his power or powerlessness to look it in the face, might have striven to avert its revival. That blow might have been too overwhelming, but there was enough, as we shall see, in the recollection that came back of the decade before his return to England to make his breath catch, and a shudder run through his strong frame as he pressed his palms hard on his eyelids, just as though by doing so he could shut it out. Thank God Rosey was asleep, or would be soon. He would have time to think how he could tell the story he could not be silent about. That, he felt, might be impossible. And yet keep back one ominous, portentous fact that had come to him as a motive force in his former life, without the details of his early history that belonged to it. That fact Rosey must never know, even if... Well, so many things turned on it. All he could see now, taken by surprise as he was that, come what might, that fact should always be kept from her. But as to concealing from her his strange experience altogether, that was hardly to be thought of. He would conceal it while he could, though, provisionally. 1 o'clock by his watch on the dressing-table under the candle. St. Sennans must have struck unheard. No wonder, in this wind. Surely it had rather increased, if anything. Fenwick paced with noiseless care about the little room. He could not be still. The sustained monotone of wind and sea was only crossed now and then by a sound of fall or breakage, to chronicle some little piece of mischief achieved by the former on land, and raise the latter's hopes of some such success in its turn before the night should end. 2 o'clock by the dressing-table watch, and still the noiseless, slippered feet of the sleepless man came and went. Little fear of anyone else hearing him, for the wind seemed to have got up that bit that was predicted of it, and had certainly gone round to the southward. If any sleeper could cling to unconsciousness through the rattle of the windows and the intermittent banging of a spectral door that defied identification, the door that always bangs in storms everywhere, the mere movement of a cautious foot would have no effect. If unable to sleep for the wind, none would be alive to it. It would be lost in the storm. 3 o'clock. Did you, who read this, ever watch through a night with something on your mind you are to be forced to speak of in the morning? A compulsion awaiting you, as a lion awaiting the debut of a reluctant martyr in the arena of the Colosseum? Did you, so watching, feel, not the tedium, but the maddening speed of the hours, the cruelty of the striking clocks? Were you conscious of a grateful reliance on your bedroom door, still closed between you and your lion, as the gate that the eager eyes of Rome were fixed on was still a respite from his? Fenwick was, keenly conscious. And when on a sudden he heard with a start that a furtive hand was on the old-fashioned door-latch, he, knowing it could be none other than Rosalind, sleepless in the storm, felt that the lion had stolen a march on him, and that he must make up his mind sharp whether he would go for complete confidence or partial reserve. Certainly the latter, of necessity, said Alacrity. There could be no doubt of it, on her account, for the present at any rate. For he had recollected, look you, that at the time of that stone throw into the rapids above Niagara, he was a married man, somehow separated from his wife. And the way that he knew this was that he could remember plainly that the reason he did not make an offer of marriage there by the great torrent that was rushing to the falls to a French girl, whose name he got clearly, was that he did not know if his wife was dead or living. He did not know it now. The oddity of it was that, though he remembered clearly this incident hinging on the fact that he was then a married man, he could not remember neither the wife he had married nor anything connected with her. He strove hard against this partial insight into his past, which seemed to him stranger than complete oblivion. But he soon convinced himself that a slight hazy vision he conjured up of a wedding years and years ago was only a reflex image, an automatic reaction from his recent marriage. For did not the wraith of his present wife quietly take its place before the altar where by rights he should have been able to recall her predecessor? It was all confusion, no doubt of it. But his mind had travelled quickly, too, for when Rosalind looked in at his door, he knew what he had to say, for her sake. "Jerry, darling, have you never been to bed?" "For a bit, dearest. Then I found I couldn't sleep and got up." "Isn't it awful, the noise? One hears it so in this house. Well, I suppose it's the same in any house that looks straight over the sea." "Haven't you slept?" "Oh, yes, a little. But then it woke me. Then I thought I heard you moving." "So I was.
Now suppose we both go to bed and try to sleep. I shall have to, because of my candle. Is that all you've got left?"
"That's all, and it's guttering, and the paper will catch directly." She blew it out to avoid this, and added, "Stop a minute, and I'll take the paper off and make it do for a bit."
"You can have mine. Leave me yours."
For Fenwick's was, even now, after burning so long, the better candle end of the two. He took it out of the socket and slipped its paper roll off, an economy suggested by the condition of its fellow. But as he did so, his own light flashed full on his face, and Rosalind saw a look on it that scarcely belonged to mere sleeplessness like her own, unrest that comes to most of us when the elements are restless. "Jerry, you've been worrying. You know you have, dear. Speak the truth. You've been trying to recollect things."
"I had nobody here to prevent me, you see."
He made no denial, in fact thought admission of baffled effort was his safest course.
"I get worried and fidgeted by chaotic ideas when you're not here, but it's nothing."
Rosalind did not agree to this at all. "I wish Mrs. Lobjoit could have put both of us in one room," she said.
"Well, we didn't see our way, you know," he replied, referring to past counsels on sleeping arrangements. "It's only for a week, after all."
"Yes, darling, but a week's a week, and I can't have you worried to death." She made him lie down again and sat by him, holding his hand. So unnerved was he by his glance back into the past, so long unknown to him, and so sweet was the comfort of her presence and the touch of her living hand after all those hours of perturbation alone, that Fenwick made no protest against her remaining beside him. But a passiveness that would have belonged to an invalid or a sluggish temperament seemed unlike the strong man Rosalind knew him for, and she guessed from it that there was more behind. Still she said nothing, and sat on with his hand grasping hers, and finding in it his refuge from himself. To her, its warm pressure was a sure sign that his memory had not penetrated the darkness of his earlier time. If God willed, it might never do so. Meanwhile, what was there for it but patience? As she sat there, listening to the roaring of the gale outside, and watching with satisfaction the evident coming of sleep, she said to herself that it might easily be that some new thing had come back to him which he would be unwilling she should know about, at least until his own mind was clearer. He might speak with less reserve to Vereker. She would give the doctor leave to talk to him to-morrow. Fear of what she would hear may have influenced her on this. So when, sooner than she had expected, she caught the sound of the first breath of indisputable sleep, she rose and slipped away quietly, and as she lay down again to rest again, asked herself the question, was it the galvanism that had done it? End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 36. How Fenwick and Vereker went for a walk, and more memories came back. How Fenwick was a millionaire, or thereabouts. Of a clue that killed itself. Harrison's affair now. Bother the millions. Is not love better than money? Only Fenwick's name wasn't Harrison, neither. "We thought it best to let you have your sleep out, dear. Sally agreed. No, leave the pot alone. Mrs. Lobjoit will make some fresh coffee."
"Who's the other cup?"
"Vereker. He came in to breakfast to see if we were blown away."
"I see, of course. Where are they now?"
"They? Oh, him and Sally. They said they'd go and see if Tishy and her husband were blown away."
"Well, I have had my sleep out with a vengeance. It's 10:15.
"Never mind, darling. So much the better. Let's have a look at you." And the little self-explanatory colloquy ends with Rosalind kissing her husband and examining him with anxious eyes. She sees a face less haggard than the one she saw last night, for is it not daylight, and has not the wind fallen to a mere cheerful breeze you can quite stand upright in, leaning slightly seawards? And are not the voices and the footsteps of a new day outside,
and the swift exchanges of sunlight and cloud shadow that are chasing each other off the British Channel? And has not a native of 80 years of age, which he ignores, just opened the street door on his own responsibility and shouted along the passage that prawns are large this morning? He is more an institution than a man, and is freely spoken of as the shrimps. A flavour of a Triton who has got too dry on the beach comes in with a sea air, and also a sense of prawns, emptied from a wooden measure they have been honourably shaken down into, falling on a dish held out to receive them by an ambassador of 4, named by Sally Little Miss Lobjoit, the youngest of her race. But for all that the rising life of the hours and the subsiding gale may do to chase away the memory of the oppressions of the night from one who was defenceless in its solitude, Rosalind can see how much they leave behind. Her husband may do his best to make light of it, to laugh it off as nothing but the common bad night we all know so well, may make the most of the noises of the storm and that abominable banging door, but he will not conceal from her the effort that it costs him to do so. Besides, had he not admitted in the night that he got worried and fidgeted by chaotic ideas? What were these ideas? How far had he penetrated into his own past? She was not sorry for the few words she had time to exchange with Dr. Conrad while Sally went to seek her hat. She had renewed and confirmed her permission to him to speak to her husband freely about himself. "Are Mr. and Mrs. Paganini gone to sea?" This is said as Fenwick opens negotiations rather mechanically with the fresh coffee Mrs. Lobjoit has produced, and as that lady constructs for removal a conglomerate of plates and effete eggs. "Gone to sea, Jerry? Not very likely. What's the meaning of that? Explain." "Why, Sally and her doctor are staring out at the offing." "Well?" "And didn't you say they had gone to find out if they were blown away?" "I suppose they changed their minds." Rosalind talks absently as if they didn't matter. All her thoughts are on her husband. But she doesn't fancy catechising him about his experiences in the night, neither. She had better let him alone, and wait new oblivion or a healthy revival. He is also distrait, and when he spoke of Sally and the doctor, he had shown no interest in his own words. His eyes do not kindle at hers in his old way, and might be seeing nothing, for all there is in them to tell of it. He makes very short work of a cup of coffee, and a mere pretence of anything else, and then, suddenly rousing himself with a shake, says this won't do, and he must go out and get a blow. "All right," says Rosalind, "and he'd better get Dr. Conrad and make him go for a walk, only they're not to fall over the cliff." "Fall over the cliff," repeats Fenwick. He laughs, and she is glad at the sound. "You couldn't fall over the cliff against such a wind as this. I defy anyone to." He kisses her and goes out, and she hears him singing, as he hunts for a stick that has vanished, an old French song. Auprès de ma blonde, comme c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. Only when he has found the stick and his hat, he does not go at once, but comes back, and says, as he kisses her again, "Don't fidget about me, darling, I'm all right." Which must have been entirely brainwave or thought-reading, as Rosalind had said never a word of her anxiety so far. Fenwick walked away briskly towards the flagstaff where Sally and Vereker had been looking out to sea. In the dazzling sunshine, all the more dazzling for the suddenness of its come and go, and the intoxicating rush of well-washed air that each of those crested waves out yonder knew so much about, and they were all of a tale, and such a companion in the enjoyment of it as that white sea-bird afloat against the blue gap of sky or purple underworld of cloud, what could he do other than cast away the thoughts that the night had left, the cares, whatever they were, that the revival of memory had brought back? If he could not succeed altogether in putting them aside, at least he could see his way to bearing them better, with a kiss of his wife still on his face, and all St. Sennans about him in the sunshine, and Sally to come. However, before he reached the flagstaff he met the doctor, and heard that Miss Sally had actually gone down to the machines to see if Gabriel wouldn't put one down near the water so that she could run a little way. She was certain she could swim in that sea, if she could once get through what she called the selvage wave. If Gabriel wouldn't, she should take her things up to the house and put them on and walk down to the sea in a cloak. It was quite ridiculous, said the merpussy, people making such a fuss about a few waves. What was the world coming to? "She'll be all safe," was Fenwick's comment when he heard this. "They won't let her go in at the machines. They won't let her leave the turkey twill knickers and the short skirt. She always leaves them there to dry. She's all right. Let's take a turn across the field. It's too windy for the cliff." "You had a bad night, Fenwick?" "All of us had. About 3 in the morning I thought the house would blow down, and there was a door banged, etc." "You had a worse night than the rest of us. Look me straight in the face. No, I wasn't going to say show me your tongue." They had stopped a moment at the top of what was known as the steps, par excellence, which was the shortest cut up to the field path. Dr. Conrad looks a second or so, and then goes on. "I thought so. You've got black lines under your eyes, and you're evidently conscious of the lids. I expect you've got a pain in them, one in each, tied together by a string across here. That is to say, from eyebrow to eyebrow, as illustrated finger-wise." Fenwick wasn't prepared to deny it, evidently. He drew his own fingers across his forehead as though to feel if the pain were really there. It confirmed a suspicion he couldn't have sworn to. "Yes, I suppose I did have a worse night than the rest of you. At least I hope so for your sakes." His manner might have seemed to warrant immediate speculation or inquiry about the cause of his sleeplessness, but Vereker walked on beside him in silence. The way was along a short, frustrated street that led to the field pathway, that was grass-grown more or less, all but the heaps of flints that were one day to make a new top-dressing, but had been forgotten by the local board, and the premature curbstones whose anticipations about traffic had never been fulfilled. The little detached houses on either side were unselfish little houses that only wanted to be useful and afford shelter to the wanderer, or provide a refuge for old age. All made use, on placards, of the cautious expression "apartments," while some flung all reserve to the winds, and also said they were "to let" outright. The least satisfactory one of the lot was almost invisible owing to its egotism, but distinguishable from afar because the crossboard on a standard that had been placed in the garden front had fallen forward over the palings like Punch's gallows. It didn't much matter, because the placard attached was dissolving off in the rains, and hanging down so low that a goat was eating it with relish, standing against the parapet of the garden fence. They reached the point at which Albion Villas had been thwarted by a hedge, rich in unripe sloes and green abortive blackberries, in their attempt to get across a stubble field to the new town, and passed in instalments through its turnstile, or kissing gate. Neither spoke, except that Fenwick said, "Look at the goat," until, after they had turned onto the chalk pathway, nearly dry in the warm sun and wind, he added a question. "Did you ever taste a sloe?" "Yes, once." "That's what everyone says if you ask him if he ever tasted a sloe. Nobody ever does it again." "But they make sloe gin of them." "That, my dear Vereker, is what everybody always says next. Sally told me they did, and she's right. They console themselves for the taste of the sloe by an imaginary liqueur like maraschino, but that's because they never tasted sloe gin." Vereker thinks he may conclude that Fenwick is talking for talk's sake, and humours him. He can get to the memory subject later. "A patient of mine," he says, "who's been living at Spezia, was telling me about a fruit that was very good there. Diosperi, he called them. They must be very unlike sloes by his description." "And naturally sloes made you think of them. I wonder what they are. Diosperi, Diosperi." He repeated the word as though trying to recall it. Dr. Conrad helped the identification. "He said they're what the Japs call jelly plums. Great big fruit, very juicy." "I know. They're persimmons, or a sort of persimmons. We used to get lots of them in California, and even up at the Klondike." He stopped abruptly and remained silent. A sudden change in him was too marked to escape notice, and there could be no doubt about the cause. The doctor walked beside him, also silent, for a few paces. Then he spoke. "You will have to bear this, Fenwick, and keep your head. It's just as I told you it would be. It's all coming back." He laid his left hand on his companion's shoulder as they stood side by side on the chalk pathway, and with his right felt the wrist that was nearest him. Fenwick was in a quiver all through his frame, and his pulse was beating furiously as Dr. Conrad's finger touched it. But he spoke with self-control, and his step was steady, as they walked on slowly together the moment after. "It's all coming back. It has come back. I shall remember all in time." Then he repeated Vereker's words. "I must keep my head. I shall have to bear this," and walked on in silence. The young man beside him still felt he had best not speak yet, just let the physical perturbation subside. Talking would only make it worse. They may have walked so for 2 minutes before Fenwick spoke again. Then he roused himself to say, with but little hint in his voice of any sense of the oddity of his question, "Which is my dream, this or the other?" Then added, "That's the question I want to ask, and nobody can answer. And of course all the while each of us knows perfectly well the answer is simply neither. You are a man that has had an accident and lost his memory. Be patient and do not torment yourself. Let it take its own time." "All right, doctor. Patience is the word." He spoke in an undertone, a voice of acquiescence, or rather obedience. "Perhaps it will not be so bad when I remember more." They walked on again. Then Vereker, noting that during silence he brooded under the oppression of what he had already recovered from the past, and to all appearance struck once or twice on some new unwelcome vein of thought, judging from a start or momentary tension of the arm that now held his, decided that it would be as well to speak to him now, and delay no longer. "Has anything come back to you so far that will unsettle your present life?" No, not that, thank God, not so far as I can see, but much that must disquiet it. It cannot be otherwise." "Do you mind telling me?" "No, surely, dear fellow, surely I will tell you. Why should I not? But what I say to you, don't repeat to Sally or her mother. Not just now, you know. Wait." There was a recess in the wall of mortar-bedded flints that ran along the path, which would give shelter from the wind to light a cigar. Fenwick stopped and took two from a cigar-case, Sally's present to him last Christmas, and offered one to Dr. Conrad, who, however, didn't want to smoke so early. He lighted his own in the recess, with only a slight tremor of the hand, barely visible even to Vereker's experienced eye, and then, as he threw away the match, said, without anything that could be called emotion, though always with an apparent sense of his bewilderment in his own words, "I am that man Harrison that was in all the newspapers just about the time of the... You remember when I..." Vereker failed for the moment to grasp the degree of his own astonishment, and used the residuum of his previous calmness to say, "I remember the time of your accident." "Am I that man? I mean, ought I to say I am that man? I know I was that man in my old dream. I know it now, in this one." "Well, but so much the better. You are a millionaire, Fenwick, with mines at Klondike." Dr. Conrad had been so taken aback at the suddenness of the extraordinary revelation that his amazement was quite at a loss for means of expression. A delayed laugh, not unmixed with a gasp, expressed nothing, merely recorded a welcome to the good side of it. For, of course, when one hears of Golconda, one is bound to think it good, failing evidence to the contrary. "Yes, I was that man, Algernon Harrison. Now the question is, and you'll have to help me here, Vereker, don't look so thunderstruck, old chap, shall I be that man again or not?" "Why not, in heaven's name? How can you help it?" The speaker is too dumbfounded so far to be able to get the whip hand of the circumstances, but the pace may be slacker presently. "Let's be steady." Fenwick's voice, as he said this, has a sense of ease in it, as though he were relieved by his disclosure. He takes Vereker's arm in his again, and as they walk on together is evidently on good terms with his cigar, so the doctor thinks, and the tremor has gone from his hands. A short pause, and he goes on speaking. "Until we pitched on the Klondike just now, I knew nothing of this. I shall get it all back in time. Let me see." The doctor recovered his presence of mind. "Stop a minute," said he. "Do you know, Fenwick, if I were you, I shouldn't try to tell anything until you're clearer about the whole thing. Don't talk to me now. Wait until you are in a state to know how much you wish to tell." But Fenwick would have none of this. He shook his head decidedly. "I must talk to someone about it, and my wife I cannot." "Why not?" "You will see. You need not be frightened of too many confidences. I haven't recollected any grave misdemeanours yet. I'll keep them to myself when they come. Now listen to what I can and do recollect pretty clearly." He paused a second, as if his first item was shaky, and then said, "Yes, of course," and went on as though the point were cleared up. "Of course. I went up to the Klondike almost in the first rush, in '97. I'll tell you all about that after. Others besides myself became enormously rich that summer, but I was one of the luckiest. However, I don't want to tell you about Harrison at Klondike. That's how I find it easiest to think of myself, third person singular. But to get at the thing in the dream that concerns me the most now, listen. Only remember this, Vereker dear. I can only recall jagged fragments yet awhile. I have been stunned, and I can't help that." He stopped the doctor, who was about to speak, with, "I know what you're going to say. Let it stand over a bit, wait and be patient, all that sort of game. All very good and sensible, but I can't." "Can't?" "No, can't. Simply can't. Because, look you, one of the things that has come back is that I am a married man. By which I mean that Harrison was. Oh dear, it is such an ease to me to think of Harrison as somebody else. You can't understand that." But Vereker is thoroughly discomposed. "But didn't you say only just now that there was nothing to unsettle your present life? No, I can't understand. I can't understand." His reply is to Fenwick's words, but the reference is to the early part of his speech. "You will understand it better if I tell you more. Let me do it my own way, because I get mixed, and feel as if I might lose the clue any moment. All the time I was with the Clemenceau at Ontario, I was a married man. I mean that I knew I was a married man, and I remember knowing it all that time. Indeed I did. But if you asked me who my wife was, she wasn't there, you know. You've got that all clear? Why, I can't tell you any more than Adam. All I know is that all that time little Ernestine was growing from a girl to a woman. The reason I felt there could be no misunderstanding on that score was that Clemenceau and his wife knew quite well I had been married and divorced or something. There was something rum long before, and you know papists would rather the devil outright than have their daughter marry a divorced man. But as to who the wife had been, and what it was all about—" He stopped again suddenly, seizing Vereker by the arm with a strong hand that trembled as it had done before. His face went very white, but he kept self-possession, as it were mechanically, so completely that the long ash on his half-smoked cigar remained unbroken. He waited a moment, and then spoke in a controlled way. "I can remember nothing of the story, or what seems to come, I know, is only confusion by things in it." Vereker thought it might be well to change the current of his thoughts. "Who were the Clemenceau at Ontario?" said he. "Of course, I ought to tell you that. Only there were so many things. Clemenceau was a jeweller at Ontario. I lived in the flat over his shop and used to see a great deal of his family. I must have lived almost entirely among French Canadians while I was there. It was quite 3 or 4 years." "And all that time, Fenwick, you thought of yourself as a married man?" "Married or divorced, yes, and long before that." "It is quite impossible for me, you must see it, to form any picture in my mind of how the thing presents itself to you." "Quite." "It seems to me perfectly incredible that you should have no recollection at all of the marriage or divorce or whatever it was." "I did not say I had no recollection at all. Listen. Don't you know this, Vereker? Of course you do, though. How one wakes from a hideous dream and remembers exactly the feeling it produced, and how the same feeling comes back when one recalls from the dream some fragment preserved from all one has forgotten of it, something nowise horrible in itself, but from its associations in the dream?" "Oh, yes, perfectly." "Well, that's my case. When I try to bring back the memories I know I must have had at that time in Canada, nothing comes back but a horror. Something like a story read in boyhood and shuddered at in the night, but all details gone. I mean all details with horror in them. Because, do you know—" "Yes?" Vereker stopped beside him on the path as Fenwick stopped and hesitated. Utter perplexity, almost forbidding speech, was the impression the doctor received of his condition at this moment. After a moment's silence, he continued. "You will hardly believe me, but almost the only thing I can revive, that is, have revived so far, is an occurrence that must needs at the time have been a happiness and a delight, and yet it now presents itself to me as an excruciating torment, as part of some tragedy in which I had to be an actor, but of which I can seize no detail that does not at once vanish, leaving mere pain and confusion." "What was it? You don't mind telling you? Oh no, why should I? I may be happier if I can tell it. It's like this. I am at a railway station in the heat somewhere, and I'm expecting a girl who is coming to marry me. I can remember the heat and our meeting, and then all is chaos again. Then instead of remembering more, I go over and over again the old thing as at first. No, nothing new presents itself, only the railway station and the palm trees in the heat, and the train coming slowly in, and my knowing that she is in it and coming to marry me." "Do you mean that the vision or scene in your mind stops dead, and you don't see her get out of the carriage?" They had walked on slowly over a short distance. Fenwick made another halt, and as he flicked away a most successful crop of cigar ash that he had been cultivating, so it struck Vereker, as a kind of gauge or test of his own self-control, he answered, "I couldn't say that. Hardly. I see a girl or woman get out of the carriage, but not her." Vereker was completely at a loss, began to be a little afraid his companion's brain might be giving way. "How can you tell that," said he, "unless you know who she ought to have been?" Fenwick resumed his walk, and when he replied, did so in a voice that had less tension in it, as though something less painful had touched his mind. "It's rum, I grant you, but the whole thing is too rum to bear thinking of, at least to bear talking about. As to the exact reason why I know it's not her, that's simple enough." "What is it?" "Because Mrs. Fenwick gets out of the train. My Rosey, here, Sally's mother. And it's just the same with the only other approach to a memory that connects itself with it, a shadowy, indistinct ceremony, also in the heat, much more indistinct than the railway station. My real wife's image, Rosey's, here, just takes the place at the altar where the other one should be, and prevents my getting at any recollection of her. It's the only thing that makes the dream bearable." Vereker said nothing. He did not want to disturb any lull in the storm in his companion's mind. After a slight pause, the latter continued. "The way I account for it seems to me sufficient. I cannot conceive any woman being to me what... Or perhaps I should express it better by saying I cannot connect the wife idea with any image except hers. And of course the strong dominant idea displaces the feeble memory." Vereker was ready with an unqualified assent at the moment. For though Sally, as we have seen, had taken him into her confidence the day after her mother's wedding, and indeed had talked over the matter many times with him since, the actual truth was far too strange to suggest itself off-hand, as it would have been doing had the doctor connected the fact that Sally's mother went out to India to be married with this meeting of two lovers at a simmering railway station, name not known. The idea of the impossible per se is probably the one a finite intelligence most readily admits, and is always cordially welcome in intellectual difficulties, a universal resolution of logical discords. In the case of these two men at that moment, neither was capable of knowing the actual truth had he been told it, whatever the evidence, still less of catching at slight connecting links. Fenwick went on speaking. "I don't know whether you will understand it. Yes, I think perhaps you might. That it's a consolation to me this way Mrs. Fenwick comes in. It seems to bring fresh air into what else would be... Ugh." He shuddered a half-intentional shudder, then, dropping his voice, went on, speaking quickly. "The thing makes part of some tragedy, some sad story, something best forgotten. If I could only dare to hope I might remember no more, might even forget it altogether. Perhaps if you could remember the whole, the painfulness might disappear. Does not anything in the image of the railway station give a clue to its whereabouts? No, it hardly amounts to any image at all. More a fact than an image, but the heat was a fact, and the dresses were all white, thin, tropical. Then the Mrs. Fenwick that comes out of the train isn't dressed as she dresses here? Why, no, certainly not, but that's natural, you know. Of course, my mind supplies a dress for the heat. It doesn't diminish the puzzlement. Yes, but it does, though, because look here, it's not the only thing. I find myself consciously making Rosey look younger. I can't help my mind, my now mind, working. Do what I will. But as to where I was, I fancy I have a clue. I can remember remembering, if you understand me, that I had been in Australia. Remembered it at Ontario. Talked about it to Tina Clemenceau. If Vereker had had any tendency to get on a true scent at this point, the reference to Australia would have thrown him off it, and the thought of the Canadian girl took Fenwick's mind once more to his American life. It was my thinking of that girl made all this come back to me, you know, just after you left us, when we were throwing stones in the sea last night. Throwing stones in the sea? Yes, we went down to the waves on the beach, and my throwing a stone in reminded me of it all after. I was just going to get to sleep when all of a sudden, what must I think of but Niagara, at least the rapids. I was standing with Mademoiselle Tina, no one else, on a rock overlooking the great torrent, and I threw a stone in, and she said no one would ever see that stone again. I said, like a man when he dies and is forgotten, or something of that sort. I recollect her now, poor child, turning her eyes full on me and saying, "But I should not forget you, Mr. Harrison." You see how it was, only it seems a sort of disloyalty to the poor girl to tell it. It was all plain, and she meant it to be. I can't remember now whether I said, "I can't marry you, Tina, because I don't know that my wife is dead," or whether I only thought it. But I know that I then knew I was, or had been, married and divorced or deserted, and it was that unhappy stone that brought it all back to me. Are you sure of that? Quite sure that began it. I was just off, and some outlying scrap of my mind was behindhand, and that stone saw it and pounced on it. I remembered more after that. I know I was rather glad to start off to the new Gold River because of Ernestine Clemenceau. I don't think I should have cared to marry Ernestine. Anyhow, I didn't. She seems to me Harrison's affair now. Don't laugh at me, Doctor. I wasn't laughing. And indeed this was true. The Doctor was very far from laughing. They had walked some little way inland, keeping along a road sunk in the chalk. This now emerged on an exposed hillside swept by the sea wind, which, though abated, still made talk less easy than in the sheltered trench or behind the long wall where Fenwick lit his cigar. Vereker suggested turning back, and accordingly they turned. The Doctor found time to make up his mind that no harm could be done now by referring to his interview with Rosalind the day before. "Your wife told me yesterday that you had just had a tiresome recurrence when you came out after us, at the jetty end, you know." "Surely, so I had. Did she tell you what it was?" Evidently, in the stress and turmoil of his subsequent experience in the night, it had slipped from him. The Doctor said a reminding word or two, and it came back. I know, I've got it now. That was last night. But now, that again, why was it so horrible? That was dear old Kreutzkammer at Frisco. What could there be horrible about him? A clear idea shot into the Doctor's mind. Not a bad thing to work on. "Fenwick, don't you see how it is? These things are only horrible to you because you half recollect them. The pain is only the baffled strain on the memory, not the thing you are trying to recover." "Very likely." He assents, but his mind is dwelling on Kreutzkammer, evidently, for he breaks into a really cheerful laugh, pleasant in the ears of his companion. "Why, that was Diedrich Kreutzkammer," he exclaimed, "up at that Swiss place, and I didn't know him from Adam." "Of course it was, but look here, Fenwick, isn't what I say true? Half the things that come back to you will be no pain at all when you have fairly got hold of them. Only wait. Don't struggle to remember, but let them come." "All right, old chap. I'll be good." But he has no very strong convictions on the subject, clearly. The two walk on together in silence as far as the low flint wall, in another recess of which Fenwick lights another cigar, as before. Then he turns to the doctor and says, "No word of this to Rosey, nor to Sallykin." The doctor seems perplexed, but assents and promises. "Honest Injun, as Sally says," adds Fenwick, and the doctor repeats that affidavit, and then says, "I shall have to finesse a good deal. I can manage with Mrs. Fenwick, but I wish I felt equally secure with Miss Sally." He feels very insecure indeed in that quarter, if the truth is told. And he is afflicted with a double embarrassment here, as he has never left Sally without her miss in speaking to Fenwick, while on the other hand he holds a definite licence from her mother, is, as it were, a chartered libertine. But that's a small matter, after all. The real trouble is having to look Sally in the face and conceal anything. "Miss who?" says Fenwick. "Oh, Sally, you mean. Of course, she'll rush the position. Trust her." He can't help laughing as he thinks of Sally, with Dr. Conrad vainly trying to protect his outworks. The momentary hesitation about how to speak of Sally may have something to do with Vereker's giving the conversation a twist. It turns, however, on a point that has been waiting in his mind all through the interview, ever since Fenwick spoke of his identity with Harrison. "Look here, Fenwick," he says, "it's all very fine your talking about keeping Mrs. Fenwick in the dark about this. I know it's for her own sake, but you can't." "And why not? I can't have Rosey know I have another wife living." "Well, you don't know she's alive, for one thing." "I don't know, certainly, but I should have known, somehow, if she were dead. Of course, if further memory or inquiry proves that she is dead, that's another matter." "But in the meanwhile, how can you prove your identity with Harrison and claim all your property without her knowing? What I mean is, I can't think it out. There may be a way." "My dear boy," Fenwick says this very quietly, "that's exactly the reason why I said you would have to help me to settle whether I should be that man again or not. I say not, if the decision lies with me." "Not? Not at all?" The doctor fairly gasps. His breath is taken away. Never, perhaps, was a young man freer from thought and influence of money than he, more absorbed in professional study, and untainted by the supremacies of property. But for all that, he was human and English, and theoretically accepted gold as the thing of things, the one great aim and measure of success. Of other men's success, that is, and their aim, not his. For he was, in his own eyes, a humble plodder, not in the swim at all. But he ascribed to the huge sums real people had a right to, outside the limits of the likes of him, a kind of sacredness that grew in a geometrical ratio with their increase. It gave him much more pain to hear that a safe had been robbed of thousands in gold than he felt when, on opening a wrapped-up fee, what seemed a guinea to the touch turned out a new farthing and a shilling to the sight. It was the air that he lived in, that all of us live in. So when Fenwick made in this placid way a choice of conduct that must needs involve the sacrifice of sums large enough to be spoken of with awe, even in the sacred precincts of a bank, poor Dr. Conrad felt that all his powers of counsel had been outshot, and that his mind was reeling on its pedestal. That a poor man should give up his savings en bloc to help a friend would have seemed to him natural and reasonable. That he should do so for honest love of a woman, still more so. But that a millionaire should renounce his millions? Was it decent? Was it proper? Was it considerate to Mammon? But that must have been Fenwick's meaning too. The doctor did not recover his speech before Fenwick spoke again. "Why should I claim all my property? How should I be the gainer if it made Rosey unhappy?" "I see. I quite see. I feel with you, you know. Feel as you do. But what will become of the money?" "The poor darling money? Just think. It will lie neglected at the bank, unclaimed, forsaken, doing no more mischief than when it was harmless dust and nuggets in the sand of the Klondike. While it was there, gold was a mighty small bit dearer than it has become since. Now that it is in the keeping of chaps who won't give it up half as easily as the Klondike did, I suppose it has appreciated again, as the saying is. The difference of cost between getting it out of the ground and out of the bank is a negligible factor. Fenwick seemed to find ease in chatting economics in this way. Some of it was so obviously true to Vereker that he at once concluded it would be classed among fallacies. He had had experience of this sort of thing. But he paid little attention, as he was thinking of how much of this interview he could repeat to Sally, to whom every step they took brought them nearer. The roar of a lion in his path was every moment more audible to the ears of his imagination, and it left him silent. But Fenwick went on speaking. "We won't trouble about the darling dust and nuggets. Let them lie in pawn and wait for a claimant. They won't find Mr. Harrison's heir at law in a hurry. If ever proof comes of the death of Mrs. Harrison, whoever she was, I'll be Mr. Harrison again. Till then—" "Till then what?" "Till then, Vereker dear," Fenwick said this very seriously, with emphasis, "till then we shall do most wisely to say nothing further to Mrs. Fenwick or to Sally. You must see that it won't be possible to pick and choose, to tell this and reserve that. I shall speak of the recurrences of memory that come to me as too confused for repetition. I shall tell lies about them if I think it politic, because I can't have Rosey made miserable on any terms. As for the chick, you'll have to manage as best you can." "I'll do my best," the doctor says, without a particle of confidence in his voice. "But about yourself, Fenwick?" "I shall do very well, as long as I can have a chat with you now and again. You've no idea what a lot of good it has done me, this talking to you. And of course I haven't told you 1/10 of the things I remember. There was one thing I wanted to say, though, just now, and we got off the line. What was it now? Oh, I know, about my name. It wasn't really Harrison." "Not really Harrison? Well, what was it then?" "What next, and next, is the import of the speaker's face. I'll be hanged if I know. But it's true, rum as it seems. I know I knew it wasn't Harrison every time I signed a cheque in America. But as for what it was, that all belongs to the dim time before. Isn't that them coming to meet us?" Yes, it was. And there was something else also the doctor had had it on his tongue to say, and it had got away on a siding. But it didn't matter. It was only about whether the return of memory had or had not been due to the galvanic battery on the pier. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 37. Of the Doctor's cautious reserve and Mrs. Fenwick's strong common sense. And of a lady at Budapest. How Harrison was only past forgotten newspapers to Dr. Vereker. Of the octopus's pulse. How the haberdasher's bride would try on at 2 guineas a week. And of a pleasant walk back from the railway station. "You never mean to say you've been in the water?" It was quite clear from the bluish fingertips of the gloveless merpussy, for at St. Sennans 6s are not de rigueur in the morning, that she has been in and has only just come out. But Fenwick, who asked the question, grasped a handful of loose black hair for confirmation, and found it wet. "Haven't I?" says the incorrigible one. "And you should have heard the rumpus over getting a machine down." "She's a selfish little monkey," her mother says, but forgivingly too. "She'll drown herself, and not care a penny about all the trouble she gives." You see, Rosalind wouldn't throw her words into this callous form if she was really thinking about the merpussy, but just now she is too anxious about Jerry to be very particular. What has passed between him and Dr. Conrad? What does the latter know now more than she does herself? She falls back with him and allows the other two to go on in front, obviously the most natural arrangement. What has he told you, Dr. Conrad? This is not unexpected, and the answer is a prepared one, preconcerted under pressure between the doctor and his conscience. I'm going to ask you, Mrs. Fenwick, to do me a very great kindness. Don't say yes without hearing what it is. To ask you to allow me to keep back all your husband says to me, and to take for granted that he repeats to you all he feels certain of himself in his own recollections. He has told you more? Yes, he has, but I am far from certain that anything he has said can be relied upon in his present state. Anyway, I should be very sorry to take upon myself the responsibility of repeating it. He wishes you not to do so? I think so. I should say so. Do you mind? I won't press you to repeat anything you wish to keep back. But is his mind easier? After all, that's the main point. That is my impression. Much easier. He felt he was quite warranted in saying this, and I should say that if he does not himself tell you again whatever he has been saying to me, it will only show how uncertain and untrustworthy all his present recollections are. I cannot tell you how strongly I feel that the best course is to leave his mind to its own natural development. It may even be that the partial and distorted images of events such as he has been speaking of to me... I mustn't ask you what they were. Yes, go on. May again become dim and disappear altogether. If they are to do so, nothing can be gained by dwelling on them now, still less by trying to verify them, and least of all by using them as a stimulus to further recollection. You think I had better not ask him questions? Exactly. Leave him to himself. Keep his mind on other matters, healthy occupations surrounding life. I am certain of one thing, that the effort to disinter the past is painful to him in itself, quite independent of any painful associations in what he is endeavouring to recall. I have seen that too, in the slight recurrences he has had while I was there. I quite agree with you about the best course to pursue. Let us have patience and wait. Of course, Vereker had not the remotest conception that the less Fenwick remembered, the better his wife would be pleased. So the principal idea in his mind at that moment was, what a very sensible as well as a handsome woman he was talking to. It was the way in which most people catalogued Rosalind Fenwick. But her ready assent to his wishes had intensified the doctor's first item of description. A subordinate wave of his thought created an image of the girl Fenwick must have pictured to himself coming out of the railway carriage. He only repeated, "Let us have patience and wait," with a feeling of relief from possible further catechism. But in order to avoid showing his wish to abate inquiry, he could talk about aspects of the case that would not involve it. He could tell of analogous cases well known, or in his own practice. For instance, that of a Frenchwoman who wandered away from Amiens, unconscious of her past and her identity, and somehow got to Budapest. There, having retained perfect powers of using her mother tongue, and also speaking German fluently, she had all but got a good teachership in a school, only she had no certificate of character. With a great effort she recalled the name of a lady at Amiens she felt she could write to for one, and did so. Fancy her husband's amazement, said Dr. Conrad, when, on opening a letter addressed to his wife in her own handwriting, he found it was an application from Fräulein Schmidt, or some German name, asking for a testimonial. He referred also to the many cases of the caprices of memory he had met with in his studies of the petit mal of epilepsy, a subject to which he had given special attention. It may have crossed his mind that his companion had fallen very thoroughly in with his views about not dissecting her husband's case overmuch for the present, but he put it down, if it did, to her strong common sense. It is rather a singular thing how very ready men are to ascribe this quality, whatever it is, to a beautiful woman, especially if she agrees with them. Nevertheless, the doctor was not very sorry when he saw that Sally and Fenwick, on in front, had caught up with, or been caught up with by, a mixed party of a sort to suspend, divert, or cancel all conversation of a continuous sort. Miss Gwendolen Arkwright and her next eldest sister had established themselves on Fenwick's shoulders, and the Julius Bradshaws had just intersected them from a side alley. The latter were on the point of extinction, going back to London by the 3:15, and everything packed but what they had on. It was a clear reprieve, till 3:15, at any rate. There could be no doubt, thought Rosalind to herself, that her husband's conversation with Vereker had made him easier in his mind than when she saw him last, just after breakfast. No doubt he was all the better, too, for the merpussy's account of her exploit on the beach, of how she managed to overrule old Gabriel and got a machine put down, contrary to precedent, common caution and public opinion, even in the face of urgent remonstrance from her Swiss acquaintance, almost as good a swimmer as herself. How she had picked out a good big selvage wave to pop in under, and when she got beyond it, enjoyed all the comfort incidental to being in bed with the door locked. Because, you see, she exaggerated. However, one thing she said was quite true. There were no breakers out beyond the said selvage wave, because the wind had fallen a great deal, and seemed to have given up the idea of making any more white foam crests for the present. But there would be more wind again in the night, said authority. It was only a half-holiday for Neptune. Sally's bracing influence was all the stronger from the fact of her complete unconsciousness of anything unusual. Her mother had said nothing to her the day before of the revival of Baron Kreutzkammer, nor had Dr. Conrad, acting under cautions given. And all Sally knew of the wakeful night was that her mother had found Fenwick walking about unable to sleep, and had said at breakfast he might just as well have his sleep out now, to which she had agreed, and had then gone away to see if the Tishies, as she called them, were blown away, and had met the doctor coming to see if she was. So she was in the best of moods as an antidote to mind cloudage, and Fenwick, under the remedy, seemed to her no more unlike himself than was to be expected after not a wink till near daylight. The object of this prolixity is that it may be borne in mind that Sally never shared her mother's or her undeclared lover's knowledge of the strange mental revival caused, as seemed most probable, by the action of the galvanic battery on the previous day. Vereker walked back to his octopus, whom he had forsaken for an unusually long time, with his brain in a whirl at the strange revelation he had just heard. His medical experience had put him well on his guard anent one possibility, that the whole thing might be delusion on Fenwick's part. How could such an imperfect memory record be said to prove anything without confirmation from without? His habits of thought had qualified him to keep this possibility provisionally in the background without forgetting it. There was nothing in the mere knowledge of its existence to prevent his trying to recall all he could of the story of the disappearance of Harrison, as he read it in the newspapers a year and a half ago. There had been a great deal of talk about it at the time, and great efforts had been made to trace Harrison, but without success. The doctor lingered a little on his way, conscious that he could recall very little of the Harrison case, but too interested to be able to leave his recollections dormant until he should get substantial information. The octopus could recollect all about it, no doubt, but how to venture to apply to her, or how to Sally? Though truly, had he done so, it would have been with much less hope of a result. Neither Sally nor her mother were treasure-houses of the day's gossip, as his mother was. We must have taken mighty little notice of what was going on in the world at the time, so thought the doctor to himself. What did he actually recollect? A paragraph headed "Disappearance of a Millionaire" in a hurried perusal of an evening paper as he rode to an urgent case. A repetition, several repetitions, on the newspaper posters of the name Harrison during the fortnight following, chiefly disclosing supposed discoveries of the missing man, sandwiched with other discoveries of their falsehood, clue and disappointment by turns. He could remember his own perfectly spurious interest in the case, produced by such announcements staring at him from all points of the compass, and his own preposterous contributions to talk-making about them, such as, "Have they found that man Harrison yet?" knowing himself the merest impostor all the while, but feeling it dutiful to be up to date. How came no one of them all to put two and two together? A gleam of a solution was supplied to the doctor's mind when he set himself to answer the question, how should I have gone about suspecting it? How indeed? Ordinary, everyday people, yous and me's, can't lightly admit to our minds the idea that we have accidentally got mixed up with the regular public people in the newspapers. Have not even our innocent little announcements that we have been born, or died, or got married, always had a look of having got in by accident, or under some false pretence? Have we not felt inflated when a relation of ours has had a letter to a newspaper inserted in real print, with his own name as bold as brass? Vereker was not surprised, on thinking it over, that he personally had missed the clue. And if he, why not others? Besides, all the Harrison talk had been superseded by some more exciting matter before it had been recognised as possible that Fenwick's memory might never come back. Just as he arrived at Mrs. Iggulden's, a thought struck him. Not heavily, only a light, reminding flick, and he stopped a moment to see what it had to say. It referred to his interview with Scotland Yard some 6 weeks after Fenwick's first appearance. He could recall that in the course of his interview one of the younger officials spoke in an undertone to his chief, who thereon, after consideration, turned to the doctor and said, "Had not your man a Panama hat? I understood you to say so." And on receiving an affirmative reply, spoke again in an undertone to his subordinate to the effect, half caught by Vereker, that Allison's hat was black felt. Did he say by any chance Harrison, not Alison? If so, might not that account for a rather forbidding or opposive attitude on the Yard's part? He remembered something of fictitious claimants coming forward, representing themselves as Harrison, desperate bidders for a chance of the Klondike gold. They might easily have supposed this man and his quenched memory another of the same sort. Evidently, if investigation was not to suffer from overgrown suspicion, only young and guileless official instinct could be trusted. Plain clothes ingenues. Dr. Conrad laughed to himself over a particularly outrageous escapade of Sally's, who, when her mother said they always sent such very young chicks of constables to Glenmoira Road in the morning, impudently ascribed them to inspectors' eggs, laid overnight. "My pulse! Feel it!" His goody mother greeted the doctor with a feeble voice from inarticulate lips and a wrist outstretched. She was being moribund to pay him for being behindhand. He skipped all interims and said, with negligible inaccuracy, "It's only 1/4 past." "Don't talk, but feel." Her failing senses could indulge a little impatience, but it was like throwing ballast out of a balloon. She meant to be all the worse directly. Her son felt the outstretched wrist and was relieved to find it normal, almost abnormally normal, just before lunch. But he had to pretend. A teaspoonful of brandy in half a glass of water, clearly. He knew she hated it, but she had better swallow it down. That was right, and he would hurry Mrs. Iggulden with lunch. However, Mrs. Iggulden had been beforehand, having seen her good gentleman coming and the table all laid ready, so she got the steak on, only she knew there would something happen if too much hurry, and sure enough she broke a decanter. We do not like the responsibility of punctuation in this sentence. "I thought you had forgotten me," quoth the revived goody to her son, assisting her to lunch. But the excellent woman said "me" as if it was the name of somebody else, and spelt M-double-E, with a compassionate moan. Rosalind was glad to see her husband in good spirits again. He was quite like himself before that unfortunate little galvanic battery upset everything. Perhaps its effect would go off, and all he had remembered of the past grow dim again. It was a puzzle even to Rosalind herself that her natural curiosity about all Gerry's unknown history should become as nothing in view of the unwelcome contingencies that history might disclose. It spoke well for the happiness of the status quo that she was ready to forego the satisfaction of this curiosity altogether, rather than confront its possible disturbing influences. "If we can only know nothing about it, and be as we are," was the thought uppermost in her mind. It certainly was a rare piece of good luck that, Owing to Sally's leaving the house before Fenwick appeared, and running away to her madcap swim before he could join her and the doctor, she had just avoided seeing him during the worst of his depression. Indeed, his remark that he had not slept well seemed to account for all she had seen in the morning. And in the afternoon, when the whole party, minus the doctor, walked over to St. Egbert's station for the honeymoon portion of it to take its departure for town, and the other three to say farewells, Fenwick was quite in his usual form. Only his wife watched for any differences, and unless it was that he gave way rather more freely than usual to the practice of walking with his arm round herself or Sally, or both, she could detect nothing. As the road they took was a quiet one, and they met scarcely a soul, no exception on the score of dignity was taken to this by Rosalind. And as for Sally, her general attitude was, "Leave Jeremiah alone, he shall do as he likes." Lætitia's mental comment was that it wasn't Oxford Street this time, and so didn't matter. "I shall walk straight into Papa's library," said that young married lady in answer to an inquiry from Sally, as they fell back a little to chat. "I shall just walk straight in and say we've come back." "What do you suppose the Professor will say?" "My dear, it's the merest toss-up. If he's got some very interesting Greek or Phoenician nonsense on hand, he'll let me kiss him over his shoulder and say, 'All right, I'm busy.' If it's only the Cosmo-cyclopedia work, which he doesn't care about, only it pays, he may look up and kiss me, or even go so far as to say, 'Well, and where's Master Julius?' But I don't expect he'll give any active help in the collision with Mamma, which is sure to come. I rather hope she won't be at home the first time." "Why? Wouldn't it be better to have it over and done with?" Sally always wants to clinch everything. "Yes, of course, only the second time Mamma's edge will all be taken off and she'll die down. Besides, the crucial point is Paggy kissing her. It's got to be done, and it will be such a deal easier if I can get Theeny and Classy kissed first." Classy was the married sister, Clarissa. "After all, Mamma must have got a shred of common sense somewhere, and she must know that when things can neither be cured nor endured, you have to pretend, sooner or later." "You bottle up when it comes to that," said Sally philosophically. "But I shouldn't wonder, Tishy, if you found your Goody aggravating too. She'll talk about haberdashers." "Oh, my dear, haberdashers are a trifle. If that was all, she might talk herself hoarse. Besides, I can stop that by the mantle department." "What about it? Oh, I know, though, about your being 2 guineas worth a week to try on. She would know you were not serious, though." "Would she? I'm not so sure about it myself. Not sure I'm not serious, I mean." "Oh, Tishy, you don't mean you would go and try on at 2 guineas a week?" "I really don't know, Sally dear. If I'm to have my husband's profession flung in my face at every turn, I may just as well have the advantage of it by a side wind. Think what 2 guineas a week means. 104 guineas a year. Remember, guineas, not pounds. And Paggy thinks he could get it arranged for us to go out and dine together in the middle of the day at an Italian restaurant." "I say, what a lark!" Sally immediately warms up to the scheme. "I could come too. Do you know, Tishy dear, I was just going to twit you with the negro and his spots, but now I won't." The Julius Bradshaws must have reached home early, as our story will later show that the anticipated collision with the dragon took place the same evening. No great matter for surprise this to anyone who has noticed the energetic impatience for immediate town event in folk just off a holiday. These two were too keen to grapple with their domestic problem to allow of delays, so after getting some dinner in a hurry at Georgiana Terrace, Bayswater, they must needs cab straight away to Ladbroke Grove Road. As for what happened when they got there, we shall know as much as we want of it later. For the present, our business lies with Fenwick and his wife, to watch, in sympathy with the latter, for the next development in the strange mental state of the former, and to hope with her, as it must be confessed, for continued quiescence, or better still, for a complete return of oblivion. It seemed so cruelly hard to Rosalind that it might not be. What had she to gain by the revival of a forgotten past? A past her own share of which she had for 20 years striven to forget. Utterly guiltless as, conceivably, she may have known herself to be, she had striven against that past as the guilty strive, with the memory of a concealed crime. And here was she, at the end of this 20 years, with all she most longed for at the beginning in her possession, mysteriously attained, with a thoroughness no combination of circumstances, no patience or forbearance of her own, no self-restraint or generosity of her young husband's could possibly have brought about. Think only of what we do know of this imperfect story. Conceive that it should have been possible for the Algernon Palliser of those days to know and understand it to the full. Indulge the supposition, however strained it may be, that his so knowing it would not have placed him in a felon's dock for the prompt and righteous murder of the betrayer, we take the first convenient name, of the woman he loved. Convince yourself this could have been. Figure to yourself a happy wedded life for the couple after Miss Sally had made her unconscious début with the supremest indifference to her antecedents. Construct a hypothetical bliss for them at all costs, and then say if you can fill out the picture with a relation between Sally and her putative father to be compared for a moment to the one chance has favoured now for the stepfather and stepdaughter of our story. Our own imagination is at fault about the would-have-beens and might-have-beens in this case. The only picture our mind can form of what would have followed a full grasp of all the facts by Algernon Palliser may be dictated or suggested by a memory of what sent Mr. Salter of Livermore's Rents, 1808, to the hospital. Rosalind knew nothing of Mr. Salter, but she could remember well all Jerry's feats of strength in his youth, all the cracking of walnuts in his arm joints and bending of kitchen pokers across his neck, and also, too well, an impotence against his own anger when provoked. It had died down now to a trifle, but she could detect the trifle still. Was such an executive to be trusted not to take the law into his own hands, to fall into the grasp of an offended legislative function later, one too dull to be able to define offence so as to avoid the condemnation, now and again, of a culprit whose technical crime has the applause of the whole human race? Had the author of all her wrongs met his death at the hands of her young husband, might not this husband of her later life, beside her now, be still serving his time at the galleys, with every compulsory sharer in his condemnation thinking him a hero? It was all so much better as it had turned out. Only, could it remain so? At least, nothing was wrong now, at this moment. Whatever her husband had said to Vereker in that morning walk, the present hour was a breathing space for Rosalind. The Kreutzkammer recurrence of the previous evening was losing its force for her, and there had been nothing since that she knew of. Chaotic ideas, the phrase he had used in the night, might mean anything or nothing. They came back from the railway station by what was known to them as the long short cut, in contradistinction to the short cut. The latter, Sally said, had the courage of its opinions, while the former was a time-serving cut. Could she have influenced it at the first go-off, when it originally started from the V-shaped stile your skirt stuck in behind the wheat sheaf, it might have mustered the resolution to go straight on, instead of going off at a tangent to Gattrell's farm, half a mile out of the way. Was it intimidated by a statement that trespassers would be prosecuted, nailed to an oak tree, legible 100 years ago perhaps, when its nails were not rust and really held it tight, instead of, as now, merely countenancing its wish to remain from old habit? It may have been so frightened in its timid youth, but if so, surely the robust self-assertion of its straight start for Gattrell's had in it something of contempt for the poor old board, coupled with its well-known intention of turning to the left and going slap through the wood the minute you or it got there. It may have even twitted that board with its apathy in respect of trespassers. Had the threat ever been carried out? The long short cut was, according to the aborigines, a goodish step longer than the road, geometrically. But there was some inner sense, moral, ethical, spiritual, somehow metaphysical or superphysical, in which it was a short cut, for all that. The road was a dale farther, some did say, along of the dust. But then there was no dust now, because it was all laid. So the reason why was allowed to lapse, and the fact to take care of itself for once. helped by an illusion that a path through an undergrowth of nut trees and an overgrowth of oak on such a lovely afternoon as this wasn't distant at all, even when you got hooked in the brambles, and by other palliative incidents, it was voted a very short cut indeed. Certainly not too long for Rosalind's breathing space, and had it been even a longer short cut, she would have been well contented. Every hour passed now without a new recurrence of some bygone was going to give her, she knew it well beforehand, a sense of greater security. And every little incident on the walk that made a change in the rhythm of event was welcome. When they paused for refreshments, ginger beer in stone bottles, at Gattrell's, and old Mrs. Gattrell, while she undid the corks, outlined the troubles of her husband's family and her own, she felt grateful for both to have kept clear of India and the colonies. No memories of California or the Arctic Circle could arise from Mrs. Gattrell's twin sister Debarry, who suffered from information. Internal information, mind you, an explanation necessary to correct an impression of overstrain to the mind in pursuit of research. Nor from her elder sister Hannah, whose neuralgic sick headaches were a martyrdom to herself, but apparently a source of pride to her family, of which the inflation, strange to say, was the greater because Dr. Knox was of the opinion that they would yield to treatment and tonics, though the old lady herself was opposed to both, and said elderflower water. She was a pleasant old personage, Mrs. Gattrell, who always shone out as a beacon of robust health above a fever-stricken, paralysed, plague-spotted, debilitated and disintegrating crowd of blood relations and connections by marriage. But not one of all these had ever left the soil they were born on, none of Mrs. Gattrell's people holding with foreign parts. And nothing whatever had ever taken place at St. Egbert's till the railway come, so it wasn't likely to arouse memories of the ice fields, of the northern cold, or the tiger hunts of the southern heat. Rosalind found herself asking of each new thing as it arose, "Will this bring anything fresh to his mind, or will it pass?" The wood path, the nut tree growth all but closed over on either side, she decided was safe. It could taste of nothing but his English school boyhood before ever she knew him. But the sudden uprush of the covey of partridges from the stubble, and their bee-line for a haven in the next field, surely danger lay that way. Think what a shot he was in the old days. However, he only said, "Poor dears, they don't know how near the 31st is," and seemed to be able to know that much from the past experience without discomfort at not knowing more. When Sally proposed fortune-telling in connection with a bona fide gipsy woman, who looked, she said, exactly like in Lavengro, her mother's first impulse was to try and recall if she and the Jerry of old times had ever been in contact with gipsies, authentic or otherwise, and, after decision in the negative, to feel that this wanderer was more welcome than not, as having a tendency to conduct his mind safely into new channels. Even the conclave of cows he had to disperse, that they might get through a gate, cows that didn't mind how long they waited at it, having time on their hands, suggested the same kind of query. She was rapidly getting to look at everything from the point of view of what it was going to remind her husband of. She must struggle against the habit that was forming, or it would become insupportable. But then again, the thought would come back that every hour that passed without an alarm was another step towards a safe haven. And who could say that in a week or so things might not be, at least, no worse than they were before this pestilent little galvanic battery broke in upon her peace? The fact that he had spoken of new memories to Vereker, and had not repeated them to her, was no additional source of uneasiness. Rather, if anything, the contrary. For she could not entertain the idea that Jerry would keep back from her anything he could tell to Vereker. What had actually happened was necessarily inconceivable by her. That a recollected recollection of his own marriage with her should be interpreted by him as a memory of a marriage with some other woman unknown, who might, for anything he knew, be still living. That his inference as to the bearing of this on his own conduct was that he should refrain, at any cost to himself, from claiming, so to speak, his own identity, should accept the personality chance had forced upon him for her sake, should even forego the treasure of her sympathy, more precious far to him than the heavy score to his credit at the banks of New York and San Francisco, rather than dig up what needs must throw doubt on the validity of their marriage, and turn her path of life, now smooth, to one of stones and thorns. For that was the course he had sketched out for himself, and had it only been possible for oblivion to draw a sharp line across the slowly reviving record, and to say to memory, "Thus far shalt thou go, and no farther," Fenwick might have persevered in this course successfully till now, and then all our story would have been told, at least as far as Rosalind and Fenwick go, and we might say farewell to them at this moment, as the cows reluctantly surrender passageway of the long short cut, and Jerry saunters on, seemingly at ease from his own mind's unwelcome activities, with Sally on one arm and his wife on the other, and Mrs. Grundy nowhere. But no conspiracies are possible to memory and oblivion. They are a couple that act independently, and consult nobody's convenience but their own. It may easily be that Rosalind, had she been mistress of all the facts and taken in the full position, would have decided to run the risks incidental to confronting her husband with his own past, taken him into her confidence and told him. With the chance in view that his reason might become unsettled from the chronic torment of constant half-revivals of memory, would it not almost be safer to face the acute convulsion of a sudden éclaircissement, to put happiness to the touch and win or lose it all? Sally could be got out of the way for long enough to allow of a resumption of equilibrium after the shock of the first disclosure, and a completely established understanding that she must not be told, come what might. Supposing that she could tell, and he could hear, the whole story of 20 years ago, better than when a terrible position warped it for teller and hearer in what had since become to her an intolerable dream. Supposing this done, and each could understand the other, might not the very strangeness of the fact that the small new life that played so large a part in that dream had become Sally since, and was the only means by which Sally could have been established, might not this tell for peace? Might it not even raise the question, what does a cloud of 20 years ago matter at all? And suggest the answer, nothing. For did not Sally come to us of the cloud, and could we do without her? But Rosalind's half-insight into the patchwork of her husband's perceptions warranted no step so decisive. Rather, if anything, it pointed to a gradual resumption of his status quo of a few days ago. After all, had he not had, and completely forgotten, recurrences like that of the Baron and the flywheel? Well, perhaps the last was a shade more vivid than the others, but then see now, had he not forgotten it already to all outward seeming? So that the minds of the two of them worked to a common end, silence. Hers in the hope that the effects of the galvanic current, if that did it, would die away and leave him rest for his in the fear that behind the unraised curtain that still hid his early life from himself was hidden what might become a baleful power to breed unrest for hers. But it all depended on his own mastery of himself. Except he told it, who should know that he was Harrison, and how he felt the shelter of the gold? Who was going to suspect that a man who could command wealth in 6 figures by disclosing his identity would keep it a secret? And for his wife's sake, too. A pitiful 4 or 5 figure man might, yes, but hundreds of thousands? Think of it! End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 38. Of an expedition against a goody, and the walk back to Lobjoit's, and the walk back again to Iggulden's. How Fenwick took Vereker's confidence by storm. Of a collier that put to sea. Successful ambuscade of the octopus. Provisional equilibrium of Fenwick's mind. Why bother about Horace? Why not about Pickwick just as much? The kitten wasn't there. Certainly not. So it came about that during the remainder of that day and part of the next, Fenwick either made no further exploration of his past, or, if he did so, concealed his discoveries. For he not only kept silence with Rosalind, but even with Vereker was absolutely reserved, never alluding to their conversation of the morning. And the doctor accepted this reserve, and asked no questions. As for Rosalind, she was only too glad to catch at the support of the medical authority, and to abstain from question or suggestion, for the present certainly, and, unless her silence, as might be, should seem to imply a motive on her part, to maintain it until her husband revived the subject by disclosing further recollections of the bygone time. Happily, Sally knew nothing about it. That her mother was convinced of, and Sally wasn't likely to know anything, for Vereker's professional discretion could be relied on, even if her suspicions were excited. And really, except that Fenwick seemed a little drowsy and reflective, and that Rosalind had a semitone of consolation in her manner towards him, there was nothing to excite suspicion. After the cows, this is an expression borrowed from Sally later in the afternoon, conversation flagged through the rest of the walk home, except for regrets more than once expressed that it would be much too late for tea when we got in, and a passing word on the fact that at the seaside one got as greedy as some celebrated glutton, a Roman emperor perhaps. Very few ideas were interchanged. But a little conversation was made out of the scarcity of a good deal, for the persistent optimism of Sally recognised that it was awfully jolly saying nothing on such a lovely evening. Slight fatigue, combined with the beauty of sky and sea and distant downland, the lengthening shadows of the wheat sheaves, and the scarlet of poppies in the stubble, seemed good to justify contemplation and silence. It was an hour to caress in years to come, none the less that it was accepted as the mere routine of daily life in the short term of its existence. It was an hour that came to an end when the party arrived at the hedge of the unripe sloes that had checked the onset of Albion Villas towards the new town, and passed through the turnstile Fenwick and Vereker had passed through in the morning. Then speech came back, and each did what all folk invariably do after a long spell of silence, revealed what they were being silent about, or seemed to be. Most likely Fenwick's contribution was only a blind, as his mind must have been full of many thoughts he wished to keep to himself. I wonder when Paganini's young woman's row with her mother's going to come off. To-day or to-morrow? I was wondering whether it would come off at all. I dare say she'll accept the inevitable. Thus Rosalind, and for our part, we believe this also was not quite candid, in fact was really suggested by her husband's remark. But Sally's was a genuine disclosure, and really showed what her mind had been running on. "I've been meditating a crusade," she said, with remoteness from current topics in her voice, and both her companions immediately made concessions to one that seemed to them genuine as compared with their own. "Against whom, kitten?" said her mother, and Fenwick reinforced her with, "Yes, who's the crusade to be against, Sarah?" "Against the octopus." And Sally says this with the most perfectly unconscious gravity, as though a crusade against an octopus was a very common occurrence in everyday life. The eyes of her companions twinkle a little interchange across her, unseen, but are careful to keep anything suggesting a smile out of their voices, as they imply for enlightenment. "Because of poor Prosy," Sally explains. "You'll see now. She won't allow him to come round this evening. You see if she does." She is so intent upon her subject matter that they might almost have smiled aloud without detection, after all. "When's it to come off, Sarah, the crusade?" "I was thinking of going round this evening if he doesn't turn up." "Suppose we all go," Fenwick suggests, and Rosalind assents. The crusade may be considered organised. "We'll give him till 8:45, Sally says, forecasting strategy, and then if he doesn't come, we'll go." 8:45 came, but no doctor. So the crusade came off as arranged, with the result that the Christian forces, on arriving in the neighbourhood of Jerusalem, found that the octopus responsible for the personation of the Saracens had just gone to bed. It was an ill-advised crusade, because if the Christians had only had a little patience, the released prisoner would have looked round as soon as his janitor was asleep. As it turned out, no sooner were the visitors' voices audible than the octopus became alive to the pleasures of society, and renounced sleep in its favour. She would slip something on and come down, and did so. Her doing so was out of keeping with the leading idea of the performance, presenting the Paynim as an obliging race, but a meek and suffering one, though it never aired its grievances. These, however, were the chief subjects of the conversation during the visit, which, in spite of every failure in dramatic propriety, was always spoken of in days after as the Crusade. It came to an end in due course, the Saracen host retiring to bed with benedictions. Vereker walked back with our friends to Mrs. Lobjoit's through the sweet night air, a considerate little shower of rain that came down while they were sympathetically engaged had just washed clean. Vapour drifts that were wavering between earth and sky and sacrificing their birthright of either cloudship or foghood were accompanying a warm sea wind towards the north. Out beyond, and quite clear of all responsibility for them and theirs, was a flawless heaven with a stellar and planetary universe in it, pitiless and passionless eyes perhaps, as Tennyson calls them, and strange fires, but in this case without power to burn and brand their nothingness into the visitors to St. Sennans, who laughed and talked and smoked and took no notice, and indeed, rather than otherwise, considered that Orion's Belt and Aldebaran had been put there to make it a fine night for them to laugh and talk and smoke in. It was pleasant to Vereker, after his walk with Fenwick in the morning, to find the latter like his usual cheerful self again. The doctor had had rather a trying time with his goody mother, so that the day had been more one of tension than of peace, and it was a heavenly respite to him from filial duties dutifully borne to walk home with the goddess of his paradise, the paradise that was so soon to come to an end and send him to the release of his locum, Mr. Neckett. Never mind. The having such a time to look back to in the future was quite as much as one general practitioner with a duty to his mother could in reason expect. Was Dr. Conrad aware, we wonder, how much the philosophical resignation that made this attitude of thought possible was due to the absence of any other visible favoured applicant for Miss Sally, and the certainty that he would see her once or twice a week at least, after he had gone back to his prescriptions and his diary of cases? Probably he wasn't. And when, on arriving at Lobjoit's, Fenwick announced that he didn't want to go in yet and would accompany the doctor back to Iggulden's and take a turn round, the only misgiving that could try for an insecure foothold in the mind now given up to the delirium it called Sally was one that Fenwick might have some new painful memory to tell. But he was soon at rest about this. Fenwick wasn't going to talk about himself, very much the reverse, if one's own reverse is someone else. He was going to talk about the doctor, into whose arm he slipped his own as soon as he had lighted his second cigar, for they had not walked quick from Iggulden's. "Now, tell me about Sir Dioscorides Naylor and the epileptiform disorders." "Miss Sally's been telling you?" "No, she didn't. Sally did." Both laughed. "The doctor will make it Sally next time. That's understood." "You told Sally, and she told me. What's the damage to be?" "How much did Sally tell you?" The little formality comes easier to the doctor's shyness, as it figures this time quotation-wise. It is a repeat of Fenwick's use of it. "Sally said 3,000? "Yes, that's what I told her, but it's not official. He may want more. He may let me have it for 3, only I don't know why I should have it for less than anyone else." "Never you mind why. That's no concern of yours, my dear boy. What you've got to think of is yourself and Mrs. Vereker. Dioscorides will take care of himself. Trust him." "Yes, of course, I have to think of my mother." One can hear in the speaker's voice what may be either self-reproach for having neglected this aspect of the case, or very tolerant indictment of Fenwick for having mistakenly thought he had done so. "What's the man thinking of? Of course you have, but I didn't mean your mother. She's a dear old lady." This came grudgingly. "But I didn't mean her. I meant the Mrs. Vereker that's to come." "Your wife, dear fellow, your wife." The way the young man flushed up, hesitated, stammered, couldn't organise a sane word, amused Fenwick intensely. Of course he was, so to speak, quite at home, understood the position thoroughly, but he wasn't going to torment the doctor. He was only making it impossible for him to avoid confession for his own sake. He did not wait for the stammering to take form, but continued. "I mean the young lady you told Sally about. The young lady you are hesitating to propose to because there'll be what you call complications in medicine. Complications about your mamma, to put it plainly. Oh, yes, of course, Sally told me all about it directly." Vereker cannot resist a laugh, for all his embarrassment, a laugh which somehow had the image of Sally in it. "She would, you know. Sally's the sort of party that if she'd been Greek would have been the daughter of an Arcadian shepherdess and a thunderbolt." "Of course she would. I say, Fenwick, look here." "Have another cigar, old man." "No, I've smoked enough. That one's lasted all the time since we came out. Look here, what I want to say is, well, that I was a great fool. Did wrong, in fact, to talk to Sally about that young lady." "And to that young lady about Sally?" Fenwick says quietly. For half a second, such alacrity has thought, Vereker takes his meaning wrong, thinks he really believes in the other young lady. Then it flashes on him, and he knows how his companion has been seeing through him all the while. But so lovable is Fenwick, and so much influence is there in the repose of his strength, that there is no resentment on Vereker's part that he should be thus seen through. He surrenders at discretion. "I see you know," he says helplessly. "Know you love Sally? Of course I do. So does her mother. So does yours, for that matter. So does everyone except herself. Why, even you yourself know it. She will never know it unless she hears it on the best authority. Your own, you know." "Ought I to tell her? I know I was all wrong about that humbug girl I cooked up to tell her about. I altogether lost my head, and I was a fool." "I can't see what end you proposed to yourself by doing it," says Fenwick a little maliciously. "If Sally had recommended you to speak up because it was just possible the young lady might be pining for you all the time, you couldn't have asked her name and then said, 'That's hers, you're her,' like the fat boy in Pickwick. No, I consider, my dear boy, that you didn't do yourself any good by that ingenious fiction. You know all the while you wouldn't have been sorry to think she understood you." "I don't know that I didn't think she did. I really don't know what I did or didn't think. I quite lost my head over it, that's the truth." "Highly proper. Quite consistent with human experience. It's the sort of job chaps always do lose their heads over. The question now is, what are we going to do next?" Which meant, what was Vereker going to do next, and was understood by his hearer in that sense. He made no answer at the moment, and Fenwick was not going to press for one. A Newcastle collier had come in to deliver her cargo some days since, before the wind sprang up, and the coal carts had been passing and repassing across the sands at low water, for there was a new moon somewhere in the sky when she came, as thin as a sickle, clinging tight round the business moon that saw to the spring tides. A phantom sphere an intrepid star was daring to go close to. This brig had not been disappointing her backers, for wagers had been freely laid that she would drag her moorings in the wind and drift. Fenwick and Vereker stopped in their walk to lean on the wooden rail above the beach that skirted the two inclines, going either way, up which the waggons had been a couple of hours ago scrambling over the shingle against time, to land one more load yet, while the ebb allowed it. They could hear the yo, yo of the sail-hoisters at work on the big mainsail abaft, and wondered how on earth she was going to be got clear with so little seaway and the wind dead in shore. But they were reassured by the ancient mariner with the striped shirt, whose mission in life seemed to be to stand about and enlighten landminds about sea facts. "The master of yonder craft had done that much afore, and he'd done it again. Why, you'd known him from 3-year-old, the striped shirt had, which settled the matter." Then presently the clink, clink of the windlass dragging at the anchor. They watched her in silence till, free of her moorings, anyone could have sworn she would be on shore to a certainty, but she wasn't. She seemed mysteriously to be able to manage for herself, and just as a berth for the night on the shingle appeared inevitable, leaned over to the wind, and crept away from the land, triumphant. Then, the show being over, as Fenwick and Vereker turned to look the lateness of the hour in the face and get home to bed, the latter answered the question of the former, as though he had but just asked it. "Speak to Sally. I shall have to." And then added with an awe-struck face and bated breath, "But it's awful." A moment after he was laughing at himself, as he said to his companion, referring to a very palpable fact, "I don't wonder I made you laugh just now." They walked on without much said till they came to Iggulden's, when the doctor, seeing no light in the sitting-room, hoped his worthy mother had fulfilled a promise made when they came away, and gone to bed. It was then past 11, but he was reckoning without his host. Fenwick said to him, as they stood on Iggulden's threshold and doormat respectively, presuming rashly, on imperfect information, to delay farewells, "Now look here, Conrad, my dear boy. I like your name, Conrad. Don't you go and boil over to Sally to-morrow, nor next day. You'll only spoil the rest of your stay, maybe." "What?" "Well, what I mean is that nothing I say prejudices the kitten. You'll understand that, I'm sure." "Perfectly. Of course, if Sally were to say she knew somebody she would like a deal better, there's no reason why she shouldn't. I mean, I couldn't complain." "Yes, I see. You'd exonerate her. Good boy, very proper." And indeed the doctor had felt, as the words passed his lips, that he was rather a horrid liar. But the point didn't matter. Fenwick laughed it off. "Just you take my advice and refer the matter to the kitten the last day you're here. Monday, won't it be? And don't think about it." "Oh, no. I'm a philosophical sort of chap, I am. Never in extremes. Good night." "I see. Sperat infestis metuit secundis alteram sortem bene preparatum pectus." Horace. Fenwick ran this through in a breath, and the doctor, a little hazy in school memories of the classics, said, "What's that?" and began translating it. The bosom well prepared for either lot fears." Fenwick caught him up and completed the sentence. "Fears what is good and hopes for what is not. Cut away to bed, old chap, and sleep sound." Then he paused a moment, as he saw the doctor looking a question at him intently, and just about to speak it. He answered it before it came. No, nothing more. I mean to forget all about it and take my life as it stands. Bother Mr. Harrison." He dropped his voice to say this, then raised it again. "Don't you fret about me, doctor. Remember, I'm Algernon Fenwick. Good night." "Good night." And then the doctor, with the remains of heart turmoil in him, and a brain reeling more or less, went up into what he conceived to be an empty dark room, and was disconcerted by an ill-used murmur in the darkness, a meek, submissive voice of one accustomed to slights. "I told her to blow it out and go to bed. It's all quite right, my dear, so do not complain. Now help me with my things, and I will get to bed." "My dear mother, I am so sorry. I had no idea you had not gone long ago." "My dear, it does not matter in the least now. What is done is done. Be careful with the grease over my work. These candles drop dreadfully unless you hold them exactly upright. And gutter. Now, give me your arm, and I will go to bed. I think I shall sleep." And the worthy woman was really, if her son could only have got his eyes freed from the scales of domestic superstition and seen it, intensely happy and exultant at this fiendish little piece of discomfort-mongering. She had scored, there was no doubt of it. She was even turning it over in her own mind, whether it would not bear repetition at a future time, and quite intended, if so, to enjoy herself over it. Now the doctor was contrite and heavy at heart at his cruel conduct, walking about, just think, and talking over his own affairs, while his self-sacrificing mother was sitting in the dark with the lamp out. To be sure, there was no visible reason why she should have had it put out, except as a picturesque and imaginative way of rubbing her altruism into its nearest victim, unless indeed it was done in order that the darkened window should seem to announce to the returning truant that she had gone to bed, and to lull his mind to unconsciousness of the ambush that awaited him. Anyhow, the doctor was so impressed with his own delinquency that he felt it would be impossible, the lamp having been put out, to take his mother into his confidence about his conversation with Fenwick, which he certainly would have done, late as the hour was, if it had been left in. So he said good night, and carried the chaos of his emotions away to bed with him, and lay awake with them till cock-crow. As Fenwick walked back home, timing his pace by his expectation of his cigar's duration, he wondered whether perhaps he had not been a little rash. He felt obliged to go back on interviews with Sally, in which the doctor had been spoken of. He recalled for his justification one in particular. The family conclave at Krakatoa Villa had recurred to a remark of Rosalind's about the drawback to Vereker's practice of his bachelorhood. He was then, as it were, brought up for a second reading, and new clauses added to him, containing schedules of possible wives. Fenwick had noticed then that Sally's assent to the insertion of any candidate's name turned on 2 points. One, the lady's consent being taken for granted. The other, that every young single female human creature known by name or describable by language was actually out of the question, or inadmissible in its answer. She rejected almost all applicants for the post of a doctor's wife without examining their claims, on the ground of moral or physical defect. As, for instance, you never would go and tie up poor Prosy to a wife that golloped. Sylvia Peplow, indeed. Interrogated about the nature of golloping, Sally could go no nearer than that Miss Peplow looked as if she couldn't help it. And her sister was worse. She was perfectly pecky, and shut up with a click. And as for the large Miss Baker, why, you knew how large she was, and it would be quite ridiculous. Besides, her stupidity. The only candidates that got the least consideration owed their success to their names or expectations. Caroline Smith had, or would have sometime, 1,000 a year. But she squinted. Still, she might be thought over. Mrs. Policitus Biggs's cousin Isabella would have 2,000 when her mother died, but the vitality of the latter was indescribable. Besides, she was just like her name, Isabella, and did her hair religiously. There was Chariclea Epimenides, certainly, who had got 3,000 and would have 6 more. She might be worth thinking of. "Oh, why don't you have him yourself, Sarah?" Fenwick had asked at this point. Rosalind had just left the room to speak to Anne, but he didn't want Sarah to be obliged to answer, so he went on. "Why are all these young ladies' incomes exactly in round thousands?" To which Sally had replied, "They always are when you haven't got 'em," but had fallen into contemplation, and presently said, out of the blue, "Because I'm an unsettled sort of party, a vagrant. I shouldn't do for a GP's wife, thank you, Jeremiah. I should like to live in a caravan, and go about the country, and wood fires out of doors." Was it, Fenwick wondered, the gipsies they had seen to-day that had made her think of this? And then he recalled how he afterwards heard the kitten singing to herself the old ballad. "What care I for my goose-feather bed? What care I for my money-o?" And hearing her so sing had somehow imputed to the parade of bravado in the swing of its rhythm a something that might have belonged to a touched chord. Like enough a mistake of his, said reason, but for all that the reminiscence played its part in soothing Fenwick's misgivings of his own rashness. "The kitten's all right," he said to himself, "and if she doesn't want Master Conrad, the sooner he knows it, the better." But he had little doubt of the course things would take as he stopped to look at that venturesome star that seemed to be going altogether too near the moon for safety. In a few moments he turned again towards home. And then his mind must needs go off to the thing of all others he wished not to think of, himself. He had come to see this much clearly, that until the veil floated away from between him and his past, and left the whole atmosphere transparent, there could be no certainty that a recrudescence of that past would not be fatal to his wife's happiness, and inevitably, therefore, to his own. Having once formulated the idea that for the future he was to be one person and Harrison another, he found its entertainment in practice easier than he had anticipated. He had only to say to himself that it was for her sake that he did it, and he did not find it altogether impossible to dismiss his own identity from the phantasmagoria that kept on coming back and back before his mind, and to assign the whole drama to another person, to whom he allowed the name of Harrison, all the easier from his knowledge that it had never really been his own. Very much the easier, too, no doubt, from the sense that the function of memory was still diseased, imperfect, untrustworthy. How could it be otherwise when he still was unable to force it back beyond a certain limit? It was mainly a vision of America, and previous to that, a mystery of interminable avenues of trees, and an inexplicable horror of a struggle with death. There he always lost himself. In the hinterland of this there was that vision of a wedding somewhere, and then bewilderment, because the image of his living wife, the very soul of the world he now dwelt in, the woman whose daughter had grown into his heart as his own, yes, not only the image, but the very name of her, had come in and supplanted that of the forgotten wife on that forgotten day. So much so that more than once, in striving to follow the clue given by that railway carriage, his mind had involuntarily called the warm living thing that came into his arms from it Rosy. In the face of that, what was the worth of anything he should recollect now, that he should not discard it as a mere phantasm, for her sake? How almost easy to say to himself, "That was Harrison," and then to add, "whoever he was," and dismiss him. Do you who read, find this so very difficult to understand? Can you recall no like imperfect memory of your own that, multiplied 100-fold, would supply an analogy, a standpoint to look into Fenwick's disordered mind from? After his delirious collision with his first vigorous revival of the past, he was beginning to settle down to face it, helped by the talisman of his love for Rosalind, whom it was his first duty to shield from whatever it should prove to hold of possible injury to her. That happy hour of the dying sunset in the shorn cornfields, with her and Sally and the sky above and the sea beyond, had gone far to soothe the perturbation of the night. And his talk of the morning with this young man he had just left had helped him strongly, for he knew in his heart he could safely go to him again if he could not bear his own silence, could trust him with whatever he could tell at all to any one. Could he not, when he was actually ready to trust him with Sally? So, though he was far from feeling at rest, a working equilibrium was in sight. He could acquiesce in what came back to him as it came, need never struggle to hasten or retard it. Little things would float into his mind, like houseflies into the ray from a shutter-crack in a darkened room, and float away again uncaptured, or whiz and burr round and against each other as the flies do, and then decide, as the flies do, that neither concerns the other, and each may go his way. But he was nowise bound to catch these things on the wing, or persuade them to live in peace with one another. If they came, they came, and if they went, they went. Such a one caught his thoughts and held them for a moment, as, satisfied that astronomy would see to that star, he turned to go straight home to Lobjoit's. That would just last out the cigar. But what was it now? What was the fly that flew into his sun-ray this time, that it should make him remember a line of Horace, to be so pat with it, and to know what it meant, too? But this fact, that he could not tell how he came to know its meaning, showed him how decisively the barrier line across the memory of his boyhood was drawn, or, it might be, his early manhood. He could not remember, properly speaking, the whole of his life in the States, but he could remember telling a man, one Larpent, a man with a club foot, at Ontario, that he had been there over 15 years. This man has nothing to do with the story, but he happens to serve as an illustration of the disjointed way in which small details would tell out clear against a background of confusion. Why, Fenwick could remember his face plainly, how close-shaven he was, and black over the razor-land, how his dentist had inserted an artificial tooth that didn't match, and shone out white. But as to the 15 years he had spent in the States, that he had told Mr. Larpent of, they grew dimmer and dimmer as he tried to carry his recollection further back. beyond them, or rather longer ago than they, properly speaking, came that endless, intolerable labyrinth of trees, and then, earlier still, that railway carriage. It was getting clearer, but the worst of it was that the clearer it got, the clearer grew the Rosie that came out of it. As long as that went on, there was nothing of it all he could place faith in. He had been told that no man could be convinced by his own reason of his own hallucination. He would supply a case to the contrary. It would amuse him one day, if ever he came to know that girl of the railway carriage was dead, to tell Rosalind all his experiences, and how bravely he fought against what he knew to be delusion. But he must make an effort against this sort of thing. Here was he, who had just made up his mind, so he phrased it, to remain himself and refuse to be Harrison. No sooner was he left alone for a few minutes than he must needs be raking up the past. And that, too, because of a line of Horace, sound in itself, but quite cut asunder from its origin, the book he read it in or the voice he heard read it. What did that line matter? Leave it for Mr. Harrison in that state of pre-existence. As well make a point of recalling the provenance of any little thing that had happened in his present life. Well, for instance, Mary and the fat boy in Pickwick. Rosalind had read him that aloud, he knew, but he couldn't say when. Was he going to worry himself to recall that which could do him no harm to know? Surely not. And if so, why strive to bring back things better forgotten? It is useless to endeavour to make the state of Fenwick's mind, at this point of the imperfect revival of memory, appear other than incredible. A person who has had the painful experience of forgetting his own name in a dream would perhaps understand it best, or, without going so far, can no help be got towards it from our frequent certainties about some phrase, for instance, that we think we cannot possibly forget, about some date we believe no human power will ever obliterate, and in 5 minutes, gone, utterly gone. Truly, there is no evidence but a man's own word for what he does or does not, can or cannot recollect. I say, Rosie, when was it you read to me about Mary and the fat boy in Pickwick? Fenwick, having suggested a doubt to himself about his power to recall what he supposed to have happened recently, had, of course, set about doing it directly. His question was asked of his wife as he came into her bedroom on his return. He mounted the stairs, singing to himself, Que nous mangerons marotte et bec à bec et toi et moi, till he came in to where Rosalind was sitting reading, with her wonderful hair combed free, probably by Sally for a treat. Then he asked his question rather suddenly and made her start. I was in the middle of my book and you made me jump. He gave her a kiss for apology. What's the question? When did I read to you about Mary and the fat boy? I couldn't say. I feel as if I had, though. Was it out in the garden at K Villa? It wasn't here. He usually called Krakatoa K for working purposes. No, it certainly wasn't here. It must have been at home. Only I can't recollect when. Ask Sally. The kitten wasn't there. She would know, though. She always knows. She's not asleep yet. Sallykin. The young person is on the other side of a mere wooden partition, congenial to the architecture of Lobjoits, and her reply conveys the idea of a speaker in bed who hasn't moved to answer. What? Be quick, I'm going to sleep. I'm so sorry, Chick. When was it I read to this man Mary and the fat boy in Pickwick? How should I know? Not when I was there. All right, Sarah. Thus Fenwick, to whom Sarah responds, Good night, Jeremiah. Go to bed, and don't keep decent Christian people awake at this hour of night. Take Mother's book away and cut it. Rosalind closes her book and says, I don't know, darling, if Sally doesn't. Why do you want to know? Couldn't say. It crossed my mind. I know the kitten wasn't there, though. Good night, love. Oh, yes, I shall sleep tonight. Ta-ta, Sarah. Pleasant dreams. But he had not reached the door when the voice of Sarah came again, with the implication of a mouth that had come out into the open. Stop, Jeremiah, it said. It wasn't at K Villa. Why not, Chick? Because Pickwick's lost. It was lent to those impossible people at Turnham Green, and they stole it, I know they did. Name like Marleybone. The Halliburtons? Why, that's ever so long ago. Thus Rosalind. "Of course it is. It's been gone ages. I'm going to sleep. Good night." And Jeremiah said good night once more and departed. Sally didn't go straight to sleep, but she made a start on her way there. It was not a vigorous start, for she had hardly begun upon it when she desisted and sat up in bed and listened. "What's that, mother? Nothing wrong, is there?" "No, darling child. What should be wrong? Go to sleep." "I thought I heard you gasp, or snuffle, or sigh, or sob, or click in your throat. That's all. Sure you didn't?" "Quite sure. Now do be a reasonable kitten and go to sleep. I shall be in bed in half a second." And Sally subsides, but first makes a stipulation. "You will sleep in your hair, mother darling, won't you? Or at least do it up, and not that hateful nightcap." But though Rosalind felt conscientiously able to disclaim any of the sounds Sally had described, something audible had occurred in her breathing. Sally's first word had gone nearest, but it was hardly a full-grown gasp. Her husband's question about Pickwick had scarcely taken her attention off an exciting story climax, and she really did want to know why the Archbishop turned pale as death when the Countess kissed him. Jerry was looking well and cheerful again, and there was nothing to connect his inquiry with any reminiscence of B.C. So as soon as he had gone, she reopened her book, not without a mental allusion to a dog in Proverbs, and went on where she had left off. The writer had not known how to manage his Archbishop and Countess, and the story went flat and slushy like an ill-whipped Sabayoni. She put the book aside and wondered whether Pickwick really had been alienated by the impossible Haliburtons. Sat thinking, but only of the thing of now, nothing of buried records. So she sat, it might be for 2 minutes. Then quite suddenly she had bitten her lips and her brows had wrinkled, and her eyes had locked to a fixed look that would stay till she had thought this out, so her face said, and the stillness of her hand. For she had suddenly remembered when and where it was she had read to that man about Mary and the fat boy. It was in the garden of her mother's 22 years ago. She remembered it well now, and quite suddenly. She could remember how Jerry, young man-wise, had tried to utilise Thackeray to show his greater knowledge of the world, had flaunted Piccadilly and Pall Mall before the dazzled eyes of an astonished suburban. She could remember how she read it aloud to him, because when he read over her shoulder, she always turned the page before he was ready. And his decision that Dickens's characters were never gentlemen, and her saying perhaps that was why he was so amusing. And then how he got the book from her and went on reading while she went away for her lawn tennis shoes, and when she came back found he had only 2 more pages to read, and then he would come and play. But it spoke well for her husband's chances of a quiet time tonight that he should hold this memory in his mind, and yet be secure against a complete resurrection of the past. Nothing else might grow from it. He evidently thought the reading had been at Shepherd's Bush. He would hardly have said the kitten wasn't there unless his ideas had been glued to that spot. But then, and Rosalind's mind swam to think of it, how very decisively the kitten was not there in that other garden 22 years ago. It was at that moment the gasp, or sigh, or sob, or whatever it was, awoke Sally. Her mother had been strong against the mere memory of the happy hour of thoughtless long ago, but then this that was to come, this thing the time was thoughtless of, was it not enough to force a gasp from self-control itself? A cry from any creature claiming to be human? The kitten wasn't there. No, truly, she was not. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 39. How memory crept back, and Fenwick kept his own counsel. Rosalind need never know of it. Of a jolly big blob of melted candle, and Sally's half-brother. Of Fenwick's improved good spirits. That was a day of many little incidents,
and a fine day into the bargain. Perhaps the next day was helped to be a flat day by the barometer, which had shown its usual untrustworthiness and gone down. The wind's grievance, very perceptible to the leeward of keyholes and window cracks, may have been against this instability. It had been looking forward to a day's rest, and here this meteorology must needs be fussing. Neptune, on the contrary, was all the fresher for his half-holiday, and was trotting out tiny white ponies all over his fields, who played bo-peep with each other in and out of the valleys of the ploughland. But they were grey valleys now, that yesterday were smiling in the sun. And the sky was a mere self-coloured sky, a modern expression, as unconvincing as most of its congeners, and wanted to make everything else as grey as itself. Also there came drifts of fine rain that wetted you through, and your umbrella wasn't any good. So a great many of the visitors to St. Sennans thought they would stop at home and get those letters written. Sally wouldn't admit that the day was flat per se, but only that it had become so owing to the departure of Lætitia and her husband. She reviewed the latter a good deal, as one who had recently been well under inspection and had stood the test. He was really a very nice fellow, haberdasher or no, wasn't he, mother? To which Rosalind replied that he was a very nice fellow indeed, only so quiet. If he had had his violin with him, he would have been much more perceptible, but she supposed it was best to travel with it as little as possible, for it had been decided, all things considered, that the precious Strad should be left locked up at home. "It's got an insurance policy all to itself," said Sally, "for £300. She was quite awestruck by the 300 golden sovereigns which these pounds would have been if they had had an existence of their own off paper. "You ought to have an insurance policy all to yourself, Sarah," said Fenwick, "only I don't believe any office would accept you. Fancy your swimming out like that yesterday. How far did you go?" "Round the buoy and back again. I say, Jeremiah, if I ever get drowned, mind you rush to the bathing machine and see if there's a copy of Ally Sloper or Tit-Bits, because there'd be £50 for each. Think of that!" Sally is delighted with these sums, too, to the extent of quite losing sight of the sacrifice necessary for their acquisition. 2 whole 50s, Fenwick says, adding, after consideration, "I think we had sooner keep our daughter, eh, Rosey?" And Rosalind agreed, only she really was a shocking madcap, the kitten. Had some flavour of Fenwick's mental history got in the air, that Sally, presumably with no direct information about its last chapter, should say to him suddenly, "It is such a puzzle to me, Jeremiah, that you've never recollected the railway carriage." He was saved from telling fibs in reply, for he had recollected the railway carriage, and left it, as it were, for Mr. Harrison, by Sally continuing, "When you were Mr. Fenwick, and I wasn't at liberty to kiss you." She did so, to illustrate. "I don't see how I could reasonably have resented your kissing me, Sarah, and I'm Mr. Fenwick now." "On the contrary, you're Jeremiah. But if you were he ever so, I'm puzzled why Mr. Fenwick now can't remember Mr. Fenwick then." "He can't, Sarah dear. He can no more remember Mr. Fenwick then than if no such person had ever existed." It was a clever equivocation, for though he had so far made nothing of the name on his arm, he was quite clear he came back to England Harrison. His gravity and sadness, as he said it, might have been not so much duplicity as a reflection from his turgid current of thought of the last 2 days. It imposed on Sally, who decided in her own mind on changing the topic as soon as she could do it without a jerk. Meanwhile, a stepping stone was available, extravagant treatment of the subject with a view to help from laughter. "I wonder what Mr. Fenwick then would have thought if I had kissed him in the railway carriage." "He'd have thought you must be Sally, only he hadn't noticed it. He wouldn't have made a rumpus on high moral grounds, I'm sure. But I don't know about the old cock that talked about the terms of the company's charter." "Hullo!" Sally interrupts him blankly. He had better have left it alone, but it wouldn't do to admit anything. "What's hullo, Sarah?" "See how you're recollecting things. Jeremiah's recollecting the railway carriage, mother. The electrocution carriage." "Are you, darling?" Rosalind, coming behind his chair, puts her hand round his neck. "What have you recollected?" "I don't think I've recollected anything the kitten hasn't told me," says Fenwick dreamily. But Sally is positive she never told him anything about the terms of the company's charter. Rosalind adheres to her policy of keeping Sally out of it as much as possible. In this case a very small fib indeed serves the purpose. "You must have told him, chick. Or perhaps I repeated it. I remember your telling me about the elderly gentleman who was in a rage with the company." Sally looked doubtful, but gave up the point. Nevertheless, Fenwick felt certain in his own heart that the terms of the company's charter was a bit of private recollection of his own, and Rosalind had never heard of it before. But it was true she had heard of the elderly gentleman. Near enough. As to the crowd of memories that kept coming, some absolutely clear, some mere phantoms, into the arena of Fenwick's still disordered mind, they would have an interest, and a strong one, for this story, if its object were the examination of strange freaks of memory. But the only point we are nearly concerned with is the rigid barrier drawn across the backward pathway of his recollection at some point between 10 and 15 years ago. Till this should be removed, and the dim image of his forgotten marriage should acquire force and cohesion, he and his wife were safe from the intrusion of their former selves on the scene of their present happiness, safe possibly from a power of interference it might exercise for ill, safe certainly from risk of a revelation to Sally of her mother's history and her own parentage, but safe at a heavy cost to the one of the three who alone now held the key to their disclosure. However vividly Fenwick had recalled the incidents of his arrival in England, and however convinced he was that no part of them were mere dream, they all belonged for him to that buried Harrison, whose identity he shrank from taking on himself, would have shrunk from at the cost that was to be paid for it, had the prize of its inheritance been 10 times as great. Still, one or two connecting links had caught on either side, the chief one being Sally, who had actually spoken with him whilst still Harrison, although it must be admitted she had not kissed him, and the one next in importance, the cabman. The pawnbroker made a very bad third, in fact scarcely counted, owing to his own moroseness or reserve. But the cabman! Why, Fenwick had it all now at his fingers' ends. He could recall the start from New York, the wish to keep the secret of his gold-mining success to himself on the ship, and his satisfaction when he found his name printed with one S in the list of cabin passengers. Then a pleasant voyage on a summer Atlantic, and that nice young American couple whose acquaintance he made before they passed Sandy Hook, every penny of whose cash had been stolen on board, and how he had financed them, careless of his own ready cash. And how then, not being sure if he should go to London or to Manchester, he decided on the former, and wired his New York banker to send him credit prompt at the bank he named in London. And then Livermore's Rents, 1808, and the joy of the cabman, and then the twopenny tube, and then Sally. He tried what he could towards putting in order what followed, but could determine nothing except that he stooped for the half-crown, and something struck him a heavy blow. Thereupon he was immediately a person, or a confusion, sitting alone in a cab, to whom a lady came, whom he thought he knew, and to this lady he wanted to say, "Is that you?" for no reason he could now trace, but found he could scarcely articulate. Recalling everything thus, to the full, he was able to supply links in the story that we have found no place for so far. For instance, the loss of a small valise on the boat that contained credentials that would have made it quite unnecessary for him to cable to New York for credit. And also an accident this reminded him of, that he had not only parted with most of his cash to the young Americans, but had given his purse to the lady to keep her share of it in, saying he had a very good cash pocket, and would have plenty of time to buy another, whereas they were hurrying through to catch the tidal boat for Calais. This accounted for that little new pocket-book without a card in it that had given no information at all. He could remember having made so free with his cards on the boat and in the train that he had only one left when he got to Euston. He found himself, as the hours passed, better and better able to dream and speculate about the life he now chose to imagine was Harrison's property, not his. And the more so, the more he felt the force of the barrier drawn across the earlier part of it. Had the barrier remained intact, he might ultimately have convinced himself, for all practical purposes, that Harrison's life was all dream. Yes, all a dream. The cold and the gold of the Klondike, the French Canadians at Ontario, 4 years on a cattle ranch in California, 5 of unsuccessful attempts to practise at the American bar, all a dream of another man named Harrison, dreamed by Algernon Fenwick, that big hairy man at the wine merchant's in Bishopsgate, who has a beautiful wife and a daughter who swims like a fish. One of the many might-have-beens that were not. But a decision against its reality demanded time, and his revival of memory was only 48 hours old, so far. Of course, he would have liked, of all things, to make full confession and talk it all out, this quasi-dream, to Rosalind. But he could not be sure how much he could safely bring to light, how much would be best concealed. He could not run the slightest risk when the thing at stake was her peace of mind. No, Harrison be hanged, him and his money too. So, though things kept coming to his recollection, he could hold his peace, and did so. There was nothing to come, not likely to be, that could unsay that revelation that he had been a married man, and did not know of his wife's death. Not even that he and she had been divorced, which would have been nearly as bad. He knew the worst of it, at any rate, and Rosalind need never know it if he kept it all to himself, best and worst. So that day passed, and there was nothing to note about it, unless we mention that Sally was actually kept out of the Channel by Neptune's little white ponies aforesaid, which spoiled the swimming water, though of course it wasn't rough, backed by the fact that these little sudden showers wetted you through, right through your waterproof, before you knew where you were. Dr. Conrad came in, as usual, in the evening, reporting that his mother was rather better. It was a discouraging habit she had when she was not known to have been any worse than usual. This good lady always caught commiseration napping, if ever that quality took 40 winks. The doctor was very silent this evening, imbibing Sally without comment. However, St. Sennans was drawing to a close for all others. That was enough to account for it, Sally thought. It was the last day but one, and poor Prosy couldn't be expected to accept her own view that the awful jolliness of being back at Krakatoa Villa would even compensate, more than compensate, for the pangs of parting with the saint. Sally's optimism was made of a stuff that would wash, or all was wool. According to her own account, she had spent the whole day wondering whether the battle between Tishy and her mother had come off. She said so last thing of all to her mother, as she decanted the melted paraffin off the bedroom candle, whose wick, up to its neck therein, was unable to find a scope for its genius, and yielded only a spectral blue spark that went out directly if you carried it. Tilted over, it would lick in the end, this was Sally's testimony, and if you dropped the grease on the back of the soap dish and thickened it up to a good blob, it would come off click when it was cold, and not make any mess at all. "Yes, I've been wondering all day long," said she, "how I should enjoy being there to see. How freezing and dignified the dragon will be, Mrs. Sales Wilson. Or perhaps she'll flare. I wish this wick would, and it's such a disgraceful waste of good candle. I do think, kitten, you're unkind to the poor lady. Just think how she must have dreamed about the splendid match her handsome daughter was going to make. And you know it is rather a come-down." "Yes, of course it's a come-down, but I don't pity the dragon one bit. She should have thought more of Tishy's happiness and less of her grandeur. It's just beginning. The flame will go white directly." "She'd got someone else in view, then?" Rosalind was quickly perceptive about it. "Oh, yes, don't you know? Sir Penderfield. That'll do now, nicely. There's the white flame. Sir Oughtred Penderfield, he's a Bart, of course, but he's a horror, and they say his father was even worse, like father, like son, and the dragon wanted Tishy to accept him." At the name, Rosalind shivered. The thought that followed it sent a knife cut to her heart. This man that Sally had spoken of so unconsciously was her brother. At least he was brother enough to her by blood to make that thought a blade to penetrate the core of her mother's soul. It was a case for her strength to show itself in, a case for nettle grasping with a vengeance. She would grasp this nettle directly, but oh, for one moment, only one moment, just to be a little less sick with the slice of the chill steel. Just to quench the tremor she knew would come with her voice if she tried now to say, what was the name? Tishy's prétendue's, I mean, not his father's. But she could take the whole of a moment, and another, for that matter, so she left her words on her tongue's tip to say later, and felt secure that Sally would not look up and see the dumb white face she herself could see in the mirror she sat before. For of course she saw Sally's reflection too, its still thoughtful eyelids half shrouded in a broken coil of black hair their owner's pearly teeth are detaining an end of, to stop it falling in the paraffin she is so intent on as she watches it cooling on the soap dish. "I've made such a jolly big blob it'll take ever so long to cool. You can, you know, if you go gently. Only then the middle stops soft, and if you get in a hurry it spoils the clicket." But it's hard enough now to risk moving the hair over it, and Sally's voice was free to speak as soon as her little white hand had swept the black coils back beyond the round white throat. Mrs. Lobjoit's mirror has its defects, apart from some of the quicksilver having been scratched off, but Rosalind can see the merpussy's image plain enough, and knows perfectly well that before she looks up she will reap the harvest of happiness she has been looking forward to. She will click it off the blob with her finger. The moment of fruition comes, and a filbert thumbnail spuds the hardened lozenge off the smooth glaze. "There!" says Sally. "Didn't I tell you? Just like ice." "What, mother?" For her mother's question had been asked, very slightly varied, in a nettle-grasping sense. She has had time to think. "What was Tishy's man's name, the other applicant? Christian name, I mean, not his father's." "Sir Oughtred Penderfield. Why?" "I remember there was a small boy in India 22 years ago named Penderfield. Is Oughtred his only name?" The nettle grasping there was in this. Rosalind felt consoled by her own strength. "Can't say. He may have a dozen. Never seen him. Don't want to. But his hair's as black as mine, Tishy says. I say, mother, isn't it deliciously smooth?" But this refers to the paraffin lozenge, not to the hair. "Yes, darling. Now I want to get to bed, if you've no objection." "Certainly, mother darling. But I say I'm right about the dragon and Sir Penderfield, because I am, you know." "Of course you are, chick. Only you never told me about him, now did you?" "Because I was so honourable. It was a secret. Very well, good night then. Oh, you poor mother, how cold you are, and I've been keeping you up. Good night." And off went Sally, leaving her mother to reason with herself about her own unreasonableness. After all, what was there in the fact that the little chap she remembered, 7 years old, at the Residency at Copal 20-odd years ago, had grown up and inherited his father's baronetcy? What was there in this to discompose and upset her, to make her breath catch and her nerves thrill? A longing came on her that Jerry should not look in to say good night till she was in a position to refuse interviewing on the score of impending sleep. She made a dash for bed and got the light out-generaling him by perhaps a minute. What could she expect? Not that little Tamerlane, as his father called him, should die just to be out of her path. It was no fault of his that he was his father's son, with, how could she doubt, after what Sally had just said, the curse of his father's form of manhood or beasthood upon him. And yet might it not have been better that he should have died, the innocent child she knew him, than live to follow in his father's footsteps? Better, best of all, that the whole evil brood should perish and be forgotten. Stop! For the thought she had framed caught her breath and held it, caught her by the heart and checked its beating, caught her by the brain and stopped its thinking, and she was glad when her husband's voice found her, dumb and stunned in the silence, and brought a respite to the unanswerable enigma she was face to face with. "Hullo, light out already? Beg your pardon, darling. Good night." "I wasn't asleep." So he came in and said good night officially, and departed. His voice and his presence had staved off a nightmare idea that was on the watch to seize on her. How if chance had brought Sally across this unsuspected relation of hers, and events had forced a full declaration of their kinship? Somnus jumped at the chance given by its frustration. The sea air asserted itself and went into partnership with him, and Rosalind's mind was carried captive into dreamland. But not before she heard her husband stop singing to himself a German student's song as he closed his door on himself for the night. War ist zum großen Herrn geboren, wie Kaiser Maximilian. There could be no further unwelcome memories there, thank heaven. No mind oppressed by them could possibly sing Crambambambuli, crambambuli. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 40. Bathing weather again, and a letter from Tishy Bradshaw. The triumph of Orpheus. But was it Eurydice or the little battery? The Reverend Mr. Herrick. Of a reverie under a bathing machine, and of Gwendoline's mamma's connecting link. Of Dr. Conrad's mamma's donkey chair, and his great-aunt Eliza. How Sally and he started for their last walk at St. Sennans. The next day the morning was bright, and the sea was clear of Poseidon's ponies. They had gone somewhere else. Therefore it behoved Mrs. Lobjoit to get breakfast quick, because it was absurd to expect anybody to go in directly after, and the water wouldn't be good later than 10:30, which Sally, coming downstairs at 8, impressed on Mrs. Lobjoit, who entered her own recognizances that it should appear as by magic the very minute your mamma came down. For it is one of the pleasures of anticipation of a joy to come, to bring about its antecedents too soon, and so procure a blank period of unqualified existence to indulge hope in without alloy. Even so, when true Prudence wishes to catch a train, she orders her cab an hour before, and takes tickets 20 minutes before, and arrives on the platform 18 minutes before there is the slightest necessity to do so. And then she stands on the said platform, and lives for the train that is to be, and inquires of every guard, ticket-taker and pointsman, with respect to every linear yard of the platform edge, whether her train is going to come up there. And they ask each other questions, and give prismatic information, and then the train for paradise, let us say, comes reluctantly backwards into the station, with friends standing on its margin, and Prudence seizes her valise, and goes at hand gallop to the other end, where the nth class is, and is only just in time to get a corner seat. So though there was no fear of the tide going out as fast as the train for paradise, Sally, relying on Mrs. Lobjoit, who had become a very old friend in 8 weeks, felt she had done well to be beforehand, and as breakfast would be 20 minutes, sat down to write a letter to Tishy. She wrote epistle-wise, heedless of style and stops, and as her mother was also 20 minutes, we are not responsible for these expressions, she wrote a heap of it. Then events thickened, as Fenwick, returning from an early dip, met the postman outside, and came in bearing an expected letter, which Sally pounced upon. "All about the row," said she, attacking an impregnable corner of the envelope with a fork point, in a fever of impatience to get at the contents. "Hang these envelopes! There, that's done it. Whatever they want to sticky them up so for, I can't imagine." "Get your breakfast, kitten, and read it after."
I dare say. Catch me. No, I'm the sort that never waits for anything. No, Mommy darling, it shan't get cold. I can gormandize and read aloud both at once. But she doesn't keep her promise, for she dives straight into an exploration ahead and meanly says, "Just half a minute till I see what's coming," or "only to the end of this sentence," and also looks very keen and animated, and throws in short notes of exclamation and "wells" and "there's" and "think of that's," till Fenwick enters a protest. "Don't cheat, Sarah," he says. "Play fair. If you won't read it aloud yourself, let somebody else." "There's the first sheet to keep you quiet, Jeremiah," who, however, throws it over to Rosalind, who throws it back with a laugh. "What a couple of big babies you two are," she exclaims. "As if I couldn't possess my soul in peace for 5 minutes. Do put the letter by till you've had your breakfasts." But this, of course, was not approved, and the contents of Letitia's epistle came out by fits and jerks and starts, and may be said to have been mixed with tea and coffee and eggs and bacon and toast. Perhaps we had better leave these out and give the letter intact. Here it is. "Dearest Sally, I'm going to keep my promise and write you a long letter at once and tell you all about our reception at home. You will say it wasn't worth writing, especially as you'll be back on Monday. However, a promise is a promise. We got to Victoria at 7, and were not so very late considering at Georgiana Terrace, but when we'd had something to eat I propounded my idea I told you of, that we should just go straight on and beard Mamma in her own den and have it out. I knew I shouldn't sleep unless we did. Paggy said, wouldn't it do as well if he called there tomorrow for the Strad, which we left behind last time as a connecting link to go and fetch away, and me to meet him as he came from the shop. But surprise tactics were better, I knew they would be, and now Paggy admits I was right. Of course, Thomas stared when he saw who it was, and was going to sneak off without announcing us, and Fawcett, who just crossed us in the passage, was perfectly comic. Pag said afterwards she was bubbling over with undemonstrativeness, which was clever for him. I simply said to Thomas that I thought he had better announce us, as we weren't expected, and he asked who he was to announce, miss. Actually, I was rather relieved when Pag said, "Say Mr. and Mrs. Julius Bradshaw." I should have laughed, I know. Thomas looked a model of discretion that wouldn't commit itself either way, and did as he was bid in an apologetic voice, but he turned round on the stairs to say to me, "I suppose you know, ma'am, there's 2 ladies and a gentleman been dining here?" Because he began Miss and ended Ma'am, and then turned scarlet. Pag said after he thought Thomas wanted to caution us against a bigamist Mamma was harbouring. Papa was very nice, really. His allusion to our little escapade was the only one made, and might have meant nothing at all. "Well, you're a nice couple of people, upon my word." And then, seeing that Mamma remained a block, which she can, he introduced Paggy to one of the 2 ladies as "my son-in-law, Mr. Julius Bradshaw." I'm sure Mamma gave a wooden snort and was ashamed of it before visitors, because she did another, rather more probable one directly after, and pretended it was only that sort. Really, except for a peck for me and saying howd and nothing more to Paggy, she kept herself to herself, but it didn't matter because of what happened. Really, it quite made me jump. I mean the way the lady Pag was introduced to rushed into his arms. I wasn't sure I hadn't better take him away at once. She was a celebrated German pianiste that had accompanied him in Paris. Mamma was at school with her in Frankfurt. She had been inconsolable at the disappearance of the great Carissimi, whose playing of the Kreutzer was the only perfectly sympathetic one she had ever met. Was she never to play it with him again? Alas, no, for she was off to Vienna tomorrow, and then to New York, and if the ship went down she would never play the Kreutzer with Signore Carissimi again. I saw Papa's eye looking mischievous, and then he pointed to the Strad where it was lying on the piano, locked up safe, we saw to that, and said there was Paganini's fiddle, why not play the Kreuzstand, or whatever you called it, now? Mamma found her voice, but lost her judgment, for she tried to block the performance on a fibby ground. Think how late it was, and how it would be keeping Madame von Hoffenhofer. She put her head in the lion's mouth there, for the Frau immediately said she would play all night rather than lose a note of Signore Carissimi. The other 2 went, and nobody wanted them. I've forgotten the woman's second husband's name. He's dead. But her son's the man I told you about. Of course, he hadn't expected to meet me, and I hope he felt like a fool. I was so glad it wasn't him, but Paggy. They played right through the Kreutzer, and didn't want the music, which couldn't be found, and then did bits again, and it was absolutely glorious. Even Mamma, she's fond of music, it's her only good quality, and where should I get mine from if she wasn't? Couldn't stop quite stony, though she did her best, I promise you. As for Papa, he was chuckling so over Mamma's dilemma, because she wanted to trample on Paggy, and it was a dilemma, that he didn't care for how long it went on. And do you know, dear, it did go on, one thing after another, that Frau glued to the clavier like a limpet not detachable without violence, till nearly 1 a.m, having begun at 10 about. And there was Papa and Egerton and Theeny all sniggering at Mamma, I know, in secret, and really proud of the connection, if the truth were known. Mamma tried to get a little revenge by saying to me freezingly, when the Hoffenhofer had gone, "I suppose you're going home with Mr. Bradshaw, Lætitia? Good night." And then she said good night to Paggy, just as she said how. I thought Paggy behaved so nicely. However, I'll tell you about that on Monday. Papa was very nice, came out on the doorstep to say good night, and do you know, it really is very odd. It must be the sea air. Papa said to Paggy as we were starting, "How's the head? The nerves, you know, eh, Master Julius?" And actually Paggy said, "Why, God bless my soul, I had forgotten all about them." Oh, Sally, darling, just think. Suppose they got well, and all because I treated him to a honeymoon. Oh, my gracious, what a long letter. There now, that is a letter and a half. With love from us both, mine affectionately, and 12 pages, and Tishy's hand not so large neither as all that. This is Sally, as epilogue, but her mother puts in a correction. It's 13 pages. There's a bit on a loose page you haven't read. Sally has seen that, and it was nothing, so she says, but Fenwick picks it up and reads it aloud. P.S. Just a line to say I've remembered that name. She's Herrick, married a parson in India soon after her Penderfield husband died. She's great on reformatories. Sally reread her letter with a glow of interest on her face, and a passing approval or echo now and then. She noticed nothing unusual in either her mother or her stepfather, but she did not look up, so absorbed was she. Had she done so, she might have wondered why her mother had gone so pale suddenly, and why there should be that puzzled, absent look on the handsome face her eyes remained fixed on across the table. But her own mind was far away, deep in her amusement at her friend's letter, full of her image of the disconcerted dragon and the way Paganini and Beethoven in alliance had ridden roughshod over Mrs. Grundy and social distinctions. She saw nothing, and finished a cup of coffee undisturbed, and asked for more. Fenwick, caught by some memory or association he could not define or give its place to, for the moment looked at neither of his companions. Rosalind, only too clear about all the postscript of the letter had brought before her own mind, saw reason to dread its effect on his. The linking of the name of Penderfield and that of the clergyman who had married them at Umballa, a name that 2 days since had had a familiar sound to him when she incautiously uttered it, was using suggestion to bait a trap for memory. She felt she was steering through shoal waters, perilously near the wind. But she made no attempt to break his reverie. She might do as much harm as good. She only watched his face, feeling its contrast to that of the absorbed and happy merpussy, rejoicing in the fortunate outcome of her friend's anxieties. It was a great relief when, with a deep breath and a shake, akin to a horse's when the flies won't take a hint, Fenwick flung off the oppression, whatever it was, and came back into the living world on a stepping stone of the back talk. "Well done, Paganini. Nothing like it since Orpheus and Eurydice, only this time it was Proserpine, not Pluto, that had to be put to sleep. What's the matter, darling? Anything wrong?" "Nothing at all. I was looking at you." "Well, I'm all right." And Sally looked up from her letter for a moment to say, "There's nothing the matter with Jeremiah," and went on reading as before. Sally's attitude about him always implied a kind of proprietorship, as in a large, fairly well-behaved dog. Rosalind felt glad she had not looked at her. Presently Fenwick said, "Now, who's coming for a walk with me?" But Sally was off directly to find the Swiss girl she sometimes bathed with, and Rosalind thought it would be nice in a sheltered place on the beach. She really wanted to be alone, and knew the shortest way to this was to sit still, especially in the morning, but Jerry had better get Vereker to go for a walk. Perhaps she would look in at his mother's later. So Fenwick, after a customary caution to Sally not to drown herself, went away to find Conrad, as he generally called him now. Rosalind was shirking a problem she dared not face from a cowardly conviction of its insolubility. What would she do if Jerry should, without some warning, identify her? She had to confess to herself that she had no clue at all to the effect it would have, coming suddenly, on him. She could at least imagine aspects, attitudes, tones of voice for him if it came slowly, but she could not supply any image of him under other circumstances, not more or less founded on her recollections of 20 years ago. Might she not lose him again, as she lost him then? She must get nearer to safety than she was now. Was she not relying on the house not catching fire instead of negotiating insurance policies or providing fire extinguishers? She would go and sit under the shelter of one of the many unemployed machines, for only a few daring spirits would follow Sally's example today, and try to think it out. Just a few instructions to Mrs. Lobjoit, and a word or two of caution to Jerry not to fall over cliffs, or to get run over at level crossings, or get sunstrokes, or get cold, etc., and she would fall back on her own society and think. Yes, that was the question. Might she not lose him again? And if she did, how live without him? Oh yes, she would be no worse off than before, in a certain sense. She would have Sally still, but... Which would be the worse? The loss of the husband whom every day taught her to love more dearly, or the task of explaining the cause of her loss to Sally? The one she fixed her mind on always seemed intolerable. As for the other contingencies, difficulties of making all clear to friends and so forth, let them go. They were not worth a thought. But she must be beforehand and know how to act, how to do her best to avert both, if the thing she dreaded came to pass. There now, here she was, settled under the lee of a machine. Happily the shadow side, for the sun was warm, and the white foam of the undertow was guilty of a tremendous glare. The one the people who can't endure the seaside get neuralgia from. And Sally was going to come out of the second machine directly in the turkey twill knickers and find her way through the selvage wave and the dazzle, or get knocked down and have to try back. Surely Rosalind, instead of saying over and over again that she must be ready to meet the coming evil, possibly close at hand, ought to make a serious effort to become so. She found herself, even at this early hour of the day, tired, with the strain of a misgiving that an earthquake was approaching. And as those who have lived through earthquakes become unstrung at every slightest tremor of the earth's crust beneath them, so she felt that the tension begun with that recurrence of 2 days ago had grown and grown and threatened to dominate her mind to the exclusion of all else. Every little thing, such as the look on her husband's face half an hour ago, made her say to herself, as the earthquake-haunted man says at odd times through the day and night, "Is this it? Has it come?" And she saw before her no haven of peace. What was it now she really most feared? Simply the effect of the revelation on her husband's mind, an effect no human creature could make terms with. She was not the least afraid of anything he could say or do, delirium apart, but see what delirium had made of him. She was sure it was so, in that old evil hour, when he had flung her from him and gone away in anger to try to get her sentence of banishment ratified. How could she guard against a repetition, in some form or other, of the disastrous errors of that unhappy time? As we know, she was still in ignorance of all the revived memories he had told to Vereker, but she knew there had been something, disjointed perhaps, and not to be relied on, as the doctor had said, but none the less to be feared on that account. She had seen the effect of his sleepless night before he went away with Vereker, and knew it to be connected with mental disturbance outside and beyond mere loss of rest. and she had an uneasy sense that something was being kept from her. She could not but believe Gerry's cheerfulness was partly assumed. Had he been quite at ease about his recollections, surely he would have told them to her. Then this had all come on top of that Kreutzkammer one. The most upsetting thing of all, though, was the change that had come over him suddenly at breakfast, just after he had read aloud the name Herrick, a name he had seemed not free from memory of when her tongue was betrayed into speaking it, and the name Penderfield. If it was due to this last, so much the worst. It was the name of all others that was best for oblivion. How hard it seemed that it must needs force itself to the fore in this way. Its present intrusion into her life and surroundings was utterly unconnected with anything in the past. Sally's friendship with Lætitia began at a music class 6 years ago. The Sales Wilsons were people to all appearance as un-Indian as any folk need be. Why must Sally's friend of all others be the object of its owner's unwelcome admiration? To think, too, how near she had been to a precipice without knowing it. Suppose she had come face to face with that woman again. To be sure, her intercourse with Ladbroke Grove Road was limited to one stiff exchange of calls in the season. Still, it might have happened. But where was the use of begging and borrowing troubles? Was it or was it not the fact, she asked herself, that now, after all these years, she thought of this woman as worse than her husband? The iniquity of the accomplice as more diabolical than that of the principal? She found she could not answer this in the negative off-hand. The paradox was also before her that that incorrigible amphibious treasure of hers, whose voice was even now shouting to her more timorous friend from beyond the selvage wave she had just contemptuously dived through, that Sally, inexchangeable for anything she could conceive or imagine, must needs have been something quite other than she was, had she come of any other technical paternity than the accursed one she had to own to. Was there some terrible law in nature that slow forgiveness of the greatest wrong that can be wrought must perforce be granted to its inflictor, through the gracious survivor of a brutal indifference that would almost add to his crime if that were possible? If so, surely the universe must be the work of an almighty fiend, a demiurgus with a cruel heart, and this the masterstroke of all his cunning. But what in heaven's name was the use of bruising her brains against the conundrums of the great unanswered metaphysical sphinx? Better be contented with the easy vernacular solution of the rhymester. Praise God from whom all blessings flow, evils from circumstances grow. Because she felt she was getting no nearer the solution of her own problem, and was, if anything, wandering from the point. Another way of looking at the matter was beginning to take form, had hung about her mind and forsaken it more than once. Might it not be better, after all, to dash at the position and capture it while her forces were well under control? To pursue the metaphor, the commissariat might not hold out. Better endure the ills we have, of course Rosalind knew all that, than fly to others that we know not of. But suppose we have a chance of flying to others we can measure the length and breadth of, and staving off thereby an uncalculable unknown. She felt she almost knew the worst that could come of taking Gerry into her confidence, telling him boldly all about himself, provided she could choose her opportunity and make sure Sally was well out of the way. The concealment from Sally was the achievement whose failure involved the greatest risk. Her husband's mind would bear the knowledge of his story well or ill, according to the way in which it reached him. But the necessity of keeping her girl in ignorance of it was a thing absolute. Any idea that Sally's origin could be concealed from her, and her stepfather's identity made known, Rosalind dismissed as simply fantastic. A lady who had established herself below high water mark with many more books than she could read, and plant capable of turning out much more work than she could do, at this point fled for safety from a rush of white foam. It went back for more, meaning to wet her through next time, but had to bear its disappointment. Mrs. Arkwright, for it was Gwendoline's mamma, being driven from the shadow of the breakwater, cast about her for a new lodgment, and perceived one beside Mrs. Fenwick, whom she thought very well for the seaside, but not to leave cards on. "Might she come up there beside you?" Rosalind didn't want her, but had to pretend she did, to encourage her advent. It left behind it a track of skeins and volumes which had trickled from the fugitive, but were recovered by a domestic and pronounced dry. Besides, they were only library books and didn't matter. "I haven't seen you since the other day on the pier, Mrs. Fenwick, or I wanted to have asked you more about that charming young couple, the Julian Atwoods." "Oh dear, I knew I should get the name wrong. Bradshaw. Yes, of course." Her vivid perception of what the name really is, when apprised of it, almost amounts to a paroxysm. You see, on the pier that day she made a bad blunder over those Bradshaw people, and thought she had consoled her conscience by admitting to her husband that she had mis le pied dans le plat. Still, she thought, if she was actually going to plump down on Mrs. Fenwick's piece of beach, she ought to do a little more apology. By the by, why is it that ladies of her sort always resort to snippets of French idiom whenever they get involved in a quagmire of delicacy, or indelicacy as may be? Will Gwendoline grow like her mother? However, that doesn't concern us now. A little stiffness on Rosalind's part was really due to her wish to be by herself, but Mrs. Arkwright ascribed it to treasured resentment against her blunders of 2 days since. Now she was a person who could never let anything drop, a tugging person. She proceeded to develop the subject. "Really a most interesting story. I need hardly say that my informants had given me no particulars. Very old friends of my husband's. Quite possible they really knew nothing of this young gentleman's musical gifts. Simply told my husband the tale as I told it to you. Just that the daughter of an old friend of theirs, Professor Sales Wilson, the Professor Sales Wilson, of course quite a famous name in literature, scholarship, that sort of thing, had run away with a shopman. That was what my husband heard, you know. I merely repeated it." Wasn't it, as things go, rather a malicious way of putting it on their part? Mrs. Arkwright gave sagacious nods, indicative of comfortable "we know the world we live in and won't pretend" relationships between herself and the speaker. They advertised perfect mutual understanding on a pinnacle of married experience. "Fancy there being any need for anything else between us," they said. Their editor then supplied explanatory text. "Of course there may have been a soupçon of personal feeling in the case, bias, pique, whatever one likes to call it. You know, dear Mrs. Fenwick." But Mrs. Fenwick waited for further illumination. "Well, you know, I suppose it's rather a breach of confidence, only I know I shall be safe with you." "Don't tell me any secrets, Mrs. Arkwright. I'm not safe." But Mrs. Arkwright was not a person to be put off in this way. Not she. She meant elucidation, and nothing short of bayonets would stop her. "Well, really, perhaps I'm making of it too much importance to talk of breaches of confidence. After all, it only amounts to a gentleman having been disappointed. Of course, his relations would. Don't you see?" "Was it some man that was after Tishy?" asked Rosalind, wondering how many more rejected suitors were wearing the willow about the haberdasher's bride. She had heard of one only last night. She was not putting two and two together. "I dare say everybody knows it, and it's only my nonsensical caution. But one does get so timorous of saying anything. You know, dear Mrs. Fenwick. However, it's better to say it out now. Of course, quite between ourselves, you know. It was Mrs. Samuel Herrick's son, Sir Charles Penderfield. He's the present baronet, you know. Father was in the army. Rather distinguished man, I fancy. Her second husband was a clergyman." Here followed social analysis, some of which Rosalind could have corrected. The speaker floundered a little among county families, and then resumed the main theme. "Mrs. Herrick is a sort of connection of my husband's. I don't exactly know what, but then I never do know. Family is such a bore. And it was she told him all about this. I always forget these things when they're told me. But I can quite understand that the young man's mother, in speaking of it, you understand. Oh, of course, naturally. I think my daughter's coming out. I saw her machine door move. Rosalind began collecting herself for departure. But of course you won't repeat any of this. But of course I know I can rely upon you. But of course it doesn't really matter. A genial, superior tone of toleration for mankind's foibles, as seen by the two speakers from an elevation, comes in at this point juicily. It meets an appreciative response in the prolonged first syllable of Rosalind's "Certainly, I should never dream," etc., whose length makes up for an imperfect finish, a dispersal of context from which a farewell good morning emerges clear, hand in hand with a false statement that the speaker has enjoyed sitting here talking. Rosalind has not enjoyed it at all. She was utilising the merpussy's return to land as a means of escape, because, had there been no Mrs. Arkwright and no folk chatter, Sally would have come scrunching up the shingle and flung herself down beside her mother. As it was, Rosalind's "Oh, I am so glad to get away from that woman," told a tale. And Sally's truthful soul interpreted the upshot of that tale as prohibitive of merely going away and sitting down elsewhere. She and her mother were in honour bound to have promised to meet somebody somewhere, say for instance Mrs. Vereker and her son and donkey chair. Sally said it, for instance, seeing something of the sort would soothe the position, and the two of them met the three, or rather the 3.5, for we had forgotten the boy to whom the control of the donkey was entrusted, and whose interpretation of his mission was to beat the donkey incessantly like a carpet and to drag it the other way. The last held good of all directions soever, which the donkey, who was small but by nature immovable, requited by taking absolutely no notice whatever of his exertions. "What's become of my step-parent? I thought he was going to take you for a walk." So spoke Sally to Dr. Conrad, as she and her mother met the 3 others and the half. The doctor replied, "He's gone for a walk along the cliff by himself. I would have gone." The doctor pauses a moment till the donkey chair is a few paces ahead, accompanied by Mrs. Fenwick. "I would have gone, only you see, it's just mother's last day or 2. Sally apprehends perfectly, but he shouldn't have dropped his voice. He was quite distant enough to be inaudible by the octopus, as far as overhearing words went. But anyone can hear when a voice is dropped suddenly and words are no longer audible. Dr. Conrad is a very poor Machiavelli when all is said and done. "I can hear every word my boy is saying to your girl, Mrs. Fenwick." This is delivered with exemplary sweetness by the octopus, who then guesses with diabolical acumen at almost the exact wording of her son's speech. Apparently no amount of woollen wraps, no double thickness of green veil to keep the glare out, no smoked glasses with flanges to make it harmless if it gets in, can obscure the goodie's penetrative powers when invoked for the discomfiture of her kind. "But does not my dear boy know," she continues gushily, "that I am always content to be alone, as long as I can be sure that he is happily employed elsewhere? I am a dull old woman, I know, but at least my wish is not to be a burden. That was the wish of my great-aunt Eliza, your great-great-aunt, Conrad. You never saw her in her last illness. I borrow her expression, not to be a burden." The octopus, having seized her prey in this tentacle, was then at liberty to enlarge upon the unselfish character of her great-aunt, reaping the advantages of a vicarious egoism from an hypnotic suggestion that that character was also her own. The great-aunt had, it appeared, lost the use, broadly speaking, of her anatomy, and could only communicate by signs. But when she died she was none the less missed by her own circle, whose grief for her loss took the form of a tablet. The speaker paused a moment for her hearers to contemplate the tablet, and perhaps ask for the inscription, when Sally saw an opening and took advantage of it. "Dr. Conrad's going to be very selfish this afternoon, Mrs. Vereker, and come with us to Chalk, where that dear little church is that looks like a barn. I mean to find the sexton and get the key this time." "My dear, I shall be perfectly happy knitting. Do not trouble about me for one moment. I shall think how you are enjoying yourselves. When I was a girl, there was nothing I enjoyed more than ransacking old churches," and so forth. Rosalind felt almost certain that Sally either said or telegraphed to the doctor, who was wavering, "You'll come, you know. Now mind, 2:30 punctual," and resolved, if he did not come, to go to Iggulden's and extract him from the tentacles of his mamma and remain entangled herself, if necessary. In fact, this was how the arrangement for the afternoon worked out. Dr. Conrad did not turn up as expected, and Rosalind carried out her intention. She rescued the doctor and sent him round to join her husband and Sally, promising to follow shortly and catch them up. The three started to walk, but Fenwick, after a little slow walking to allow Rosalind to overtake them, had misgivings that she had got caught, and went back to rescue her, telling Sally and the doctor it was no use to wait, they would follow on and take their chance. And the programme so indicated was acted on. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 41. Of love considered as a thunderstorm, and of Agur, the son of Jakeh, Proverbs 30. Of a country walk and a judiciously restored church. Of two clasped hands and their consequences. Nothing so very remarkable after all. Love, like a thunderstorm, is very much more intelligible in its beginnings, to its chronicler at least, than it becomes when it is, so to speak, overheard. We all know the clear-cut magnificence of the great thundercloud against the sky, its tremendous deliberation, its hills and valleys of curdling mist, fraught with God knows what potential of destruction in volts and ohms, the ceaseless muttering of its wrath as it speaks to its own heart, and its sullen secrets reverberate from cavern to cavern in the very core of its innermost blackness. We know the last prismatic benedictions of the sun it means to hide from us, the strange gleams of despairing light on the other clouds, clouds that are not in it, mere outsiders or spectators. We can remember them after we have got home in time to avoid a wetting, and can get our moist watercolours out and do a recollection of them before they go out of our heads. Or think we can. But we know too that there comes a time of a sudden wind and agitated panic of the trees, and then big, warm preliminary drops, and then the first clap of thunder, clear in its own mind and full of purpose. Then the first downpour of rain, that isn't quite so clear, and wavers for a breathing space till the tart reminder of the first swift, decisive lightning flash recalls it to its duty, and it becomes a steady, intolerable torrent that empties roads and streets of passers-by and makes the gutters rivulets. And then the storm itself, flash upon flash, peal upon peal, up to the blinding and deafening climax, glare and thunderbolt in a breath. And then it's overheard, and we are sure something has been struck that time. It was all plain sailing 2 days since, in the love storm we want the foregoing sketch of a thunderstorm to illustrate, that was brewing in the firmament of Conrad Vereker's soul. At the point corresponding to the first decisive clap of thunder, wherever it was, chaos set in that firmament. And chaos was developing rapidly at the time when the doctor, rescued by Sally's intrepidity from the maternal clutch, started on what he believed would be his last walk with his idol at St. Sennans. Now he knew that when he got back to London, though there might be, academically speaking, opportunities of seeing Sally, it wasn't going to be the same thing. That was the phrase his mind used, and we know quite well what it meant. Of course, when some peevish author or invalid sends out a servant to make you take your organ farther off, a good way down the street, you can begin again exactly where you left off, lower down. But a barrel organ has no soul, and one has oneself, usually. Dr. Vereker's soul on this occasion was the sport of the love-storm of our analogy, and was tossed and driven by whirlwinds, beaten down by torrents, dazzled by lightning and deafened by thunder, out of reach of all sane record by the most eloquent of chroniclers. It was not in a state to accept calmly the idea of transference to Shepherd's Bush. A tranquil mind would have said, by all means go home and start afresh, but no, the music in this case refused to welcome the change. Still, he would forget it, make light of it and ignore it, to enjoy this last little expedition with Sally to the village church across the downs, that had been so sweetly decorated for the harvest festival. A bird in the hand was worth two in the bush. Carpe diem. So Dr. Conrad seemed to have grown younger than ever when he and Sally got away from all the world, after Fenwick had fallen back to rescue the captive octopus caught. Whereat Sally's heart rejoiced, for this young man's state of subordination to his skilful and overwhelming parent was a constant thorn in her side. To say she felt for him is to say nothing. To say that she would have jumped out of her skin with joy at hearing that he was engaged to that young lady unknown, and that that young lady had successfully made terms of capitulation involving the disbanding of the Goody and her ultimate dispersal to Bedford Park with a companion, to vouch for this actually happening might be rash. But Sally told herself, and her mother for that matter, that she should so jump out of her skin, and you may believe her, perhaps. We happen not to, but it may have been true for all that. Agur, the son of Jakeh, Proverbs 30, evidently thought the souls of women not worth analysis, and the way of a maid with a man not a matter for Ithiel and Ucal to spend time and thought over, as they seem to have said nothing to King Solomon on the subject. But then Agur candidly admitted that he was more brutish than any man, and had not the understanding of a man. So he contented himself with wondering at the way of a man with a maid, and made no remarks about the opposite case. Even with the understanding of a man, would he have been any nearer seeing into the mystery of a girl's heart? As for ourselves, we give it up. We have to be content with watching what Miss Sally will do next, not trying to understand her. She certainly believed she believed. We may go that far. When she started to walk to Chalk Church with a young man she felt a strong interest in, and wanted to see happily settled in life, all her words, please, not ours, that she intended this walk to get out of Prosy who the young lady was that he had hinted at, and what was more, she knew exactly how she was going to lead up to it. Only she wouldn't rush the matter. It would do just as well, or better, after they had seen the little church and were walking back in the twilight. They could be jolly and chatty then. Oh yes, certainly a good deal better. As for any feeling of shyness about it, of relief at postponing it, what nonsense! Hadn't they as good as talked it all over already? But for our own part we believe that this readiness to let the subject wait was a concession Sally made towards admitting a personal interest in the result of her inquiry, so minute a one that maybe you may wonder why we call it a concession at all. Dr. Conrad was perhaps paltering a little with the truth too, when he said to himself that he was quite prepared to fulfil his half-promise to Fenwick and reveal his mind to Sally, but not till quite the end of this walk, in case he should spoil it and upset Sally. Or perhaps tomorrow morning, on the way to the train. Our own belief is he was frightened, and it was an excuse. "We shall go by the beech forest," was Sally's last speech to Fenwick as he turned back on his mission of rescue. And 20 minutes later she and Dr. Conrad were crossing the smooth sheep pasture that ended at the boundary of the said forest, a tract of woodland that was always treated with derision on account of its acreage. It was small for a forest, certainly, but then it hadn't laid claim to the name itself. Sally spoke forgivingly of it as they approached it. "It's a handy little forest," said she, "only you can't lie down in it without sticking out. If you don't expect to, it doesn't matter." This was said without a trace of a smile, Sally fashion. It took its reasonableness for granted, and allowed the speaker to continue without a pause into conversation sane and unexaggerated. "What were you and Jeremiah talking about the day before yesterday, when you went that long walk?" "We talked about a good many things. I've forgotten half." "Which was the one you don't want me to know about? Because you haven't forgotten that, you know." Vereker thinks of Sally's putative parents, the Arcadian shepherdess and the thunderbolt. Obviously a reality. Besides, so ran the doctor's thought, with her looking like that, what can I do? He felt perfectly helpless, but wouldn't confess it. He would make an effort. One thing he was certain of, that evasion, with those eyes looking at him, would mean instant shipwreck. "We had a long talk, dear Miss Sally, about how much Jeremiah," a slight accent on the name has the force of inverted commas in text, "can really recollect of his own history." But Sally's reply takes a form of protest, without seeming warranty. "I say, Dr. Conrad, I wish you wouldn't. However, never mind that now. I want to know about Jeremiah. Has he remembered a lot more, and not told?" "He goes on recovering imperfect versions of things. He told me a good many such yesterday, so imperfect that I am convinced, as his mind clears, he will find that some of them, though founded on reality, are little better than dreams. He can't rely on them himself. But what is it you wish I wouldn't?" "Oh, nothing. I'll tell you after. Never mind that now. What are the things? I mean the things he recovers the imperfect versions of? You needn't tell me the versions, you know, but you might tell me what they were versions of, without any breach of confidence." Dr. Conrad has not time for more than a word or two towards the obvious protest against this way of stating the case, before Sally becomes frankly aware of her own unfairness. "No, I won't worm out and inquisit," she says, and we are bound to give her exact language. "It isn't fair on a general practitioner to take him for a walk and get at his professional secrets." The merry eyebrows and the pearly teeth, slightly in abeyance for a serious moment or two, are all in evidence again as the black eyes flash round on the doctor, and, as it were, convey his reprieve to him. He acknowledges it in this sense. "I'm glad you don't insist upon my telling, Miss Sally. If you had insisted, I should have had to tell." He pauses a second, drawing an inference from an expression of Sally's face, then added, "Well, it's true." "I wasn't thinking of that." This refers to her intention of saying something, which never fructified, but somehow got communicated, magnetically perhaps, to Dr. Conrad. "Never mind what now, because if your soles are as slippy as mine are, we shall never catch up. Catch hold." This last refers to the necessity two travellers are under, who, having to ascend a steep escarpment of slippery grass, can only do so by mutual assistance. Sally and the doctor got to the top, and settled down to normal progress on a practicable gradient, and all the exhilaration of the wide, wind-swept downland. But what had been to the unconscious merpussy nothing but a mutual accommodation imposed by a common lot, common subjection to the forces of gravitation and the extinction of friction by the reaction of short grass on leather, had been to her companion a phase of stimulus to the storm that was devastating the region of his soul, a new and prolonged peal of thunder swift on the heels of a blinding lightning flash, and a deluge to follow such as a real storm makes us run to shelter from. On Dr. Conrad's side of the analogy there was no shelter, and he didn't ask for it. Had he asked for anything, it would have been for the power to tell Sally what she had become to him, and a new language he did not now know in which to tell it, and such a vocabulary. But Dr. Conrad didn't know how simple the language was that he felt the want of, least of all that there was only one word in its vocabulary. And when the two of them got to the top of their slippery precipice, breathless, he was no nearer the disclosure he had made up his mind to, and as good as promised Fenwick to make, than when they were treading the beech mast and listening to the wood doves in the handy little forest they had left below. But oh, the little things in this life that are the big ones all the while, and no one ever suspects them. A very little thing indeed was to play a big part, unacknowledged till after, in the story of this walk. For it chanced that as they reached the hilltop, the diminution of the incline was so gradual that at no exact point could the lease of Sally's hand to that of the doctor be determined by either landlord or tenant. We do not mean that he refused to let go, nor that Sally consciously said to herself that it would be rude to snatch back the gloveless 6½ that she had entrusted to him the very minute she didn't want his assistance. It was a nuance of action or demeanour far, far finer than that on the part of either, but it was real all the same, and the facts of the case were as clear to Sally's subconsciousness, unadmitted and unconfessed, as though Dr. Conrad had found his voice there and then, and said out boldly, "There is no young lady I am wavering about, except it be you. She's a fiction and a silly one. There's no one in the world I care for as I do for you. There is nothing in the world that I can name or dream of so precious to me as this hand that I now give up with reluctance, under the delusion that I have not held it long enough to make you guess the whole of the story." All that was said, but what an insignificant little thing it was that said it. As for Miss Sally, it was only her sub-self that recognised that anyone had said anything at all. Her super-self dismissed it as a fancy, and therefore, being put on its mettle to justify that action, it pointed out to her that after that it would be the merest cowardice to shirk finding out about Dr. Conrad's young lady. She would manage it somehow by the end of this walk. But still an element of postponement came in and had its say. Yet it excited no suspicions in her mind, or she ignored them. She was quite within her rights, technically, in doing so. It was necessary, though, to tide over the momentary reciprocity, the slight exchange of consciousnesses that, if indulged, must have ended in a climax, with a show of stiffness, a little pretence that we were a lady and a gentleman taking a walk, otherwise undescribed. When the doctor relinquished Sally's hand, he felt bound to ignore the fact that hers went on ringing like a bell in the palm of his, and sending musical messages up his arm, and to talk about dew ponds. They occur on the tops of downs, and are very scientific. High service and no rate are the terms of their water supply. Dr. Conrad knew all about them, and was aware that one they passed was also a relic of prehistoric man, who had dug it, and didn't live long enough, poor fellow, to know it was a dew pond, or prehistoric. Sally was interested. A little bird with very long legs didn't seem to care, and walked away without undue hurry, but amazingly quickly for all that. "What a little darling," Sally said. "Did you hear that delicious little noise he made? Isn't he a water ouzel?" Sally took the first name that she thought sounded probable. She really was making talk, to contribute her share to the fiction about the lady and gentleman. So was her companion. He reflected for a moment whether he could say anything about Gralli and Scolopacidae or such like, but decided against heaping up instructive matter on the top of the recent dew ponds. He gave it up, and harked back quite suddenly to congenial personalities. "What was it you wished I wouldn't, Miss Sally?" Our Sally had it on her lips to say, "Why do that? Call me Miss Sally, of course. I can't tell you how I hate it." But this time she was seized with a sudden fit of shyness. She could have said it quite easily before that trivial hand occurrence and the momentary stiffness that followed it. Now she backed out in the meanest way, and even sought to fortify the lady and gentleman pretext. She looked back over the panorama they were leaving behind, and discerned that that was Jeremiah and her maternal parent coming through the clover field. But it wasn't, palpably. Nevertheless, Sally held tight to her groundless opinion long enough for the previous question to be droppable without effrontery. Then her incorrigible candour bubbled up, and she refused to take advantage of her own subterfuge. "Never mind, Dr. Conrad, I'll tell you presently. I've a bone to pick with you. Wait till we've seen the little churchy-wurchy. There it is, over there, with a big weathercock, and then we can quarrel and go home separate." Even Agur, the son of Jakeh, would have seen at this point the way that this particular maid, in addressing this particular man, was exaggerating a certain spirit of bravado, and if he had been accompanying them, unseen, from St. Sennans, would certainly have deserved his own self-censure if he failed to trace this spirit to its source, the hand incident. We believe it was only affectation in Agur, and that he knew all about the subject, men, maids, and every other sort, only he didn't think any of the female sorts worth his oriental consideration. It was a far cry to the dawn of Browning in those days. Down the hill to the flatlands was a steep pathway, where talk paused naturally. When you travel in single file on a narrow footway, with a grass slide to the right or left of you, which it does not do to tread on with shoe soles well polished on 2 miles of previous grass, you don't talk. Especially if you have come to some point in talk where silence is not unwelcome. Sally and the doctor said scarcely a dozen words on the way down to the little village that owned the name and the church of Chalk. When they arrived in its seclusion, they found, for purposes of information and reference, no human creatures visible, except some absolutely brown, white-haired ones, whose existence dated back only a very few years, not enough to learn English in. So when addressed, they remained a speechless group, too unaccustomed to man to be able to say where keys of churches were to be had, or anything else. But the eldest, a very little girl in a flexible blue bonnet, murmured what Sally, with insight, interpreted into a reference. "Yes, dear, that's right. You go and tell Mother at home that a lady and gentleman want to see inside the church, and ask for the key." Whereupon the little maid departs down a passage into a smell of wallflowers, and is heard afar, rendering her message as a long narrative, so long that Dr. Conrad says the child cannot have understood right, and that they had better prosecute inquiry further. Sally thinks otherwise, and says that men are impatient fidgets. The resolute dumbness of one of the small natives must have been a parti pris, for it suddenly disappeared during his sister's absence, and he gave a narrative of a family dissension, not necessarily recent. He appears proud of his own share in it, which Sally nevertheless felt she could not appear to sanction by silence. "You bad little boy," she said. "You smacked your sister Elizabeth in toy, and your father smacked you. I hope he hurt." The bad little boy assented with a nod, and supplied some further details. Then he asked for a penny before his sister Elizabeth came back. He wanted it to buy almond rock, but he wouldn't give any of it to Jacob, nor to his sister Elizabeth, nor to Reuben, nor to many others, whom he seemed to exclude from almond rock with rapture. Asked to whom he would give some, then, he replied, "Not you, eat it myself," and laughed heartlessly. Sally, we regret to say, gave this selfish little boy a penny for not being hypocritical, and then his sister Elizabeth reappeared with the key, which was out of scale with her, like St. Peter's. The inward splendours of this church had been inferred by Sally from a tiptoe view through the window, which commanded its only archaic object of interest, the monument of a wool-stapler who, 300 and odd years ago, had the effrontery to have 2 wives and 16 children. He ought to have had 1 or 2 more wives, thought Dr. Conrad. However, the family was an impressive one now, decorated as it was with roses cut out of turnips, and groups of apples and carrots and cereals, and no family could have kneeled down more symmetrically, even in 1580. But there was plenty to see in that church too. Indeed, it was for all the world like the advertisement sheets of architectonic ecclesiology. Ask for this paper at your club. And every window was brimful of new stained glass, and every inch of floor space was new encaustic tiles. And what was more, there was a new mosaic over the chancel arch, a modest and wobbly little arch in itself that seemed afflicted with its position and to want to get away into a quiet corner and meditate. Sally said so, and added so would she if she were it. "I wonder if the wool-stapler was married here to one or other of the little square women," said she. "I wonder why the angels up there look so sulky," said Dr. Conrad. And then Sally, who seemed absent-minded, found something else to wonder about, a certain musical whistling noise that filled the little church. But it was only a big bunch of moonwort on a stained glass window-sill, and the wind was blowing through a vacancy that should have been a date and making Aeolian music. The little maid with the key found her voice over this suddenly. "Her brother had done that," she said with pride. "He'd owned a stone what was putting up, and broken glass." So that stained glass was very new indeed, evidently. "I wonder why they call that stuff honesty, Miss Sally," said the doctor. Sally, feeling that the interest of either in the church was really perfunctory, said vaguely, "Did they?" And then, recoiling from further wonderment, and indeed feeling some terror of becoming idiotic if this sort of thing went on much longer, she exclaimed, with reality in her voice, "Because it's not pretending to take an interest when it doesn't, like us. But I wish you wouldn't, Dr. Conrad. I do hate it so." "Hate what? Taking an interest or calling it honesty? I didn't call it honesty. They did, whoever they are." No, I don't mean that. Never mind, I'll tell you when we're out. Come along. That is, if you've seen enough of the tidy mosaic and the tidy stained glass and the tidy nosegays on the tidy table." The doctor came along, seemed well satisfied to do so. But this was the third time Sally had wished that Dr. Conrad wouldn't, and this time she felt she must explain. She wasn't at all sure that the name of that herb hadn't somehow got into the atmosphere, caught on, as it were, and twitted her. After all, why shouldn't she speak a plain thought to an old friend, as poor Prosy was now? Who could gainsay it? Moreover, now surely this was an inspiration. Why shouldn't she kill two birds with one stone and work in her inquiry about the other young lady with this plain thought that was on her tongue to speak? The sun was a sheer blaze of golden light as they stepped out of the little church into its farewell efforts on behalf of the hill-shadowed land of premature sunsets, and the merpussy looked her best in its effulgence. Sally's good looks have never been such as to convince her she was a beauty, and we suppose she wasn't, critically speaking. But youth and health, and an arrow-straight bearing, and a flawless complexion in a flood of evening light make a bold bid for beauty, even in the eyes of others than young men already half imbecile with love. Sally's was, at any rate, enough to dumbfounder the little janitress with the key, who stood at gaze with violet eyes in her sun-browned face in the shadow, looking as though for certain they would never close again. While as for Dr. Conrad, he was too far gone to want a finishing touch, and if he had been, the faintest animation of an extra flush due to embarrassment at what she was meaning to say would have done the business for him. What could he do but wonder and idolize, even while he almost flinched before his idol, and wait to know what it was she wished he wouldn't? What was there in earth or heaven he would not, if Sally wished it? "Dr. Conrad, I'm sure you must know what I mean. I do so hate being called Miss Sally. Do make it Sally and have done with it." The breezy freshness of her spontaneous ease was infectious, and the shy man's answering laugh showed how it had caught his soul. "Is that all?" says he. "That's soon done, Sally. You know I do call you Sally when I speak to your mother, and—" "Now do say father. You've no idea how I like it when people call Jeremiah my father instead of Step." "Well, father then. I mean, they said call you Sally, so of course I do. But speaking to you, don't you see?" The doctor hesitates, doesn't actually blush, perhaps. A slight pause in the conversation eases off the context. The little maiden has to lock up the church door with a big key, and to receive sixpence and a kiss from Sally. The violet eyes follow the lady and gentleman, fixed in wonderment, as they move off towards the hill, and the last glint of the sun vanishes. Then Sally goes on where they left off. "No, I don't see. Speaking to me what? Be an explicit little general practitioner, or we shall quarrel after all, and go home different ways." "Well, look here. You know Bailey, that young man that drives me round in London?" "Yes. How does he come in?" "Why, just this way. I've known the youth for years, and the other day, if it doesn't turn out that he's been married ever so long, and when I taxed him with needless secrecy and mistrust of an old friend, what does the young humbug say? 'The fact is, sir, I hadn't the cheek to tell you.' Well, I was like that. I hadn't the cheek." At any rate, you have the grace to call him a young humbug. I'm glad you're repentant, Dr. Conrad."
"Come, I say now, Sally, that's not fair."
"What's not fair?"
"Sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. You call me Dr. Conrad."
"Well, I don't see anything in that. Of course, it's quite a different thing, you and me."
"Very well, then, I shall say Miss Sally. Miss Sally."
Here was Sally's opportunity clear enough. She had never had a chance till now of bringing back the mysterious young lady of the jetty interview into court and examining her. She felt quite sure of herself and her powers of conducting the case. And she was mistaken. She knew nothing of the traps and pitfalls that were gaping for her. Her opening statement went easily through. It was all prepared. "Don't you see, Dr. Conrad, dear, the cases are quite different. When you're married, your wife will call me Sally, of course. But, well, if I had a husband, you know, he would call you Dr. Vereker. Sure to." Sally felt satisfied with the sound of her voice, but the doctor never said a word, and his face was grave. She would have to go on, unassisted, and she had invented nothing to say so far, so a wavering crept in, nothing in itself at first, apart from her consciousness of it. "Besides, though, of course, she would call me Sally. She mightn't quite. Not altogether, you know. I mean, she might think it—" But ambushes revealed themselves in every hedge, ready to break out if she ended this sentence. Dr. Conrad made completion unnecessary. "Whom do you mean by she, Sally?" "Why, of course, who could I mean but the girl you told me about that you think wouldn't agree with your mother?"
"I thought so. See what a mess I made of it. No, Sally, there's no such person. Now I shall have to speak the truth, and then I shall have to go away from you, and it will all be spoiled." But Sally interposes on the tense speech and sound of growing determination in the doctor's voice.
"Oh, no, don't. No, don't. Don't say anything that will change it from now. See how happy we are. How could it be better? I'll call you Conrad or anything you like, only don't make it different."
"Very well. I won't. I promise." The doctor calms down. "But Sally, dearest, I may say Sally, dearest, mayn't I?"
"Well, perhaps. Only you must make that do for the present."
But there is a haunting sense of the octopus in the conscientious soul of her son, and even though he is allowed to say Sally, dearest, the burden is on him of knowing that he has been swept away in the turmoil of this whirlwind of self, and he is feeling round to say peccavi and make amends by confession. He makes Sally, dearest do for the moment, but captures as a set-off the hand that slips readily enough into the arm he offers for it, with a caressing other hand, before he speaks again. He renews his promise, but with such a compensation in the hand that remains at rest in his, and then continues. "Dearest Sally, I dare say you see how it was about Mother. It was very stupid of me, and I did it very badly. I got puzzled and lost my head."
"I thought it was a real young lady, anyhow."
"I saw you did. And I do think, just now, I should have let you continue believing in the real young lady. Only when you said that—"
"Said what?"
"Said that about your husband and calling me Conrad. I couldn't stand it. It was just like a knife. No, I'm in earnest. It was. How could I have borne it, gone on at all with you, married to anyone else?" He asks this in a tone of serious conviction, of one who is diagnosing a strange case conscientiously. Sally declines consultation, won't be too serious over it.
"You would have had to. Men get on capitally when they have to. But very likely I won't marry you. Don't be too sure. I haven't committed myself, you know."
Nevertheless, the hand remains passive in the doctor's as he continues his diagnosis. "I shouldn't deserve you. But then who could?" Sally tacitly refuses to help in answering this question.
"I vote for neither of us marrying anybody else, but going on like now," says she thoughtfully.
Sally, you see, was recovering herself after a momentary alarm produced by the gust of resolution on Dr. Conrad's part.
She had shut her window on the storm in his soul, and felt safe in resuming her identity. All through this walk, ever since the hand incident, she had been hard at work ignoring suggestions of her inner mind that her companion was a loaded gun and not quite safe to play with. Now she felt she had established a sort of modus vivendi which would not involve her in the horrors of a formal engagement, with the concomitants of dissension and bitterness that she had noticed in friends' families on such occasions. Why shouldn't she and poor Prosy walk about together as much as they liked? Yes, even call in at a church and get married if they liked, and have no one else fussing over them. The sort of semi-troth plight she had just hushed into silence would do for a good long time to come, because she understood Prosy down to the ground, and of course she knew that his mistrusting her was out of the question. As for the doctor, his was the sort of temperament one often meets with in very fair men of his type. Intensely shy, but with a backing of resolution on occasions shown, bred of a capacity for high-strung passion. He had formed his intention fully and clearly of telling Sally the whole truth before they arrived at St. Sennans that evening, and had been hastened to what was virtually an avowal by a premature accident, as we have seen. Now the murder was out, and he was walking home slowly beside the marvel, the mystery that had taken possession of the inmost recesses of his life, very much in her pocket, if the truth must be told, with an almost intolerable searching fire of joy, finding every moment a new untouched recess in his innermost heart. He could have fallen at her feet and kissed them, could have poured out his very soul in passionate protestations, could and would have done anything that would have given a moment's respite to the tension of his love for this all-absorbing other creature that was absolutely here, a reality and no dream, beside him. But he was going to be good, at her bidding, and remain a sane and reasonable general practitioner, however much his heart beat and his head swam. Poor Prosy. No, on consideration, Agur, the son of Jacquet, didn't know all about it. He only knew the Oriental temperament. He was quite up to date, no doubt, but neither he nor Ithiel, nor Ukal, nor King Solomon could reckon with spiritual volcanoes. Probably nothing in the world could have explained to either of them the meaning of one or two bits of music Schubert wrote on this subject of love. We don't flinch from our phraseology. We know that all will understand it whom we care should do so. By the by, Dr. Vereker was partly German, and a musician. Agur can have had no experience of either. The ancestors of Schubert and Beethoven were splendid savages in his day, sleeping on the snow wreaths in the forests of the north, and somewhere among them was a germ of a love passion that was one day to ring changes on the peals that were known to Agur, the son of Jacquet. But this is wandering from the point, and all the while Sally and her lover have been climbing that hill again, and are now walking over the lonely down above, towards the sun, and their shadows are long behind them, at least their shadow, for they have but one, and we fancy we have let some of our record slip, for the man's arm is round the girl's waist. Yes, some further clearer understanding has come into their lives, and maybe Sally sees by now that the vote she passed nem. Con. May be rescinded in the end. If you had been near them then, invisible, we know you would not have gone close and listened. You would have been too honourable. But you would only have heard this. Take our word for it. Do you know what I always call you behind your back? I always call you Prosy. I don't know why. Because I am prosy. Level-headed, slow sort of card. But prosy beyond a doubt. No, you're not. I don't think you know the least what you're like. But I shall call you Prosy all the same, or whatever I choose. You don't take to Conrad somehow? It sounds so reproachful. It's like William. Does William sound reproachful? Of course it does. William. A most reproachful name. No, Prosy dear, I shall call you Prosy, whatever the consequences may be. People must put their own construction upon it. Mother calls me Connie very often."
"When she's not taking exception to you? Oh no, I know, I was only joking. There, then, we won't quarrel and go home opposite ways about that. Besides, I'm the young lady."
"Oh, Sally, darling, dearest, it does make me feel such a fool. Please don't."
"Stuff and nonsense, Prosy dear. I shall if I choose, so there. No, but seriously, why did you think I shouldn't get on well with your mother?"
Poor Prosy looks very much embarrassed at this point. His countenance pleads for respite, but Sally won't let him off, and he is as wax in her hands, and she knows it, and also that every word that passes her coral lips seems to the poor stricken man a pearl of wisdom, and she is girl enough to enjoy her power, is Sally.
"Why do you think I shan't get on with her?"
Note the slight variation in the question, driving the nail home, leaving no escape. The doctor's manner in reply is that of one who appeals to truth herself to help him, before a court that acknowledges no other jurisdiction. "Because, I must say, because it's true, only it seems so disloyal, you might say, to Mother."
"Well, because what?"
"Because then it won't be the same as your mother. It can't be."
"Why not?"
"Oh, Sally, dearest love, how can it?"
"Well, perhaps why not was fibs. And of course Mother's an angel, so it's not fair. But, Prosy dear, I'll tell you one thing I do think. That affectionate sons make very bad medical attendants for their Mas. And I should say the same if they had all the degrees in Christendom."
"You think a nervous element comes in?" And so the conversation ripples on. A quiet undertone of perfect confidence, freedom without reserve as to another self, suddenly discovered in the working identity of a fellow creature. It ripples on just thus, all the distance of the walk along the topmost down in the evening sunlight, and then comes a pause to negotiate the descent to their handy little forest below. Then a sense that they are coming back into a sane, dry world, and must be a lady and gentleman again. But there must be a little farewell to the enchanted land they are leaving behind, a recognition of its story under the beech trees as the last gleam goes and leaves us our inheritance of twilight. "Do you remember, darling, how we climbed up there coming and had to hold to the top?" His lips find hers, naturally and without disguise. It is the close of the movement, and company manners will be wanted directly, but just a bar or two and a space before the music dies. "I remember," says Sally. "That began it. Oh, what a long time ago that does seem now. What a rum start it all is, the whole turnout." For the merpussy is her incorrigible self, and will be to the last. When Sally reached home, very late, she was not displeased, though she was a little surprised, to find that Mrs. Lobjoit was keeping dinner back, and that her mother and Fenwick had not reappeared, having been away since they parted. Not displeased because it gave her time to settle down, the expression she made use of, to think with. Not with any admission, however, that she either felt or looked unusually exaltée, but surprised because it was 8 o'clock, and she felt that even Mrs. Lobjoit's good nature might have limits. But while she was settling down in a happy, excited dream she half wondered that she did not wake from, back came the truants, and she heard from her room above Mrs. Lobjoit's report that Miss Sally was gone upstairs to get ready, with the faintest hint of reproach in the tone. Then her mother's, "Don't stop to read letters, Jerry, that'll do after," and Fenwick's, "All right," not followed by immediate obedience. Then, after half a moment's delay, in which she felt some surprise at herself for not going out to meet them coming up the stairs, her mother's voice approaching, that asked where the kitten was. "Oh, here you are, chick. How long have you been in?" "Why, Sallykin, what is it, child?" "Oh, Jerry, Jerry, come up here and hear this." For the merpussy, in spite of many stoical resolutions, had merged a beginning of verbal communication in a burst of happy tears on her mother's bosom. And when Fenwick coming upstairs 3 steps at a time, filled the whole house with "Hello, Sarah, what's the latest intelligence?" This young lady had only just time to pull herself together into something like dignified self-possession in order to reply ridiculously, how could she have been our usual Sally else? "Well, I don't see that it's anything so very remarkable after all. I've been encouraging my medical adviser's attentions, if you want to know, Jeremiah." Was it only a fancy of Sally's, as she ended off a hurried toilet for Mrs. Lobjoit's sake, or did her mother say to Fenwick, "Well, that is something delightful at any rate," as though it were in some sense a set-off against something not delightful elsewhere? End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 42. Of a recurrence from As You Like It, and how Fenwick didn't. Why a sailor would not learn to swim. The Baron again. Of a cuttlefish and his squirt. Of the power of a priori reasoning. Of Sally's confession, and how Fenwick went to a first-class hotel. When Fenwick turned back towards home, ostensibly to shorten Rosalind's visit to the doctor's mother, he had no intention of doing so early enough to allow of his rejoining his companions, however slowly they might walk. Neither did he mean to deprive old Mrs. Vereker of Rosalind until she had had her full allowance of her. In an hour would do, or 3/4. He discounted 25%, owing to a recollection of the green veil and spectacles. Then he felt unkind, and said to himself that after all the old woman couldn't help it. Fenwick felt he was making a great concession in giving up 3/4 of an hour of Rosalind. As soon as he had had enough exercise for the day, and was in a mood to smoke and saunter about idly, he wanted Rosalind badly, and was little disposed to give her up. But the old goody was going away to-morrow, and he would be liberal. He would take a turn along the sea-front, would have time to get down to the jetty, and then would invade the cave of the octopus and extract the prisoner from its tentacles. His intention in forsaking Sally and the doctor was half suspected by the latter, quite clear to himself, and only unperceived by his opaque stepdaughter. As he idled down towards the old fisher dwellings and the net huts, he tried to picture the form the declaration would take, and the way it would be received. That this would be favourable he never doubted for a moment, but he recalled the speech of Benedict to Beatrice, "By my troth, I take thee for pity," and fancied Sally's response might be of the same complexion. His recollection of these words produced a mental recurrence, a distressing and imperfect one, connected with the earlier time he could not reach back to, of the words being used to himself by a girl who ascribed them to Rosalind in As You Like It, and discussion after of their whereabouts in Shakespeare. The indescribable wrench this gave his mind was so painful that he was quite relieved to recall Vereker's opinion that it was always the imperfection of the memory and the effort that gave the pain, not the thing remembered. And in this case there could be no doubt that it was a mere dream, for the girl not only took the form of his Rosie he was going back to directly, but actually claimed her name, saying distinctly, "Like my namesake, Celia's friend in Shakespeare." Could any clearer proof be given that it was mere brain froth? The man with Bessie and Eleanor tattooed on his arm was enjoying a pipe and mending a net, not to be too idle. The glass might be rising, or not. He was independent of science. A trifle of wind in the night was his verdict, glass or no. The season was drawing nigh to a close now for a bathing resort, as you might say. Come another se'nnight you wouldn't see a machine down, as like as not. But you could never say to a nicety. He'd known every lodging in the old town full, times and again, to the end of September month before now. But this year was going to fall early, and your young lady would lose her swimming. She's a rare lass, too, for the water, he concluded, without any consciousness of familiarity in the change of phrase. Not that I know much myself, touching swimming and the like, for I can't swim myself. Never a stroke. That's strange, too, for a seaman, said Fenwick. No, sir, not so strange as you might think it. You ask up and down among we, waterside or seafaring, and you'll find a many have never studied it for the purpose. Many that would make swimmers with a bit of practice will hold off, for the reason I tell you. Overboard in mid-ocean and none to help, and not a spar, would you soonest drown end on, or have to fight for it, like it or no? Drown, the sooner the better. Fenwick has no doubt about the matter. Why, sure, so I say, master, and I've put no encouragement on young Benjamin over yonder to give study to the learning of it for the same reason, and not a stroke can he swim any more than his father. Well, I can't swim myself, so there's three of us, said Fenwick. My daughter swims enough for the lot. It gave him such pleasure to speak thus of Sally boldly, where there need be no exact definition of their kinship. The net-mender pursued the subject with the kind of gravity on him that always comes on a seaman when drowning is under discussion. She's a rare un for sure. Never but 3 or maybe 4 have I seen in my time to come a nigh to her, man nor woman. The best swimmer a long way I've known, Peter Burtonshaw by name, I helped bring to after drowning. He'd swum, at a guess, the best part of 6 hours afore we heard the cry of him in our boat. Too late a bit we were, but we found him, just stone dead like, and brought him round. It was what Peter said, of that 6 hours, put me off of letting him learn young Benjamin to swim when he was a youngster. And when he got to years of understanding, I told him my mind, and he never put himself to study it. Fenwick would have liked to go on talking with the fisherman, as his mental recurrence about Shakespeare had fidgeted him, and he found speech a relief. But some noisy visitors from the new St. Sennans on the cliff above had made an irruption into the little old fishing quarter, and the attention of the net-mender was distracted by possibilities of a boat to-day being foisted on their simplicity. It was hardly rough enough to forbid the idea. Fenwick therefore sauntered on towards the jetty, but presently turned to go back, as half his time had elapsed. As he repassed the net-mender with a short word or two for valediction, his ear was caught by a loud voice among the party of visitors, who were partly sitting on the beach, partly throwing stones in the water. Something familiar about that voice, surely. I cannot throw stones, I am too fat. I shall sit on the beach and see everybody else throw stones. I shall smoke a nice cigar. Will you have a nice cigar, Mr. Brown? You will not? Very well. Nor you, Mrs. Brown? Not for the world. Very well. Nor you, Mr. Bilkington? Very well. I shall have one myself, and you shall throw stones. And then, as though to remove the slightest doubt about the identity of the speaker, the voice broke into song. Ich hat einen Kameraden, einen bessern findest du nicht, but ended on mein guter Kamerad, exclaiming stentorianly, oblige me with a match, and lighting his cigar, in spite of his companion's indignation at the music stopping. Fenwick stood hesitating a moment, in doubt what to do. His inclination was to go straight down the beach to his old friend, whom, of course, you understand, he now remembered quite well, and explain the strange circumstances that had rendered their meeting in Switzerland abortive. But then, what would the effect be on his present life, in his relation to Rosalind, and, almost as important, to Sally? Diedrich Kreutzkammer had been for some time in California a most intimate friend. Fenwick had made him the confidant of his marriage and his early life, all that he had since forgotten, and he had it now in his power to recover all this from the past. Strange to say, although he could remember the telling of these things, he could only remember weak, confused snatches of what he told. It was unaccountable, but there, he could not try to unravel that skein now. He must settle, and promptly, whether to speak to the Baron or to run. He was not long in coming to a decision, especially as he saw that hesitation was sure to end in the adoption of the former course, probably the wrong one. He just caught the Baron's last words, a denunciation of the hotel he was stopping at, loud enough to reach the new St. Sennans, of which it was the principal constituent, and then walked briskly off. He arrived at Iggulden's within the hour he had first conceded to the octopus, and got Rosalind out for a walk, as originally proposed. There was no apparent reason why the impossibility of overtaking Sally and the doctor should be interpreted into an excuse for going in the opposite direction, but each accepted it as such, or as a justification at least. Rosalind had not so distinct a reason as her husband for wishing not to break in upon them, as he had not reported the whole of his last talk with Vereker. But though she did not know that Dr. Conrad had as good as promised to make a clean breast of it before returning to London, she thought nothing was more likely than that he should do so, and resolved to leave the stage clear for the leading parts. She may even have flattered herself that she was showing tact, keeping an unconscious Jerry out of the way, who might else interfere with the stars in their courses in the manner of the tactless. Rosalind suspected this of Sally, that whatever she might think she thought, and whatever parade she made of an even mind no sentiments whatever prevailed in, there was in her inmost heart another Sally, locked in and unconfessed, that had strong views on the subject. And she wanted this Sally to be let out for a spell, or for poor Prosy to be allowed into her cell long enough to speak for himself. Anyhow, this was their last chance here, and she wasn't going to spoil it. She had gone near to making up her mind, after her sufferings from Gwenny's mamma in the morning, to attempt, at any rate, a communication of their joint story to her husband. But it must depend on circumstances and possibilities. She foresaw a long period of resolutions undermined by doubts, decisions rescinded at the last moment, and suddenly revealed ambushes, and perhaps in the end self-reproach for a mismanaged revelation that might have been so much more skilfully done. Never mind, it was all in the day's work. She had borne much, and would bear more. How do you know they're all nonsense, Jerry darling? We catch their conversation in the middle, as they walk along the sands the tide is leaving clear, after accommodating the few morning bathers with every opportunity to get out of their depths. How do you know? Surely the parts that you do seem to remember clearly must be all right, however confused the rest is. Fenwick gives his head the old shake, dashes his hair across his brow and rubs it, then replies, "The worst of the job is, you see, that the bits I remember clearest are the greatest gammon. What do you make of that?" Rosalind's hand closes on her nettle. "Instance, Jerry. Give me an instance, and I shall know what you mean." Fenwick is outrageously confident of the safety of his last imperfect recollection. He can trust to its absurdity if he can trust to anything. "Well, for instance, just now, an hour ago, I recollected something about a girl who would have it Rosalind in As You Like It said, 'By my troth I take thee for pity,' to Orlando, and all the while it was Benedict said it to Beatrice in All's Well that Ends Well." The hand on the nettle tightens. "Jerry, dearest," she remonstrates, "there's nothing in that, as Sallikin says. Of course it was Benedict said it to Beatrice." "Yes, but the gammon wasn't in that. It was in the girl that said it. When I tried to think who it was, she turned into you. I mean, she became exactly like you." "But I'm a woman of 40. This was a superb piece of nettle grasping, and there was not a tremor in the voice that said it, and the handsome face of the speaker was calm, if a little pale. Fenwick noticed nothing. "Like what I should suppose you were as a girl of 18 or 20. It's perfectly clear how the thing worked. It was from something else I seem to recollect her saying. Like my namesake, Celia's friend in Shakespeare. The moment she said that, of course the name Rosalind made me think you into the business. It was quite natural." "Quite natural. And when I was a girl, that was what I said." She had braced herself up, in all the resolution of her strong nature, to the telling of her secret, and his, and she thought this was her opportunity. She was mistaken. For as she stood, keeping, as it were, a heart-quake in abeyance till she should see him begin to understand, he replied without the least perceiving her meaning, evidently accounting her speech only a variant on "if I had been that girl," and so forth. "Of course you did, sweetheart," said he, with a laugh in his voice, "when you were that girl. And I expect that girl said it when she was herself, whoever she was, and the name Rosalind turned her into you. Look at this cuttlefish before he squirts." For a moment Rosalind Fenwick was almost two people. So distinctly did the two aspects or conditions of herself strike her mind. The one was that of breath drawn freely, of a respite, a reprieve, a heartquake escaped. For indeed she had begun to feel, as she neared the crisis, that the trial might pass her powers of endurance. The other of a new terror, that the tale perhaps could not be told at all, that unassisted by a further revival of her husband's memory, it would remain permanently incredible by him, with what effect of a half-knowledge of the past God only knew. The sense of reprieve got the better of the new-born apprehension, bid it stand over for a while at least. Sufficient for the day was the evil thereof. Meanwhile Jerry, absolutely unconscious of her emotion, and seeming much less disconcerted over this abortive recollection than over previous ones, stood gazing down into the clear rock pool that contained the cuttlefish. "Do come and look at him, Rosy love," said he. "His manners are detestable, but there can be no doubt about the quality of his black." She leaned a bit heavily on the arm she took as they left the cuttlefish to his ill-conditioned solitude. "Tired, dearest?" said her husband, and she answered, "Just a little." But his mind was a clean sheet on which his story would have to be written in ink as black as the cuttlefish's Parthian squirt, and in a full round hand without abbreviations, unless it should do something to help itself. Let it rest while she rested and thought. She thought and thought, happy for all her strain of nerve and mind, on the quiet stretch of sand and outcrop of chalk, slippery with weed, that the ebbing tide would leave safe for them for hours to come. So thinking, and seeing the way in which her husband's reason was entrenched against the facts of his own life, in a citadel defended by human experience at bay, she wavered in her resolution of a few hours since, or rather, she saw the impossibility of forcing the position, thinking contentedly that at least if it was so impracticable to her, it would be equally so to other agencies, and he might be relied on to remain in the dark. The status quo would be the happiest if it could be preserved. So when, after a 2 hours' walk through the evening glow and the moonrise, Rosalind came home to Sally's revelation, as we have seen, the slight exception her voice took to universal rejoicing was the barest echo of the tension of her absolutely unsuccessful attempt to get in the thin end of the wedge of an incredible revelation. Quite incredible. So hopeless is the case of a mere crude, unadulterated fact against an irresistible a priori belief in its incredibility. Sally was reserved about details, but clear about the outcome of her expedition with Prosy. They perfectly understood each other, and it wasn't anybody else's concern, present companies of course excepted. Questioned as to plans for the future, inasmuch as marriage did not seem inconsequent under the circumstances, Sally became enigmatical. The word marriage had not been so much as mentioned. She admitted the existence of the institution, but proposed, now and for the future, to regard it as premature. Wasn't even sure she would tell anybody except Tishy, and perhaps also Henriette Prince, because she was sure to ask, and possibly Karen Brown if she did ask. But she didn't seem at all clear what she was going to say to them, as she objected to the expression engaged. A thing called it, without an antecedent, got materialised, and did duty for something more intelligible. Yes, she would tell Tishy about it, and just those one or two others, but if it was going to make any difference, or there was going to be any fuss, she would just break it off and have done with it. Sentiments of this sort provoked telegraphic interchanges of smile suggestion between her hearers all through the evening meal that was so unusually late. This lateness received sanction from the fact that Mr. Fenwick would very likely have letters by the morning post that would oblige him to return to town by the afternoon train. If so, this was his last evening, and clearly nothing mattered. Law and order might be blowed or hanged. It was, under these circumstances, rather a surprise to his hearers when he said, after smoking half through his first cigar, that he thought he should walk up to the hotel in the new town, because he fancied there was a man there he knew. As to his name, he thought it was Pilkington, but he wasn't sure. Taunted with reticence, he said it was nothing but business. As Rosalind could easily conceive that Jerry might not want to introduce all the Pilkingtons he chanced across to his family, she didn't press for explanation. "He'll very likely call round to see your young man, Chick, when he's done with Pilkington." To which Sally replied, "Oh, he'll come round here. Told him to." Which he did at about 10 o'clock. But Fenwick had never called at Iggulden's, neither had he come back to his own home. It was after midnight before his foot was on the stairs, and Sally had retired for the night, telling her mother not to fidget. Jeremiah would be all right. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 43. Of an observant and thoughtful but sniffy waiter, and how he opened a new bottle of cognac. How the Baron saw Fenwick home without his hat. An old memory from Rosalind's past and his, and then face to face with the whole. Sleep upon it. But what became of his horrible baby? At 11 o'clock that night, a respectable man with weak eyes and a cold was communing with a commanding presence that lived in a bureau, nothing less, in the entrance hall of the big hotel at the New St. Sennans. It was that of a matron, with jet earrings and tube curls, and a tortoise-shell comb, and an educated contempt for her species. It lived in that bureau with a speaking pipe to speak to every floor, and a telephone for the universe beyond. He that now ventured to address it was a waiter, clearly, for he carried a table napkin, on nobody's behalf and uselessly, but with a feeling for emblems which might have made him Rouge Dragon in another sphere. As it was, he was the head waiter in the accursed restaurant or dining salon at the excruciating new hotel, where he would bring you cold misery from the counter at the other end, or lukewarm depression à la carte from the beyond, but nothing that would do you any good inside from anywhere. "Are those parties going in 89, do you make out?" The presence speaks, but with languid interest. "A pathetic party, and short customer. Takes you up rather free. Name of Pilkington. Not heard them say anything." "Who did you say was going?" "The German party. Party of full habit. Called at 7 in the morning. Fried sole and cutlets à la Maintenon, and sweet omelette at 7:30 sharp. Too much by way of smoking all day in my thinking. But they say plums and green gages took all through meals is a set-off." "I don't pretend to be an authority. Isn't that him in the smoking room?" "Going on in German? Probably." Both stop and listen. What they hear is the Baron, going on very earnestly indeed in German. What keeps them listening is that another voice comes in occasionally, a voice with more than mere earnestness in it, a voice rather of anguish under control. Then both voices pause and silence comes suddenly. "Who's the other party?" "In a blue suit, living in one of the sea houses down on the beach. Big customer, produces a rousing impression." "Is that his daughter that swims? That's him coming away." But it isn't. It's the Baron, wrathful, shouting, swearing neither in German nor English, but in either or both. "Where is that damned Kellner? Why does he not answer the bell? This is an abscheulicher hotel, and everyone connected with it is an Esel. What he wants is some cognac and a doctor forthwith. His friend has fainted. He has been pressing the damn button, and nobody comes." The attitude of the lady with the earrings epitomises the complete indifference of a hotel keeper to the private lives of its guests nowadays. That bell must be seen to, she says, otherwise she is callous. The respectable waiter hurries for the cognac and returns with a newly drawn bottle and 2 glasses to the smoking room to find that the gentleman has recovered and won't have any. He suggests that our young man could step round for Dr. Mackle, but the proposed patient says, "The devil fly away with Dr. Mackle," which doesn't look like docility. The respectable waiter takes note of his appearance and reports of it to his principal on dramatic grounds, not as a matter into which human sympathies enter. "Very queer he looks, due to reaction or the coating of the stomach, affecting the action of the heart. No, there's nobody else in the smoking room. Party with the hook instead of the hands, watching 'em play penny pool in the billiard room." Surely a tale to bring a tear to the eye of sensibility, but not to one that sees in mankind only a thing that comes and goes and pays its bill, or doesn't. The lady in the bureau appears to listen slightly to the voices that come afresh from the smoking room, but their duration is all she is concerned with. "He's going now," she says. He is, and he does look queer, very queer. His companion does not leave him at the door, but walks out into the air with him and without his hat, speaking to him volubly and earnestly, always in German. His speech suggests affectionate exhortation, and the way he takes his arm is affectionate. The voices go out of hearing, and it is so long before the Baron returns, hatless, that he must have gone all the way to the sea houses down on the beach. Sally retired to her own couch in order to supply an inducement to her mother to go to bed herself, and sit up no longer for Jerry's return, which might be any time, of course. Rosalind conceded the point, and was left alone under a solemn promise not to be a goose and fidget. But she was very deliberate about it, and though she didn't fidget, she went all the slower, that she might think back on a day, an hour, of 20 years ago, and on the incident that Jerry had half recalled, quite accurately as far as it went, but strangely unsupported by surroundings or concomitants. It came back to her with both. She could remember even the face of her mother's coachman, Forsyth, who had driven her with Miss Steninocht, her chaperone in this case, to the dance where she was to meet Jerry, as it turned out, and how Forsyth was told not to come for them before 3 a.m, as he would only have to wait, and how Miss Steninocht, her governess of late, who was over 40, pleaded for 2, and Forsyth did have to wait, and how she heard the music and the dancing above, for they were late, and how they waded upstairs against a descending stream of muslin skirts and marked attentions, going lawnwards towards the summer night, and bent on lemonade and ices. And then their entry into the dancing-room, and an excited hostess and daughters introducing partners like mad, and an excited daughter greeting a gentleman who had come upstairs behind them with, "Well, Mr. Palliser, you are late. You don't deserve to be allowed to dance at all." And that was Jessie Nairn, of course, who added, "I've jilted you for Arthur Fenwick." How well Rosalind could remember turning around and seeing a splendid young chap who said, "What a jolly shame," and didn't seem to be oppressed by that or anything else. Also Jessie's further speech, apologising for having also appropriated Miss Graythorpe's partner, so they would have to console each other. What a saucy girl Jessie was, to be sure. She introduced them with a run. "Mr. Algernon Palliser, Miss Rosalind Graythorpe, Miss Rosalind Graythorpe, Mr. Algernon Palliser," and fled. And Rosalind was piqued about Arthur Fenwick's desertion. It seemed all so strange now, such a vanished world. Just fancy, she had been speculating if she should accept Arthur if he got to the point of offering himself. But a shaft from Cupid's bow must have been shot from a slack string, for Rosalind could remember how quickly she forgot Arthur Fenwick as she took a good look at Jerry Palliser, his great friend, whom he had so often raved about to her, and who was to be brought to play lawn tennis next Monday. And then to the ear of her mind, listening back to long ago, came a voice so like the one she was to hear soon, when that footstep should come on the stair. "I can't waltz like Arthur, Miss Graythorpe, but you'll have to put up with me." And the smile that spread over his whole face was so like him now. Then came the allusion to As You Like It. "I'll take you for pity, Mr. Palliser, by my troth, as my namesake Rosalind, Celia's friend in Shakespeare, says to... What's his name? Orlando.
Come, I say, Miss Graythorpe, that's not fair. It was Benedict said it to Beatrice.
Did he? And did Beatrice say she wouldn't waltz with him?
Oh, please, I'm so sorry. No, it wasn't Benedict. It was Rosalind.
That's right. Now let me button your glove for you. You'll be forever with those big fingers.
For both of us, thought Rosalind, were determined to begin at once and not lose a minute. That dear old time before. Then, even clearer still, came back to her the dim summer lawn in the garden, with here and there a Chinese lantern not burned out, and the flagging music of the weary musicians afar. And she and Jerry, with the garden nearly to themselves. She could feel the cool air of the morning again, and hear the crowing of a self-important cock. And the informal wager which would live the longer, a Chinese lantern on the point of death, or the vanishing moon just touching the line of tree-tops against the sky, stirred by the morning wind. And the voice of Jerry when returned to the house and a farewell became inevitable. She shut her eyes and could hear it, and her own answer. I shall go to India in 6 weeks, and never see you again.
Yes, you will, because Arthur Fenwick is to bring you round to lawn tennis.
Well, that won't make having to go any better. And then when I come back in ever so many years, I shall find you...
Gone to Kingdom Come?
No. Married. Oh, no, do stop out. Don't go in yet.
We ought to go in. Now, don't be silly.
I can't help it. Well, a fellow I know asked a girl to marry him he'd only known 2 hours.
What very silly friends you must have, Mr. Palliser. Did she marry him?
No, but they're engaged, and he's in Ceylon. But you wouldn't marry me.
How on earth can you tell in such a short time? What a goose you are. There, the music stopped, and Mrs. Nairn said that must be the last waltz. Come along, or we shall catch it. They had known each other exactly 4 hours. Rosalind remembered it all, word for word, and how Jerry captured a torn glove to keep, and when he came, as appointed, to lawn tennis, went back at once to Shakespeare and said he had looked it up and it was Beatrice and Benedict and not Rosalind at all. She could remember, too, her weary and reproachful chaperone and the well-deserved scolding she got for the way she had been going on with that young Palliser. 8 dances! So long ago, and she could think through it all again, and to him it had become a memory of shreds and patches. Let it remain so, or become again oblivion, vanish with the rest of his forgotten past. Her thought that it would do so was confidence itself as she sat there waiting for his footstep on the stair. For had she not spoken of herself unflinchingly as the girl who said those words from Shakespeare, and had not her asseveration slipped from the mind that could not receive it, as water slips from oil? She could wait there without misgiving, could even hope that, whatever it was due to, this recent stirring of the dead bones of memory might mean nothing, and die away, leaving all as it was before. Sally, acknowledging physical fatigue with reluctance, after her long walk and swim in the morning, went to bed. It presented itself to her as a thing practicable and salutary in her state of bewilderment to lie in bed with her eyes closed and think over the events of the day. It would be really quiet, and then she would be awake when Jeremiah came in, and would call out for information if there was a sound of anything to hear about. But her project fell through, for she had scarcely closed her eyes when she fell into a trap laid for her by sleep, deep sleep such as we fancy dreamless. And when Fenwick came back in, she could not have heard his words to her mother, even had they risen above the choking undertone in which he spoke, nor her mother's reply, more audible in its sudden alarm, but still kept down, for, startled as she was at Jerry's unexpected words, she did not lose her presence of mind. "What is it, Jerry darling? What is it, dear love? Has anything happened? I'll come."
"Yes, come into my room. Come away from our girl. She mustn't hear."
She knew then at once that his past had come upon him somehow. She knew it at once from the tone of his voice, but she could make no guess as to the manner of it. She knew, too, that her heartquake was upon her, the one she had felt so glad to stave off that day upon the beach, and that self-command had to be found in an emergency she might not have the strength to meet. For the shock
coming as it did upon her false confidence, a sudden thunderbolt from a cloudless sky, was an overwhelming one. She knew she would have a moment's outward calm before her powers gave way, and she must use it for Sally's security. What Jerry said was true. Their girl must not hear. But oh, how quick thought travels! By the time Rosalind, after stopping a second outside Sally's door, listening for any movement, had closed that of her husband's room as she followed him in, placing the light she carried on a chair as she entered, she had found, in the words, "our girl," a foretaste of water in the desert that might be before her. Another moment, and she knew she was safe, so far as Jerry himself went. As he had himself said, he would be the same Jerry to her, and she the same Rosie to him, whatever wild beast should leap out of the past to molest them.
She knew it was as he caught her to his heart,
crushing her almost painfully in the great strength that went beyond his own control as he shook and trembled like an aspen leaf under the force of an emotion she could only, as yet, guess at the nature of. But the guess was not a wrong one, in so far as it said that each was there to be the other's shield and guard against ill, past, present, and to come, a refuge haven to fly to from every tempest fate might have in store. She could not speak, could not have found utterance even had words come to her. She could only rest passive in his arms, inert and dumb, feeling in the short gasps that caught his breath how he struggled for speech and failed, then strove again. At last his voice came, short, spasmodic sentences breaking or broken by like spans of silence. "Oh, my darling, remember, whatever it is, it shall not come between us. It shall not. It shall not. Oh, my dear, give me time. I shall speak. If I could only say at once, in one word, could only understand. That is all, to understand." He relaxed his hold upon her, but she held to him, or she might have fallen, so weak was she, and so unsteady was the room and all in it to her sight. The image of him that she saw seemed dim and in a cloud as he pressed his hands upon his eyes and stood for a moment speechless, then struggled again to find words that for another moment would not come, caught in the gasping of his breath. Then he got a longer breath, as for ease, and drawing her face towards his own, and this time the touch of his hand was tender as a child's. He kissed it repeatedly, kissed her eyes, her cheeks, her lips, and in his kiss was security for her, safe again in the haven of his love, come what might. She felt how it brought back to her the breath she knew would fail her, unless her heart that had beaten so furiously a moment since, and then died away, should resume its life. The room became steady, and she saw his face and its pallor plainly, and knew that in a moment she should find her voice. But he spoke first, again. "That is what I want, dear love, to understand. Help me to understand," he said. And then, as though feeling for the first time how she was clinging to him for support, he passed his arm around her gently, guiding her to sit down. But he himself remained standing by her, as though physically unaffected by the storm of emotion, whatever its cause, that had passed over him. Then Rosalind found her voice. "Jerry, darling, let us try and get quiet over it. After all, we are both here." As she said this, she was not very clear about her own meaning, but the words satisfied her. "I see you have remembered more, but I cannot tell how much. Now try and tell me. Have you remembered all?" "I think so, darling." He was speaking more quietly now, as one docile to her influence. His manner gave her strength to continue. "Since you left Mr. Pilkington, your friend at the hotel, didn't you say the name Pilkington?" "No, there was no Pilkington. Oh, yes, there was. A friend of Diedrich's." "Has it come back, I mean, since you left the house? Who is Diedrich?" "Stop a bit, dearest love. I shall be able to tell it all directly." She too was glad of a lull, and welcomed his sitting down beside her on the bed end, drawing her face to his and keeping it with the hand that was not caressing hers. Presently he spoke again, more at ease, but always in an undertone, just above a whisper, that meant the consciousness of Sally, too, near. Rosalind said, "She won't hear," and he replied, "No, it's all right, I think," and continued, "Diedrich Kreutzkammer, he's Diedrich, don't you remember? Of course you do. I heard him down on the beach today singing. I wanted to go to him at once, but I had to think of it first, so I came home. Then I settled to go to him at the hotel. I had not remembered anything then, anything to speak of. I had not remembered it. Now it is all back upon me, in a whirl." He freed the hand that held hers for a moment, and pressed his fingers hard upon his eyes, then took her hand again as before. "I wanted to see the dear old fellow and talk over old times, at Frisco and up the Gold River, that, of course. But I wanted, too, to make him repeat to me all the story I had told him of my early marriage. Oh, my darling, our marriage, and I did not know it. I know it now. I know it now." Rosalind could feel the thrill that ran through him as his hand tightened on hers. She spoke, to turn his mind for a moment. "How came Baron Kreutzkammer at St. Sennans?" "Diedrich? He has a married niece living at Canterbury, don't you remember? He told you, and you told me." Rosalind had forgotten this, but now recalled it. "Well, we talked about the States. All the story I shall have to tell you, darling, sometime, but... oh dear, how confused I get. That wasn't the first. The first was telling him my story, the accident and so on, and it was hard work to convince him that it really was me at Sonnenberg. That was rather a difficulty, because I had sent him in the name I had in America, and he only saw an old friend he thought was dead. All that was a trifle, but oh, the complications." "What was the name you had in America?" Fenwick answered musingly, "Harrison," and then paused before saying, "No, I'd better not," and leaving the sentence unfinished. She caught his meaning and said no more. After all, it could matter very little if she never heard his American experiences, and the name Harrison had no association for her. She left him to resume without suggestion. "He might have reminded me of anything that happened in the States, and I should just have come back here and told it you, because, you see, I should have been sure it was true and no dream. It was India. I had told him all, don't you see, and I got him to repeat it, and then it all came back, all at once, the moment I saw it was you, my darling, you yourself. It all became quite easy then. It was us, you and me. I know it now. I know it now." "But, dearest, what made you see that it was us?" "Why, of course, because of the name. He told me all I had told him from the beginning, in German. We always spoke German. He could not remember your first name, but he remembered your mother's. It had stayed in his mind, because of the German word Nachtigall being so nearly the same. As he said the word, my mind got in a frightful twist, and I thought I was mad. I did indeed, my dearest love, raving mad." "And then you knew it?" "And then I knew it. I nearly fainted clean off, and he went for brandy. But I came round, and the dear old boy saw me to the door here. It has all only just happened." He remained silent again for a little space, holding her hand, and then said suddenly, "It has happened. Has it not? Is it all true, or am I dreaming?" "Be patient, darling. It is all true. At least, I think so. It is all true if it is like this. Because, remember, dear, you have told me almost nothing. I only know that it has come back to you that I am Rosie and that you are Jerry. The old Rosie and Jerry. Long ago. In India." She broke down over her own words as her tears, a relief in themselves, came freely, taxing her further to keep her voice under for Sally's sake. It was only for a moment. Then she seemed to brush them aside in an effort at self-mastery, and again began, dropping her voice even lower. "It is all true, if it is like this. I came out to marry you in India, my darling, and a terrible thing happened to me on the way. The story you know more of now than I could tell you then. For how could I tell it? Think." Her husband started up from her side, gasping, beating his head like a madman. She was in terror lest she had done wrong in her speech. "Jerry, Jerry!" she appealed to him in a scarcely raised voice. "Think of Sally!" She rose and went to him, repeating, "Think of Sally," then drew him back to his former place. His breath went and came heavily, and his forehead was drenched with sweat, as in epilepsy. But the paroxysm left him as he sank back beside her, saying only, "My God, that miscreant!" but showing that he had heard her by the force of the constraint he put upon his voice. It gave her the courage to go on. "I could not get it told then. I did not know the phrases. And you were so happy, my darling, so happy when you met me at the station. Oh, how could I? But I was wrong. I ought not to have let you marry me, not knowing. And then it seemed deception, and I could not write it." Her voice broke again as she hid her face on his shoulder, but she knew her safety in the kiss she felt on her free hand, and the gentleness of his that stroked her hair. Then she heard his almost whispered words above her head, close to her ear. "Darling, forgive me. Forgive me. It was I that was in fault. I might have known." "Cherry, dear, no." "Yes, I might. There was a woman there, had been an officer's wife. She came to me and spoke rough truths about it, told me her notion of the tale in her own language. 'Put her away from you,' she said, 'and you won't get another like her and won't deserve her.' And she was right, poor thing. But I was headstrong and obstinate and would not hear her. Oh, my darling, how we have paid for it!" "But you have found me again, dear love." He did not answer, but raised up her face from his shoulder, parting the loose hair tenderly, for it was all free on her shoulders, and gazing straight into her eyes with an expression of utter bewilderment. "Yes, darling, what is it?" said she, as though he had spoken. "I'm getting fogged," he said, "and cannot make it out. Was it pure accident? Surely something must have happened to bring it about." "Bring what about?" "How we came to find each other again, I mean." "Oh, I see. Pure accident, I should say, dear. Why not? It would not have happened if it had not been possible. Thank God it did." "Thank God it did. But think of the strangeness of it all. How came Sally in that train?" "Well, why not, darling? Where else could she have been? She was coming back to tea, as usual." "And she put me in a cab, bless her, she and Conrad Vereker, and brought me home to you. But did you know me at once, darling?" "At once." "But why didn't you tell me?" "If you had shown the slightest sign of knowing me, I should have told you, and taken my chance. But you only looked at me and smiled and never knew me. Was mine a good plan? At least, it has answered." A clasp and a kiss was the reply. She was glad that he should choose the line of conversation, and did not break into the pause that followed. The look of fixed bewilderment on his face was painful, but she did not dare any suggestion of guidance to his mind. She had succeeded but ill before in going back to the cause of their own early severance. Yet that was what she naturally had most at heart and longed to speak of. Could she have chosen, she would have liked to resume it once for all, in spite of the pain, to look the dreadful past in the face, and then agree to forget it together. She was hungry to tell him that even when he broke away from her that last time she saw him at Umballa, broke away from her so roughly that his action had all the force and meaning of a blow, she only saw his image of the wrong she had done or seemed to have done him, that she had nothing for him through it all but love and forgiveness. At least, she would have tried to make sure that he had been able to connect and compare the tale she had told him since their reunion with his new memory of the facts of 20 years ago. But she dared say nothing further as yet. For his part, at this moment, he seemed strangely willing to let all the old story lapse, and to dwell only on the incredible chance that had brought them together again. All that eventful day our story began with had leapt into the foreground of his mind. Presently he said, still almost whispering hoarsely, with a constant note of amazement and something like panic in his voice, "If it hadn't happened, the accident, I suppose I should have gone back to the hotel. And what should I have done next? I should never have found you and Sally." "Were you poor, Jerry darling?" "Frightfully rich. Goldfields, mining place up in the Yukon, near the Arctic Circle. He went on in a rapid undertone, as if he were trying to supply briefly what he knew the woman beside him must be yearning to know, if not quite unlike other women. I wasn't well off before, didn't get on the bar at St. Louis, but not poor exactly. Then I made a small pile cattle ranching in Texas, and somehow went to live at Quebec. There were a lot of French Canadians I took to. Then after that, Frisco and the gold.
Jerry, dear?
Yes, love, what?
Have you any relations living in England?
Heaps, but I haven't spoken to one of them for years and years, not since then. One of them's a Bart, with a fungus on his nose in Shropshire. He's an uncle. Then there's my sister, if she's not dead. My sister, Livy. She's Mrs. Huxtable. I fancy they all think I'm dead in the bush in Australia. I had a narrow squeak there.
Now, Jerry, darling, I'll tell you what I want you to do.
Yes, dear. I will.
You can't tell me all these things now, and you'll be ill. So lie down on the bed there, and I'll sit by you till you go to sleep. Or look, you get to bed comfortably, and I'll be back in a few moments and sit by you, just till you go off. Now do as I tell you.
He obeyed like a child. It was wonderful how, in the returning power of her self-command, she took him, as it were, in hand, and rescued him from the tension of his bewilderment. Apart from the fact that the fibre of her nature was exceptionally strong, her experience of this last hour had removed the most part of the oppression that had weighed her down for more than a 12-month. The doubt as to which way a discovery of his past would tell on her husband's love for her. She had no feeling now but anxiety on his behalf, and this really helped her towards facing the situation calmly. All things do that take us out of ourselves. She stood again a moment outside Sally's door to make sure that she was not moving, then went to her own room, not sorry to be alone. She wanted a pause, for the whirl in her brain to stop, for the torrent of new event that had rushed in upon it to find its equilibrium. If Jerry fell asleep before she returned to him, so much the better. She did not even light her candle, preferring to be in the dark. But this did not long defer her return to her husband's room. A very few minutes in the darkness and the silence of her own were enough for her, and she was grateful for both. Then she went back to find him in bed, sitting up and pressing his fingers on his eyes, as one does when suffering from nervous headache. But he disclaimed any such feeling in answer to her inquiry. She sat down beside him, holding his hand, just as she had done in the night of the storm, and begged him, for her sake and his own, to try to sleep. It would all seem so much easier and clearer in the morning. Yes, he would sleep, he said. And indeed he had resolved to effect sleep, so as to induce her to go away herself and rest. But it was not so easy. Half-grasped facts went and came, recollections that he knew he should before long be able to marshal in their proper order and make harmonious. For the time being, though they had not the nightmare character of the recurrences he had suffered from before his memory revival, they stood between him and sleep effectually. But he could and would simulate sleep directly for Rosalind's sake. He had looked at his watch and seen that it was near 2 a.m. Yes, he would sleep, but he must ask one question or lose his reason if she left him alone with it unanswered. "Rosie, darling."
"What, dearest?"
"We'll forget the old story, won't we? And only think of now. That's the right way to take it, isn't it?"
She kissed his face as she answered, just as she might have kissed a child. "Quite right, dear love," she said. "And now go to sleep. Or if you must talk a little more, talk about Conrad and Sally."
"Ah, yes," he answered. "That's all happiness, Conrad and Sally. But there's a thing."
"What thing, dear? What is it?"
"I shall ask it you in the end, so why not now?"
She felt in his hand a shudder that ran through him as his hold on her fingers tightened. "So why not now?" she repeated after him. "Why hesitate?" The tremor strengthened in her hand and was heard in his voice plainly as he answered with an effort, "What became of the baby?" "What became of the baby?" There was a new terror in Rosalind's voice as she repeated the words, a fear for his reason. "What baby?"
"The baby. His baby. His horrible baby."
"Jerry, darling. Jerry, dearest. Do think."
His puzzled eyes, bloodshot in his white face, turned full upon her, but he remained silent, waiting to hear more. "You have forgotten, darling," she said quietly. His free hand that lay on the coverlid clenched, and a spasm caught his arm, as though it longed for something to strike or strangle. "No, no," said he, "I am all right. I mean that damned monster's baby. There was a baby?" His voice shook on those last words, as though he too had a fear for his own reason. His face flushed as he awaited her reply. "Oh, Jerry, darling, but you have forgotten. His baby was Sally. My Sallykin." For it was absolutely true that, although he had as complete a knowledge, in a certain sense, of Sally's origin as the well-coached student has of the subject he is to answer questions in, he had forgotten it, under the stress of his mental trial, as readily as the student forgets what his mind has only acquiesced in for its purpose, in his joy at recovering his right to ignorance. Sally had an existence of her own, quite independent of her origin. She was his and Rosalind's, a part of their existence, a necessity. It was easy and natural for him to dissociate the living, breathing reality that filled so much of their lives from its mere beginnings. It was less easy for Rosalind, but not an impossibility altogether, helped by the forgiveness for the past that grew from the soil of her daughter's love. "You had forgotten, dear," she repeated, "but you know now." "Yes, I had forgotten, because of Sally herself, but she is my daughter now." She waited, expecting him to say more, but he did not speak again. As soon as he was, or seemed to be, asleep, she rose quietly and left him. She was so anxious that no trace of the tempest that had passed over her should be left for Sally to see in the morning, that she got as quickly as possible to bed, and, with a little effort to tranquillize her mind, soon sank into a state of absolute oblivion. It was the counterswing of the pendulum, nature's protest against a strain beyond her powers to bear, and its remedy. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 44. Of a contract job for repairs. How Fenwick had another sleepless night after all. Which is which, now or 20-odd years ago? How Sally followed Jeremiah out. What a lot of talk about a lifebelt. A colourless dawn chased a grey twilight from the sea and white cliffs of St. Sennans, and a sickly effort of the sun to rise visibly, ending above a cloud bank in a red half-circle that seemed a thing quite unconnected with the struggling light, was baffled by a higher cloud bank still that came discouragingly from the west, and quenched the hopes of the few early risers who were about as St. Sennans Tower chimed 6. The gull that flew high above the green waste of white-flecked waters was whiter still against the inky blue of the cloud curtain that had disallowed the day, and the paler vapour drifts that paused and changed, and lost themselves, and died. But the air that came from the sea was sweet and mild for the time of year, and the verdict of the coastguardsman at the flagstaff, who in pursuance of his sinecure had seen the night out, was that the day was pretty sure to be an uncertain sort, with little froshets on the water, like over yonder. He seemed to think that a certainty of uncertainty had all the value of a forecast, and was as well satisfied with his report as he was that he had not seen a smuggler through the telescope he closed as he uttered it. "Well, I should judge it might be fairly doubtful," was the reply of the man he was speaking with. It was the man who had Eleanor and Bessie tattooed on his arm. They were not legible now, as a couple of lifebelts, or hen-coops as they are sometimes called, hung over the arm and hid them. The boy Benjamin was with his father and carried a third. An explanation of them came in answer to interrogation in the eye of the coastguard. "Just to put a touch of new paint on 'em against the weather." The speaker made one movement of his head, say they had come from the pier end, and another that he had taken them home to repaint by contract.
"What do you make out of SSPC?" the coastguard asked, scarcely as one who had no theory himself, more as one archaeologist addressing another, teeming with deference but ready for controversy. The other answered with some paternal pride. "Ah, there now. Young Benjamin, he made that good, and asked for to make it red in place of black himself. Didn't you young sculping? St. Sennans Pier Company, that's all it comes to, followed out. But I'm no great schoolmaster myself, and that's God's truth." Both contemplated the judicious restoration with satisfaction, and young Benjamin, who had turned purple under publicity, murmured that it was black afore. He didn't seem to mean anything, but to think it due to himself to say something, meaning or no. The coastguardsman merely said, "Makes a tidy job," and the father and son went on their way to the pier. A quarter of an hour before, this coastguard had looked after the visitor in a blue serge suit up at Lobjoit's, who had passed him going briskly towards the fishing quarter. He had recognised him confidently, for he knew Fenwick well, and saw nothing strange in his early appearance. Now that he saw him returning, and could take full note of him, he almost suspected he had been mistaken. So wild and pallid was the face of this man, who, usually ready with a light word for every chance encounter, even with perfect strangers, now passed him by ungreeted, and to all seeming unconscious of his presence. The coastguard was for a moment in doubt if he should not follow him, inferring something in the nature of delirium from his aspect. But seeing that he made straight for the pier, and knowing that young Benjamin's father was more familiar with him than himself, he was contented to record in thought that that was a face with a bad day ahead, and leave it. For Jerry, when Rosalind left him, was rash in assuming he could let her do so safely. His well-meant pretext of sleep was not destined to grow into a reality. He had really believed that it would, so soothing was the touch of her hand in his own. The moment he was alone, his mind leapt willy-nilly to the analysis of one point or other in the past that had just come back to him. He tried to silence thought and to sleep, knowing that his best hope was in rest, but each new effort only ended in his slipping back to what he had just dismissed. And that terrible last interview with Rosie at Umballa, where he parted from her, as he thought, never to see her again, was the Rome to which all the roads of recollection led. Each involuntary visit there had its renchérissement on the previous one, and in the end the image of that hour became a brain oppression, and wrote the word fever large on the tablets of his apprehension. He knew now it was not to be sleep. He knew it as he sat up in bed feeling his pulse, and stimulating it with his anxiety that it should go slow. Was there nothing he could take that would make him sleep? Certainly he knew of nothing, anywhere, except it was to be found by waking Rosalind, probably sound asleep by now. Out of the question. Oh, why, with all the warning he had he neglected to provide himself with a mysterious thing known to him all his life as a soothing draught? It would have been so useful now, and Conrad would have defined it down to the prosaic requirements of pharmacy, but it was too late. So long as her hand was in his, so long as her lips were near his own, what did it matter what he recollected? The living present cancelled the dead past. But to be there alone, in the dark, with the image of that Rosalind of former years clinging to him and crying for forgiveness because his mind, warped against her by a false conception of the truth, could not forgive. To be defenceless against her last words, coming through the long interval to him again, just as he heard them 20 years ago, bringing back the other noises of the Indian night, the lowing of the bullocks in the compound, the striking of the hour on the Kutchari gongs, the grinding of the Persian wheels unceasingly drawing water for the irrigation of the fields. To be exposed to this solitude and ever-growing imagination was to become the soil for a self-sown crop of terrors. Fear of fever, fear of madness, fear, at the very least, of perturbation such that Sally might come, through it, to a knowledge that had to be kept from her at all costs. He lighted his candle with a cautious match, and found what might be a solace, a lucky newspaper of the morning, if only he could read it without audible rustling unheard by the sleepers. The print was almost too small to be read by the light of a single candle, but there were the usual headings, the usual ranks of capitals that tell us so quick that there is nothing we shall care about in the pale, undecipherable paragraphs below, and that we have spent our halfpenny in vain. There was the usual young lady who had brought, or was trying on, a large hat, and whose top story above, in profile, had got so far ahead of her other stories below. There were the consignments of locust flights of boots for this young lady's friends, with heels in the instep, and all the advertisements that someone must believe or they would not pay for insertion, but that we ignore, incredulous. Fenwick tried hard for his own sake to make the whole thing mean something, but his dazed brain and feverish eyes refused to respond to his efforts, and he let the paper go and gave himself up, a prey to his own memories. After all, the daylight was sure to come in the end to save him. He tried hard to reason with himself, to force himself to feel the reality of his own belief that all was well, for he had no doubt of it as an abstract truth. It was the power of getting comfort from it that was wanting. If only his heart could stop thumping and his brain burning, he would have done the rejoicing that Rosalind was there, knowing all he knew and loving him, that Sally was there, loving him too, but knowing nothing and needing to know nothing, that one of his first greetings in the day to come would be from Conrad Vereker, probably too much intoxicated with his own happiness to give much attention to what he was beginning to acknowledge was some kind of physical or nervous fever. If he could only sleep! But he could not, could hardly close his eyes. He said to himself again and again that nothing was the matter, that, if anything, he and Rosey were better off than they had been yet, that they had passed through a land of peril to a great deliverance. But he did not believe his own assurance, and the throng of memories that his feverish condition would not let sleep, or that were its cause, came on him more and more thickly through all those hours of the dreary night. They came, too, with a growing force, each one, as it returned, having more the character of a waking dream, vivid almost to the point of reality. But all ended alike. He always found himself breaking away from Rosey in the verandah of the bungalow at Umballa, and could hear again her cry of despair. "Oh, Jerry, Jerry, it's not as you think. Oh, stay, stay. Give me a chance to show you how I love you." The tramp of his horse as he rode away from his home, and that white figure left prostrate in the verandah above him, became a real sound that beat painfully upon his ears, and the voice of the friend he sought, an old soldier in a camp at Sabatu, where he rode almost without a halt as he roused himself in the dawn of the next day, came to him again, almost as though spoken in the room beside him. "Left your wife, Palliser? My God, sir! What's to come next?" And then the wicked hardness of his own heart, and his stubborn refusal to listen to the angry remonstrance that followed. "I tell you this, young man, the man's a fool, a damned fool that runs from the woman who loves him." And the asseveration that the speaker would say the same if she was anything short of the worst character in camp, only in slightly different words. His remorse for his own obduracy, and the cruelty of his behaviour then, his shame when he thought of his application months later to the court at Lahore for relief from Rosey. Just imagine it! These were bad enough to think back on, even from the point of view of his previous knowledge, but how infinitely worse when he thought what she had been to him, how she had acted towards him 2 years ago. Even the painful adventure he could now look back to clearly, and with a rather amused interest, as to an event with no laceration in it, his wandering in an Australian forest, for how many days he could not say, and his final resurrection at a town 100 miles from his starting point. Even this led him back in the end to the old story. The whole passed through his mind like the scenes of a drama, his confidence having lost the track that his horse, left to himself, would find it again, his terror when, coming back from a stone's throw off, he found the tree deserted he had tied his horse to, his foolish starting off to catch him when the only sane course was to wait for his return. But the second act of the drama took his mind again to Rosey in her loneliness, for when he was found by a search party at the foot of a telegraph post he had used his last match to burn down, he was inarticulate, and seemed to give his name as Harrison. As he slowly recovered sense and speech at the telegraph station, for the interruption of the current had been his cry for help to its occupants, He heard himself addressed by the name, and saw the mistake, but he did not correct it, being indeed not sorry for an incognito, sick of his life, as it were, and glad to change his identity. But how if Rosey wrote to him then, think of it, under his old name? Fancy her, when the time came for a possible reply, with who could say what of hope in it? Fancy her many decisions that it was still too soon for an answer, followed by as many others as time went on that it was not too late. If he had received such a letter from her then, might it not all have been different? May she not have written one? He had talked so little with her, nothing forbade the idea, and so his mind travelled round with monotonous return always to that old time and those old scenes and all the pain of them. It was curious, he noted the oddity himself, that his whole life in America took the drama character, and he became the spectator. He never caught himself playing his own part over again, with all its phases of passion or excitement, as in the earlier story. In that, his identification of himself with his past grew and grew, and as his fever increased through the small hours of the morning, got more and more the force of a waking dream. And when the dawn came at last, and the gleam from the languid sun followed it, the man who got up and looked out towards its great blue bank of cloud was only half sure he was not another former self, looking out towards another sea 20 years ago, to see if he could identify the ship that was to take him from Karachi to Port Jackson. What did it all mean? Yes, sure enough, he had taken his passage, and tomorrow leagues of sea would lie between him and Rosey. That would end it for ever. No reconciliations, no repentance then. Was there not still time? A chance if he chose to catch at it? Puny irresolution, shake it all off and have done with it. He shuddered as he thought through his old part again, and then came back with a jerk to the strange knowledge that he was opening a closed book, a tragedy written 20 years ago, and that there, within a few feet of where he gazed with a jaded sight out to the empty sea, was Rosey herself, alive and breathing, and in an hour or two he was to see her, feel the touch of her hand and lips, be his happy self again of 3 days only gone by, if he could but face masterfully the strange knowledge this mysterious revival of a former self had brought upon him. And there was Sally. But at the name, as it came to his mind, came also the shock of another mystery. Who and what was Sally? Let him lie down again and try to think quietly. Was not this part of his delirium? Could he have got the story right? Surely. Was it not of her that Rosey had said, only a few hours since, his baby was Sally, my Sallykin? And was he not then able to reply collectedly and with ease, she is my daughter now, and to feel the power of his choice that it should be so? But the strength of Rosalind was beside him then, and now he was here alone. He beat off, fought against, that hideous fatherhood of Sally's that he could not bear, that image that he felt might drive him mad. Oh, villain, villain! Far, far worse to him was, perforce, must be, this miscreant's crime than that mere murder that shook Hamlet's reason to its foundation. He dared not think of it, lest he should cry out aloud. But patience, only 2 or 3 hours more, and Rosalind would be there to help him to bear it. What a coward's thought! To help him to bear what she herself had borne in silence for 20 years. Would he not be better up, now that it was light? Of course. But how be sure that he should not wake them? Well, the word was caution. He must be very quiet about it, that was all. He slipped on his clothes without washing, it always makes a noise, ran a comb through the tangled hair his pillow tossings of 4 hours had produced, and got away stealthily, without accident, or meeting any early riser, speech with whom would have betrayed him. He had little trouble with door fastenings, that often perplex us in a like case, blocking egress with mysterious mechanisms. Housebreakers were rare in St. Sennans. He had more fear his footsteps would be audible, but it seemed not, and he walked away towards the cliff pathway, unnoticed. The merpussy waked to a consciousness of happiness undefined, a sense of welcome to the day. What girl would not have done so under her circumstances? For Sally had no doubt in her mind of her own satisfaction at the outcome of yesterday. She might have treated the feelings and experience of other lovers, regular ones, prone to nonsense, with contempt, but she never questioned the advantages of her own position as compared with theirs. Her feast was better cooked, altogether more substantial and real than the kickshaws and sweetmeats she chose to ascribe to the menus of Arcadia. Naturally, because see what a much better sort Conrad was. It was going to be quite a different kind of thing this time. And as for the old goody, she was not half bad. Nothing was half bad in Sally's eyes that morning, and almost everything was wholly good. She had slept so sound she was sure it was late, but it was only 6:30, and the early greetings of Mrs. Lobjoit below were not to the baker, nor even to the milk, but to next door, which was dealing with the question of its mat and clean step through the agency of its proprietress, whose voice chimed cheerfully with Mrs. Lobjoit's over the surprise of the latter finding her street door had been opened, and that someone had already passed out. For Mrs. Lobjoit had made that sure the night before that she had shot to the bottom bolt that would shut, because she had ignored as useless the top bolt that wouldn't shut. The correlation of events so often appealed to by witnesses under examination, which law, stupidly enough, prides itself on snubbing them for. Further, Mrs. Lobjoit would have flown to the solution that it was her gentleman gone out, only that it was quite into the night before they stopped from talking. Sally heard this because she had pulled down the top sash of her window to breathe the sea air, regardless of the fact she well knew, and described thus, that the sash weight stuck and clunkled and wouldn't come down. She decided against running the risk of disturbing Jeremiah on the strength of Mrs. Lobjoit's impressions, although if he had gone out she certainly would follow him. But she slipped on a dressing gown and went halfway downstairs to see if his hat was still on its peg. It was gone. So she went back to her room and dressed furtively, because if they had been talking late into the night, it would be just as well for her mother to have her sleep out. But she had hardly finished washing when she became aware of a footstep outside. Jeremiah's, certainly. She went to the window, saw him approach the house, look up at it, but as though he did not recognise that she was there, and then turn away towards the flagstaff and the old town. It was odd and unlike him, and Sally was alarmed. Besides, how white he looked. Bear this in mind, that Sally knew absolutely nothing of the cataclysm of revived memory in Jeremiah. Remember that the incident of the galvanic battery at the pier end is only 4 days old. Do not be misled by the close details we have given of these 4 days. Sally's alarm at the haggard look of her stepfather's face took away her breath. At least, she did not find her voice soon enough for him to hear her call out. She did not like to shout loud because of her mother, as he turned away. Or it seemed so, for that was the only way she could account for his walking away so abruptly. In her hurry to get dressed and follow him, she caught up an undergarment that lay on the floor, without seeing that her own foot was on the tape that was to secure it, and a rip and a partial disruption was the consequence. Never mind, it would hold up till she came in. Or if it didn't, where was that safety pin that was on her dressing table yesterday? Not there? Again, never mind, she would do somehow. She hurried on her clothes and her hat and waterproof, and left the house, going quickly on what she supposed to be the track of Jeremiah, who was by now no longer visible. But she caught sight of him returning, while she was still 2 or 3 minutes' walk short of the flagstaff he was approaching from the other side. He would stop to talk with the coastguard. He always did. Surely he would this time. But no, he didn't. He may have spoken, but he did not stop. So Sally noted, as she hesitated an instant, seeing him turn off at an angle and go towards the pier. There was a shorter cut to the pier without going to the flagstaff. Sally turned herself and took it. She would catch him as he came back from the pier end, if he was going to walk along it. She saw him as he descended the slope that, part pathway and part steps, led down towards the sea. He walked straight towards the pier, passing as he went a man and a boy who were carrying what she took at that distance for well-made coils of rope, and then, arriving at the pier turnstile just as they did, passed them, and leaving them apparently in conversation with the gatekeeper, walked steadily on towards the pier end. I shouldn't call the paint properly hardened on myself, nor won't be yet a piece, if you ask my opinion."
It was young Benjamin's father said these words to the veteran in charge of the pier turnstile, who, as an early bird, was counting his tickets, so to speak, before they were hatched, his actual professional cabinet séance not having begun. For the pier wasn't open yet, and his permission to Fenwick to pass the open side gate was an indulgence to an acquaintance. His reply to the speaker was that he must bide a while in patience then. Paint was good to dry while the grass grew, and there was plenty else to fret about for them as wanted it. He seemed only to mention this from consideration of the wants of others. He either had plenty to fret about, or was happier without anything. He ended with, "What have you to say to that, Jake Tracy?" showing that the father of Benjamin was Jacob, following precedent. But Jacob preferred not to be led away into ethics. "I should stand 'em by in the shadow for a matter of a day or two," said he, "in yonder." And the lifebelts being safely disposed of, he added, "I thought to carry back number 4 from the pier end to make a finish of the job, but looking to the condition of this paint, maybe better leave her for service. She'll do as well next week." But the moralist inclined to make a finish of the job. Who was going overboard afore the end of next week? And supposing they did, the resources of civilization wouldn't be exhausted, for we could throw 'em a clean one, paint or no. "Send your lad to fetch her along, Jake. I'll make myself answerable." And young Benjamin, confirmed by a nod from his father, departed for the mysteriously feminine hen-coop. Just as the boy turned to go, Fenwick came up, and, paying no attention to greetings from the two men, passed through the side gate and walked rather briskly away along the pier. Each of the men looked at the other as though asking a question, but neither answered, and then both said, "Queer, too." A nascent discussion of whether one or other should not follow him, for the look of his face had gone home to both, as he was, of course, well known to them, was cut short by Jacob Tracy saying, "Here's his daughter coming to see for him." And just after, Sally had passed them, leaving them pleasantly stirred by the bright smile and eye-flash that seemed this morning brighter than ever. The boy shouted something from the pier end, to which his father's shouted reply was that he must bide a minute, and he would come to see himself. "The young beggar's got the use of his eyes," he said, not hurrying. "I'll go bail he'll find her. She's there all right, I suppose?" He was still referring to the hen-coop, not to any lady. "Ah, she's there quite safe. You'd best step along and find her. Boys are boys when all's told." But Jacob wanted Benjamin to distinguish himself, and still didn't hurry. The strange appearance of Mrs. Lobjoit's gentleman supplied materials for chat. Presently his son shouted again, and he answered, "Not there, is she? I'll come." He walked away towards the pier end, just as Sally, who had fancied Jeremiah would be somewhere alongside of the pagoda building that nearly covered it, came back from her voyage of exploration and looked down the steps to the under platform that young Benjamin had just come up, shouting. What little things life and death turn on sometimes. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 45. Of Conrad Vereker's revision of Paradise, and of Fenwick's high fever. Of an English officer who wavered at Bombay, and of Fenwick's surprise bath in the British Channel. Why he did not sink. The Ellen Jane of St. Sennans. Only Sally is in the water still. More boats. Found. Fenwick, haunted by the phantoms of his own past, always, as his fever grew, assuming more and more the force of realities, but convinced of their ephemeral nature, and that the crisis of this fever would pass and leave him free, had walked quickly along the seafront towards the cliff pathway. Had Dr. Conrad seen him as he passed below his window and looked up at it, he would probably have suspected something and followed him, and then the events of this story would have travelled a different road. But Vereker, possessed by quite another sort of delirium, had risen even earlier
almost with the dawn, and taking Sally's inaccessibility at that unearthly hour for granted, had gone for a long walk over what was now to him a land of enchantment, the same ground he and Sally had passed over the previous evening. He and his mother would be on their way to London in a few hours, and he would like to see the landmarks that were to be a precious memory for all time yet once more while he had the chance. Who could say that he would ever visit St. Sennans again? If Fenwick, in choosing this direction first, had a half-formed idea of attracting the doctor's attention, the appearance of Mrs. Iggulden's shuttered parlour window would have discouraged him. It told a tale of a household still asleep, and quite truly as far as she herself was concerned. For Dr. Conrad, as might have been expected, was very late in coming home the night before, and his mother's peculiarity of not being able to sleep if kept up till 11, combined with the need of a statement of her position, a declaration of policy, and almost a budget, if not quite, on the subject of her son's future housekeeping, having resulted in what threatened to become an all-night sitting, the good woman's dozes and repentances, with jerks, on the stairs overnight, had produced their consequences in the morning. Fenwick passed the house, and walked on as far as where the path rose to the cliffs, then turned back, and pausing a moment, as we have seen, under Sally's window, failed in his dreamy state to see her as she looked over the crossbar at him, and then went on towards the old town. It may be she was not very visible. The double glasses of an open sash window are almost equal to opacity, but even with that, the extreme aberration of Fenwick's mind at the moment is the only way to account for his not seeing her. In fact, his mental perturbation came and went by gusts, as his memory caught at or relinquished agitating points of reminiscence, always dwelling on that parting from Rosalind at Umballa. His brain and nervous system were in a state that involved a climax and reaction, and unhappily this climax, during which his identification of his present self with his memory of its past was intensified to the point of absolute hallucination, came at an inopportune moment. If he could only have kept the phantoms of his imagination at bay until he met Sally! But really, speculation on so strange a frame of mind is useless. We can only accept the facts as they stand. He had no recollection afterward of what followed when he passed the house and failed to see Sally or hear her call out to him. For the time being he was back in his life of 20 years ago. Those who find this hard to believe may see no way of accounting for what came about but by ascribing to Fenwick an intention of suicide. For our part, we believe him to have been absolutely incapable of such an act from a selfish impulse, and, moreover, it is absurd to impute to him such a motive at this time, however strongly he might have been impelled towards it by discovering the injustice and cruelty of his own unforgiveness towards his young wife at some previous time, as, for instance, in America, when she herself was beyond his reach, and a recantation of his error impossible. Unless we accept his conduct as a result of a momentary dementia produced by overstrain, it must remain inexplicable. It appeared to him, so far as he was afterwards able to define or record it, that he was no longer walking on the familiar track between the few lodging-houses that made up the old St. Sennans and the still older fishing quarter near the jetty, but that he was again on his way from Lahore to Karachi, from which he was to embark for a new land where his broken heart might do its best to heal. For if ever a man was utterly broken-hearted, it was he when he came away from Lahore, after his futile attempt to procure a divorce. He no longer saw the cold northern sea under its great blue cloud curtain that had shrouded the coming day, nor the line of fishing smacks beached high and dry, and their owners' dwellings near at hand, a little town of tar and timber, in behind the stowage huts of nets and tackle, nor the white escarpment of the cliffs beyond, that the sea had worked so many centuries to plunder from the rounded pastures of the sheep above. He no longer heard the music of the waves on the shingle, nor the cry of the sea-bird that swept over them, nor the tinkle of the sheep-bell the wind knows how to carry so far in the stillness of the morning, nor the voices of the fisher-children playing in the boats that one day might bear them to their death. His mind was far away in the Indian heat, parched and suffocated on the long railway journey from Lahore to Karachi, scarcely better when he had reached his first boat that was to take him to Bombay, to embark again a day or two later for Australia. How little he had forgotten of the short but tedious delay in that chaotic emporium of all things European and Asiatic, that many-coloured meeting ground of 1,000 nationalities. How little that the whole should come back to him now and fill his brain with its reality, till the living present grew dim and vanished, reviving now and again as fiction, read in early years, revives with a suggested doubt. Is it true or false? He sat again on the esplanade at Bombay, as the sun vanished in a flood of rosy gold and released the world from its heat. He felt again the relief of the evening wind, heard again the chat of a group of English officers who sipped sherry cobblers at a table a few paces off. "I always change my mind," said one of them, "backwards and forwards till the last minute, then I make it, the last one." He quite understood this man's speech, and thought how like himself. For from the time he left Lahore he too had gone backwards and forwards, now resolving to return come what might, now telling himself firmly there was no remedy but in distance apart, and all there might be of oblivion. Was there not yet time? He could still go back, even now. But no, the old obduracy was on him. Rosey had deceived him. Then he seemed to have come again to his last minute. Once he was fairly on the ship that was even now coaling for her voyage, once the screw was on the move and the shore lights vanishing, the die would be cast. The stars that he and Rosey had seen in that cool English garden that night he met her first would vanish too, and a world would be between them. Still the hour had not come. It was not too late yet. But still the inveterate thought came back. She had deceived him. So his delirium ended, as its prototype of over 20 years ago had ended. He hardened his heart, thrust aside all thought of forgiveness and repentance, and went resolutely down to the quay, as he thought, to embark on the little boat for the ship, and so practically put all thought of hesitation and return out of his mind. This moment was probably what would have been the crisis of his fever, and it was an evil hour for him in which the builder of the pier at St. Sennans made it so like the platform of that experience of long ago. But the boat that he saw before him, as he stepped unhesitatingly over its edge, was only the image of a distempered brain, and in an instant he was struggling with the cold, dark water. A sudden shock of chill, an intolerable choking agony of breath involuntarily held, an instantaneous dissipation of his dream, the natural result of the shock, and Fenwick knew himself for what he was and fought the cruel water in his despair. Even so a drowning man fights who in old failures to learn swimming has just mastered its barest rudiments. A vivid pageant rushed across his mind of all the consequences of what seemed to him now his inevitable death. Clearest of all, a sad vision of Sally and Rosalind returning to their home alone. The black dresses and the silence. He found voice for one long cry for help, without a hope that it could be heard or that help could be at hand. But he was neither unseen nor unheard, as you will know if we have not failed in showing the succession of events. Sally never hesitated an instant as she caught sight of the delirious man's involuntary plunge into the green waves that held no terrors for her. She threw off as she ran, fast, fast, down the wooden stairway, the only clothes she could get rid of, her hat and light summer cloak, and went straight, with a well-calculated dive, to follow him and catch him as he rose. If only she did not miss him. Let her once pinion his arms from behind, and she would get him ashore, even if no help came. Why, there was no sea to speak of. The man Jacob Tracy, the father of Benjamin, saw something to quicken his speed as he walked along the pier to help in the discovery of the lifebelt. Why did the swimming young lady from Lobjoit's want to be rid of her wrap-up at that rate, as she turned so sharp round to run down the ladder? He increased a brisk walk to a run, as the lad, who had followed the young lady down the steps, came running up again, for there was hysterical terror in his voice. He was a mere boy, as he shouted something that became, as distance lessened, "In the water! In the water!" In the water, in the water! And he was waving something in his hand, a lady's hat, surely, for with an instinct of swift presence of mind, a quality that is the breath of life to all that go down to the sea in ships, mariners or fisher-folk, he had seen that the headgear Sally threw away would tell its tale quicker than any words he could rely on finding. "Run smart, young Benjamin. Run for the boats and call out oars. Run, boy, you've no time to lose." And as the father dashes down the steps he spoke of as the ladder, the son runs for all he is worth to carry the alarm to the shore. He shouts, "Oars! Oars! Oars!" as he was told. But it is not needed, for his thought of bringing up the hat has done his work already for him. The coastguard, though the pier itself hid the two immersions from him, is quick of apprehension and ready with his glass, and has seen the boys return from below, and at the same time heard, not his words, but the terror in them, and by some mysterious agency has sent a flying word along the beach that has brought a population out to help. A bad time of the tide to get a boat off sharp, and a long shelving run of sandy shingle before we reach the sea, for all the boats are on the upper strand of the beach above the last high water mark, and the flow of the tide is scarcely an hour old. There is a short, squat cobble, flat-bottomed and of intolerable weight, down near the waters, and its owner makes for it. Another man drives him out seawards, against the constant lift of breaking waves, large enough to be troublesome, small enough to be numerous. They give no chance to the second man to leap in the boat, so deep has he to go, pushing on until the pads are out and the boat controlled. But he has barely time to feel the underdraw of the recoiling wave when the straight scour of a keel comes down along the sand and pebbles. The Ellen Jane, St. Sennans, half pushed, half borne, by a crew 3 minutes have extemporised. "You two in the bows, and you two astern," and the spontaneous natural leader, the man the emergency makes at the tiller ropes, and Ellen Jane is off, well drenched at the outset. An oar swings round high in the air, not to knock one of you two astern into the water, and then "give way," and then the short, quick rhythm of the stroke, and 4 men at their utmost stress, each knowing life and death may hang upon the greatness of his effort. The cobble is soon outshot, but its owner will not give in. He bears away from the course of the boat that has passed him, to seek their common object where the tide drift may have swept it, beyond some light craft at their moorings which would have hidden it for a while. He has the right of it this time, for as he passes, straining at his sculls, under the stern of a pleasure yacht at anchor, his eye is caught by a black spot rising on a wave, and he makes for it. Not too fast at the last, though, but cautiously, so as to grab the man with the lifebelt and hold him firm till help shall come to get him on board. He might easily have overshot him, but he has him now, and the 4-oar sights him as she swings round between the last moored boat and the pier, and comes apace the quicker for the tide. "What is it you say, master? What do ye make it out the gentleman says, Peter?" For Fenwick, hauled on board the cobble with the help of a man from the other boat, who returns to his oar, is alive and conscious, but not much more. A brandy flask comes from somewhere in the steerage, where a mop and a tin pot and a boat hook live, and its effect is good. The half-drowned man becomes articulate enough to justify the report. "It's his daughter he's asking for. Overboard too." And then the man who spoke first says, "You be easy in your mind, master. We'll find her. Bear away a bit and lie to, Tom." Tom is the man on the cobble, and he does as he is bidden. He ships his sculls and drifts, watching round on all sides for what might be just afloat near the surface. The 4-oar remains, and the eyes of her crew are straining hard to catch a sight of anything that is not mere lift and ripple of a wave. Then more boats, one after another, and more, and the gathering crowd that lines the shore sees them scatter and lie to some way apart to watch the greater space of water. All drift, because they know that what they seek is drifting too, and that if they move they may lose their only chance, for the thing they have to find is so small, and that great waste of pitiless sea is so large. It is their only chance. The crowd, always growing, moves along the beach as the flotilla of drifting boats moves slowly with the tide. They can hear the shouting from boat to boat, but catch but little of the words. They follow on with little speech among themselves, and hope dying slowly out of their hearts. Gradually towards the jetty, where the girl they are seeking sat only a few days since, beside the man whose heart the memory of yesterday is still rejoicing, the only trouble of whose unconscious soul is the thought that he and she must soon be parted, however short the term of their separation may be. He will know more soon. Suddenly the shouting increases in the boats, and excited voices break the silence on the shore. It won't do to hope too much, but surely all the boats are thickening to one spot. No, it's nothing. Yes, it is. It is something. One knows what, sighted abaft the Ellen Jane, whose steersman catches it with a boat hook, as the oars we on the beach saw suddenly drop back water, slowly, cautiously, and only wait for him to drag the light weight athwart the gunwale, to row for the dear life towards the town. The scattered crowd turns and comes back, trampling the shingle, to meet the boat as she lands, and follow what she brings to the nearest haven. End of chapter 45. Chapter 36 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 36. An Errand in Vain, and How Dr. Conrad Came to Know. Concerning Lloyd's Coffee House and the Battle of Camperdown. Marshall Hall's System and Sylvester's. Social Disadvantages. A Chat with a Centenarian, and How Rosalind Came to Know. Thomas Locock of Rochester. 1 o'clock. "Is that you, Dr. Conrad?" It was Rosalind who spoke, through the half-open window of her bedroom, to the happy, expectant face of the doctor in the little front garden below. "I'm only just up, and they're both gone out. I shall be down in a few minutes." For she had looked into her husband's room, and then into Sally's, and concluded that they must have gone out together. So much the better. If Sally was with him, no harm could come to him. "I don't see them anywhere about," said the doctor. Sally had not been gone 10 minutes, and at this moment had just caught sight of Fenwick making for the pier. The short cut down took her out of sight of the house. Rosalind considered a minute. "Very likely they've gone to the hotel. The beastly hotel, you know." There is the sound of a laugh and the caress in her voice as she thinks of Sally, whom she is quoting. "Jerry found a friend there last night, a German gentleman, who was to go at 7:50. Very likely he's walked up to say good-bye to him. Suppose you go to meet them. How's Mrs. Vereker this morning?" "Do you know, I haven't seen her yet. We talked rather late, so I left without waking her. I've been for a walk." "Well, go and meet Jerry. I feel pretty sure he's gone there." And thereupon Dr. Conrad departed, and so, departing towards the new town, lost sight for the time being of the pier and the coast. He went by the steps and Albion Villas, and as he caught a glimpse therefrom of the pier end in the distance, had an impression of a man running along it and shouting, but he drew no inferences, although it struck him there was panic, with the energy of sudden action, in this man's voice. He arrived at the hotel, of course without meeting either Sally or Fenwick. He had accepted them as probably there, on perhaps too slight evidence, but they might be in the hotel. Had the German gentleman gone, he asked? The stony woman he addressed replied from her precinct, with no apparent consciousness that she was addressing a fellow creature, that number 148, if you mean him, had paid and gone by the last bus. She spoke as to space, but as one too indifferent on all points to care much who overheard her. Vereker thanked her and turned to go. As he departed he caught a fragment of conversation between her and the waiter who had produced the brandy the evening before. He was in undress uniform, a holland or white jean jacket, and a red woollen comforter. He had lost his voice, or most of it, and croaked, and his cold had got worse in the night. He was shedding tears copiously, and wiping them on a cruet stand he carried in one hand. The other was engaged by an empty coal scuttle, with a pair of slippers in it, inexplicably. "There's a start down there. Party over the pier end. Dr. Mackelly's been phoned for." "Party from this hotel?" "Couldn't say. Possibly. No particulars to identify so far." "They're not bringing him here?" "Couldn't say, miss, but I should say they wasn't myself." "If you know, you can say. Who told you, and what did he say? Make yourself understood."
Dr. Mackaway's been phoned for. You can inquire to see if I ain't right. Beyond that, I take no responsibility." The lady of the bureau came out, moved, no doubt, by an image of a drowned man whose resources would not meet the credits she might be compelled to give him. She came out to the front through the swing door, looked up and down the road, and seemed to go back happier. Dr. Conrad's curiosity was roused, and he started at once for the beach, but absolutely without a trace of personal misgiving. No doubt the tendency we all have to impute public mishaps to a special class of people outside our own circle had something to do with this. As he passed down an alley behind some cottages, a short way to the pier, he was aware of a boy telling a tale in a terrified voice to a man and an elderly woman. It was the man with the striped shirt, and the boy was young Benjamin. He had passed on a few paces when the man called to him and came running after him, followed by the woman and boy. "I ask your pardon, sir, I ask your pardon." What he has to say will not allow him to speak, and his words will not come. He turns for help to his companion. "You tell him, Martha woman," he says, and gives in. "My master thinks, sir, you might find something on the beach." "Something on the beach?" Fear is coming into Dr. Conrad's face and voice. "Find something has happened on the beach. But they've got him out." "Got him out? Got whom out? Speak up, for heaven's sake." "It might be the gentleman you know, sir, and—" But the speaker's husband, having left the telling to his wife, unfairly strikes in here to have the satisfaction of lightening the communication. "But he's out safe, sir. You may rely on the young lad." He has made it harder for his wife to tell the rest, and she hesitates. But Dr. Conrad has stayed for no more. He is going at a run down the sloped passage that leads to the sea. The boy follows him, and by some dexterous use of private thoroughfares, known to him but not to the doctor, arrives first, and is soon visible ahead, running towards the scattered groups that line the beach. The man and woman follow more slowly. Few of those who read this, we hope, have ever had to face a shock so appalling as the one that Conrad Vereker sustained when he came to know what it was that was being carried up the beach from the boat that had just been driven stern onto the shingle. As he emerged to a full view of the sea and the running crowd, thickening as its last stragglers arrived to meet it. But most of us who are not young have unhappily had some experience of the sort, and many will recognise, if we can describe it, the feeling that was his in excess when a chance bystander, not unconcerned, for no one was that, used in his hearing a phrase that drove the story home to him and forced him to understand. "It's a swimming girl from Lobjoit's, and she's drowned." It was as well, for he had to know. What did it matter how he became the blank thing standing there, able to say to itself, "Then Sally is dead," and to attach their meaning to the words, but not to comprehend why he went on living? One way of learning the thing that closes over our lives and veils the sun for all time is as good as another. But how came he to be so colourlessly calm about it? If we could know how each man feels who hears in the felon's dock the sentence of penal servitude for life, it may be we should find that Vereker's sense of being for the moment a cold, unexplained unit in an infinite, unfeeling void was no unusual experience. But this unit knew mechanically what had happened perfectly well, and its duty was clear before it. Just half a second for this sickness to go off, and he would act. It was a longer pause than it seemed to him, as all things appeared to happen quickly in it, somewhat as in a photographic life picture when the films are run too quick. At least, that remained his memory of it. And during that time he stood and wondered why he could not feel. He thought of her mother and of Fenwick, and said to himself they were to be pitied more than he, for they were human and could feel it, could really know what a jewel they had lost, had hearts to grieve and eyes to weep with. He had nothing, was a stupid blank. Oh, he had been mistaken about himself and his love. He was a stone. A few moments later than his first sight of that silent crowd, moments in which the world had changed and the sun had become a curse, in which he had for some reason, not grief, for he could not grieve, resolved on death, except in an event he dared not hope for, he found himself speaking to the men who had borne up the beach the thing whose germ of life, if it survived,
was his only chance of life hereafter. "I'm a doctor. Let me come." The place they had brought it to was a timber structure that was held as common property by the fisher world, and known as Lloyd's Coffee House. It was not a coffee house, but kind of a spontaneous club room, where the old men sat and smoked churchwarden pipes and told each other tales of storm and wreck, and how the news of old sea battles came to St. Sennans in their boyhood, of wives made widows for their country's good, and men all sound of limb when the first gun said "Death" across the water, crippled for all time when the last said "Victory," and there was silence and the smell of blood. Over the mantel was an old print of the Battle of Camperdown, with 3 deckers in the smoke, flanked by portraits of Rodney and Nelson. There was a long table down the centre that had been there since the days of Rodney, and on this was laid what an hour ago was Sally, what each man present fears to uncover the face of, but less on his own account than for the sake of the only man who seems fearless, and lays hands on the cover to remove it, for all knew, or guessed, what this dead woman might be, might have been, to this man. "I'm a doctor. Let me come." "Are ye sure ye know, young master? Are ye sure, boy?" The speaker, a very old man, interposes a trembling hand to save Vereker from what he may not anticipate, perhaps has it in mind to beseech him to give place to the local doctor, just arriving. But the answer is merely, "I know." And the hand that uncovers the dead face never wavers, and then that white thing we see is all there is of Sally, that coil and tangle of black hair, all mixed with weed and sea foam, is the rich mass that was drying in the sun that day she sat with Fenwick on the beach. Those eyes that strain behind the half-closed eyelids were the merry eyes that looked up from the water at the boat she dived from 2 days since. Those lips are the lips the man who stands beside her kissed, but yesterday, for the first time. The memory of that kiss is on him now as he wipes the sea slime from them, and takes the first prompt steps for their salvation. The old Scotch doctor, who came in a moment later, wondered at the resolute decision and energy Vereker was showing. He had been told credibly of the circumstances of the case, and gave way on technical points connected with resuscitation, surrendering views he would otherwise have contended for about Marshall Hall's and Sylvester's respective systems. Perhaps one reason for this was that auscultation of the heart convinced him that the case was hopeless, and he may have reflected that if any other method than Dr. Vereker's was used, that gentleman was sure to believe the patient might have been saved. Better leave him to himself. Rosalind returned to her dressing after Dr. Conrad walked away from the house, with a feeling, not a logical one, that now she need not hurry. Why having spoken with him, and forwarded him on to look for Sally and Jerry, should make any difference, it was not at all clear, and she did not account to herself for it. She accepted it as an occurrence that put her somehow in touch with the events of the day, made her a part of what was going on elsewhere. She had felt lapsed for the moment, when waking suddenly to advanced daylight she had gone first to her husband's room and then to Sally's, and found both empty. The few words spoken from her window with her recently determined son-in-law had switched on her current again, metaphorically speaking. So she took matters easily, and was at rest about her husband, in spite of the episode of the previous evening. Rather, we should have said, of the small hours of that morning. The fact is, it was her first sleep she had waked from, an unusually long and sound one after severe tension, and in the ordinary course of events she would probably have gone to sleep again. Instead, she had got up at once and gone to her husband's room to relieve her mind about him. A momentary anxiety at finding it empty disappeared when she found Sally's empty also, but by that time she was effectually waked, and rang for Mrs. Lobjoit in the hot water. If Mrs. Lobjoit, when she appeared with it, had been able to give particulars of Sally's departure, and to say that she and Mr. Fenwick had gone out separately, Rosalind would have felt less at ease about him. But nothing transpired to show that they had not gone out together. Mrs. Lobjoit's data were all based on the fact that she found the street door open when she went down to do her step, and she had finished this job and gone back into the kitchen by the time Sally followed Fenwick out. Of course, she never came upstairs to see what rooms were empty. Why should she? and as no reason for inquiry presented itself, the question was never raised by Rosalind. Sally was naturally an earlier bird than herself, and quite as often as not she would join Gerry in his walk before breakfast. How thankful she felt, now that the revelation was over, that Sally was within reach to help in calming down the mind that had been so terribly shaken by it. For all her thoughts were of Gerry. On her own behalf she felt nothing but contentment. Think what her daily existence had been. What had she to lose by complete removal of the darkness that had shrouded her husband's early life with her? Or rather, what had she not to gain? Now that it had been assured to her that nothing in the past could make a new rift between them, the only weight upon her mind was the possible necessity for revealing to Sally in the end the story of her parentage. What mother, to whom a like story of her own early days was neither more nor less than a glimpse into hell, could have felt otherwise about communicating it to her child? She felt, too, the old feeling of the difficulty there would be in making Sally understand. The girl had not chanced across devildom enough to make her an easy recipient of such a tale. Oh, the pleasure with which she recalled his last words of the night before. "She is my daughter now." It was the final ratification of the protest of her life against the rights that law and usage grant to technical paternity, rights that can only be abrogated or ignored by a child's actual parent, its mother, at the cost of insult and contumely from a world that worships its own folly and ignores its own gods. Sally was hers, her own, hard as the terms of her possession had been, and she had assigned a moiety of her rights in her to the man she loved. What was the fatherhood of blood alone to set against the one her motherhood had a right to concede, and had conceded, in response to the spontaneous growth of a father's love? What claim had devilish cruelty and treachery to any share in their result? A result that, after all, was the only compensation possible to their victim. We do not make this endeavour to describe Rosalind's frame of mind with a view to either endorsing or disclaiming her opinions. We merely record them as those of a woman whose life story was an uncommon one, but not without a certain sympathy for the new definition of paternity their philosophy involves, backed by a feeling that its truth is to some extent acknowledged in the existing marriage law of several countries. As a set-off against this, no woman can have a child entirely her own, except by incurring what are called social disadvantages. The hare that breaks covert incurs social disadvantages. A happy turn of events had shielded Rosalind from the hounds, or they had found better sport elsewhere, and her child was her own. But even as the thought was registered in her mind, that child lay lifeless, and her husband, stunned and dumb in his despair, dared not even long that she too should know to share his burden. "Those people are taking their time," said she. Not that she was pressingly anxious for them to come home. It was early still, and the more Gerry lived in the present the better. Sally and her lover were far and away the best foreground for the panorama of his mind just now, and she herself would be quite happy in the middle distance. There would be time and enough hereafter, when the storm had subsided, for a revelation of all those vanished chapters of his life, in Canada and elsewhere. It was restful to her, after the tension and trial of the night, to feel that he was happy with Sally and poor Prosy. What did it really matter how long they dawdled? She could hear in anticipation their voices and the laughter that would tell her of their coming. In a very little while it would be a reality, and after all, the pleasure of a good symposium over Sally's betrothal was still to come. She and Gerry and the two principals had not spoken of it together yet. That would be a real happiness. How seldom it was that an engagement to marry gave such complete satisfaction to bystanders. And after all, they are the ones to be consulted, not the insignificant bride and bridegroom elect. Perhaps, though, she was premature in this case. Was there not the octopus? But then she remembered with pleasure that Conrad had represented his mother as phenomenally genial in her attitude towards the new arrangement, as having, in fact, a claim to be considered not only a bestower of benign consent, but an accomplice before the fact. Still, Rosalind felt her own reserves on the subject, although she had always taken the part of the octopus on principle when she thought Sally had become too disrespectful towards her. Anyhow, no use to beg and borrow troubles. Let her dwell on the happiness only that was before them all. She pictured a variety of homes for Sally in the time to come, peopling them with beautiful grandchildren, only mind you, this was to be many, many years ahead. She could not cast herself for the part of grandmother while she twined that glorious hair into its place with hands that for softness and whiteness would have borne comparison with Sally's own. In the old days, before the news of evil travelled fast, the widowed wife would live for days, weeks, months, unclouded by the knowledge of her loneliness, rejoicing in the coming hour that was to bring her wanderer back. And even as her heart laughed to think how now, at last, the time was drawing near for his return, his heart had ceased to beat. And, it may be, his bones were already bleaching where the assassin's knife had left him in the desert, or were swaying to and fro in perpetual monotonous response to the groundswell in some strange green reflected light of a sea cavern no man's eye had ever seen, or buried nameless in a common tomb with other victims of battle or of plague, or worst of all, penned in some dungeon, mad to think of home, waking from dreams of her to the terror of the intolerable night, its choking heat or deadly chill. And all those weeks or months the dearth of news would seem just the chance of a lost letter, no more, a thing that may happen any day to any of us. And she would live on, in content and hope, jesting even, in anticipation of his return. Even so Rosalind, happy and undisturbed, dwelt on the days that were to come for the merpussy and poor Prosy, as she still had chosen to call him, for her husband and herself, and all the while there, so near her, was the end of it all, written in letters of death. They were taking their time, certainly, those people, so she would put her hat on and go to meet them. Mrs. Lobjoit wasn't to hurry breakfast, but wait till they came. All right. It looked as if it would rain later, so it was just as well to get out a little now. Rosalind was glad of the sweet air off the sea, for the night still hung about her. The tension of it was on her still, for all that she counted herself so much the better, so much the safer, for that interview with Jerry. But oh, what a thing to think that now he knew her as she had known him from the beginning. How much they would have to tell each other when once they were well in calm water. Why were those girls running? And why did that young man on the beach below shout to someone who followed him, "It's over at the pier"? Is anything the matter? She asked the question of a very old man, whom she knew well by sight, who was hurrying his best in the same direction. But his best was but little as speed, though it did credit for his age, for old Simon was said to be in his 100th year. Rosalind walked easily beside him as he answered, "I understand, missus. There's been a fall from the pier head. Oh, yes, they've getten un out. You may easy your mind of that." But for all that, Rosalind wasn't sorry her party were up at the hotel. She had believed them there long enough to have forgotten that she had no reason for the belief to speak of. "You've no idea who it is?" "Some do say a lady and a gentleman." Rosalind felt still gladder of her confidence that Sally and Jerry were out of the way. "Every one of them would be bound to drown, but for the boats smart and handy, barring belike a swimmer like your young lady. She's a rare one to tell of." "I believe she is. She swam around the Cat Buoy in worse sea than this 2 days ago." "And she would too." Then the old boy's voice changed as he went on, garrulous. "But there be seas, missus, no man can swim in. My 4 boys, they were fine swimmers, all 4. "But were they—" Rosalind did not like to say drowned, but old Simon took it as spoken. "All 4 of 'em, fine lads all, put off to the wreck at the brig Thyrsis, on the Goodwins, and ne'er a one came back. And I had the telling of it to their mother. And the youngest he were never found, and the others were stone dead ashore, nigh on to the foreland. There was none to help. 53 year ago, come this Michaelmas." Is their mother still living? Rosalind asked, interested. Old Simon had got to that stage in which the pain of the past is less than the pleasure of talking it over.
"Died, she did," said he, almost as though he were unconcerned. 35 year ago. 5 year afore ever I married my old Mrs. yonder.
Rosalind felt less sympathy. If she were to lose Sally or Jerry, would she ever be able to talk like this, even if she lived to be 99? Possibly, yes, only she could not know it now. She felt too curious about what had happened at the pier to think of going back, and walked on with old Simon, not answering him much. He seemed quite content to talk. She did not trouble herself on the point of her party returning and not finding her. 10 chances to 1 they would hear about the accident and guess where she had gone. Most likely they would follow her. Besides, she meant to go back as soon as ever she knew what had happened. Certainly there were a great many people down there round about Lloyd's coffee house. Had a life been lost? How she hoped not! What a sad end it would be to such a happy holiday as theirs had been. She said something to this effect to the old man beside her. His reply was, "He made out of it, in my judgment, missus. The rowboats were not long enough agone for that. Mayhap he'll take a bit of nursing round, though." But he quickened his pace, and Rosalind was sorry that a sort of courtesy towards him stood in her way. She would have liked to go much quicker. She could not quite understand the scared look of a girl to whom she said, "Is it a bad accident? Do you know who it is?" Nor why this girl muttered something under her breath, then got away. Nor why so many eyes, all tearful, should be fixed on her. She asked again of the woman nearest her, "Do you know who it is?" But the woman gasped and became hysterical, making her afraid she had accosted some anxious relative or near friend who could not bear to speak of it. And still all the eyes were fixed upon her. A shudder ran through her. Could that be pity she saw in them? Pity for her? "For God's sake, tell me at once, tell me what this is!" Still silence. She could hear through it sobs here and there in the crowd, and then 2 women pointed to where an elderly man who looked like a doctor came from a doorway close by. She heard the hysterical woman break down outright, and her removal by friends, and then the strong Scotch accent of the doctor-like man making a too transparent effort towards an encouraging tone.
"There's nae reason to anticipate a fatal termination so far. I wouldn't undertake myself to say the systolic motion of the heart was—" But he hesitated with a puzzled look as Rosalind caught his arm and hung to it, crying out, "Why do you tell me this? For God's sake, speak plain. I am stronger than you think." His answer came slowly, in an abated voice, but clearly. "Because they told me you were the girl's mother." In the short time that had passed since Rosalind's mind first admitted an apprehension of evil, the worst possibility it had conceived was that Vereker or her husband was in danger. No misgiving about Sally had entered it, except so far as a swift thought followed the fear of mishap to one of them. How shall Sally be told of this? When and where will she know? 2 of the women caught her as she fell, and carried her, at the Scotch doctor's bidding, into a house adjoining, where Fenwick had been carried in a half-insensible collapse that had followed his landing from the cobble-boat in which he was sculled ashore. "Tell me what has happened. Where is Dr. Vereker?" Rosalind asks the question of any of the fisherfolk round her as soon as returning consciousness brings speech. They look at each other, and the woman the cottage seems to belong to says interrogatively, "The young doctor, gentlemen," and then answers the last question. He is looking to the young lady in the coffee-house. But no one says what has happened. Rosalind looks beseechingly around. "Will you not tell me now? Oh, tell me the whole." "It's such a little we know ourselves, ma'am. But my husband will be here directly. It was he brought the gentleman ashore." "Where is the gentleman?" Rosalind has caught up the speaker with a decisive rally. Her natural strength is returning, prompted by something akin to desperation. "We have him in here, ma'am, but he's bad too. Here's my husband. Have ye the brandy, Tom?" Rosalind struggles to her feet from the little settee they had laid her on. Her head is swimming and she is sick, but she says, "Let me come." She has gathered this much, that whatever has happened to Sally, Vereker is there beside her, and the other doctor she knows of. She can do nothing, and Jerry is close at hand.
They let her come, and the woman and her husband follow. The one or two others go quietly out. There were too many for the tiny house. That is Jerry. She can see, on the trestle bedstead, near the window with the flower pots in it. He seems only half conscious, and his hands and face are cold. She cannot be sure that he has recognised her. Then she knows she is being spoken to. It is the fisherman's wife who speaks. "We could find no way to get the gentleman's wet garments from him, but we might make a shift to try again. He's a bit hard to move. Not too much at once, Tom." Her husband is pouring brandy from his flask into a mug. "Has he had any brandy?" "Barely to speak of. Tell the lady, Tom."
"No more than the leaving of a flask, nigh empty, out in my boat. It did him good, too. He got the speech to tell of the young lady, else, God help us, we might have rowed him in, and lost the bit of water she was under. But we had the luck to find her."
It was the owner of the cobble who spoke. "Jerry, drink some of this at once. It's me, Rosy, your wife." She's afraid his head may fail, for anything may happen now. But the brandy the fisherman's wife has handed to her revives him. No one speaks for a while, and Rosalind, in the dazed state that so perversely notes and dwells on some small thing of no importance, and cannot grasp the great issue of some crisis we are living through, is keenly aware of the solemn ticking of a high grandfather clock, and of the name of the maker on its face, Thomas Locock, Rochester. She sees it through the door into the front room, and wonders what the certificate or testimonial in a frame beside it is, and whether the Bible on a table below it, beside the fat blue jug with a ship and inscriptions on it, has illustrations, and the stem of Jesse rendered pictorially. Or is it Pilgrim's Progress and no Bible at all? Who or what is she, that can sit and think of this and that, knowing that a world, her world and her husband's, is at stake, and that a terrible game is being played to save it, there within 20 yards of them? If she could only have given active help! But she knows it is impossible. She knows enough to be satisfied that all that can be done is being done, that even warmth and stimulants are useless, perhaps even injurious, till artificial respiration has done its work. She can recall Sally's voice telling her of these things. Yes, she is best here, beside her husband. What is that he says in a gasping whisper? Can anyone tell him what it is has happened? She cannot, perhaps could not if she knew, and she does not yet know herself. She repeats her question to the fisherman and his wife. They look at each other and say young Ben Tracy was on the pier. Call him in. It is something to know that what has happened was on the pier. While young Ben is hunted up, the opportunity is taken to make the change of wet clothes for extemporised dry ones. The half-drowned, all-chilled, and bewildered man is reviving, and can help, though rigidly and with difficulty. Then Ben is brought in, appalled and breathless. The red-eyed and tear-stained boy is in bad trim for giving evidence, but under exhortation to speak up and tell the lady, he articulates his story through his sobs. He is young, and can cry. He goes back to the beginning. His father told him to run and hunt for the lifebelt, and he went to left instead of to right, and missed seeing it. And he was at the top of the ladder, shooting aloud to his father, and the gentleman," he nodded towards Fenwick, "was walking down below. Then the young lady came to the top stair of the ladder." The narrator threw all his powers of description into the simultaneousness of Sally's arrival at this point, and the gentleman walking straight over the pier edge. "And then the young lady, she threw away her hat, and come running down, and threw away her cloak, she did, and straight she went for the water." Young Benjamin's story and his control over his sobs come to an end at the same time, and his father, just arrived, takes up the tale.
"I saw there was mishap in it," he says, "by the manner of my young lad with the lady's hat, and I went direct for the lifebelt, for I'm no swimmer myself. Tom, man, tell the lady I'm no swimmer." Tom nodded assent. "Or I might have tried my luck. It was a bad business that the lifebelt was well away at the far end, and I had no chance to handle it in time. It was the run of the tide took them out beyond the length of the line, and I was bound to make the best throw I could, and signal to shore for a boat."
He was going to tell how the only little boat at the pier end had got waterlogged in the night, when Rosalind interrupted him. "Did you see them both in the water?"
"Plain. the young lady swimming behind and keeping the gentleman's head above the water. I could hear her laughing like and talking. And then I sent the belt out, nigh half-way, and she saw it and swam for it, and then I followed my young lad for to get out a shore boat."
It was the thought of the merpussy laughing like and talking in the cruel sea that was to engulf her that brought a heartbroken, choking moan from her mother. Then, all being told, the fisher-folk glanced at each other, and by common consent went noiselessly from the room and lingered whispering outside. They closed the outer door, leaving the cottage entirely to Rosalind and her husband, and then they too were alone in the darkened world, and Conrad Vereker, whom they could not help, was striving against despair to bring back life to Sally. A terrible strain, an almost killing strain, had been put upon Fenwick's powers of endurance. Probably the sudden shock of his immersion, the abrupt suppression of an actual fever almost at the cost of sanity, had quite as much to do with this as what he was at first able to grasp of the extent of the disaster. But actual chill and exposure had contributed their share to the state of semi-collapse in which Rosalind found him. Had the rower of the cobble turned inshore at once, some of this might have been saved, but that would have been one pair of eyes the fewer, and every boat was wanted. Now that his powerful constitution had the chance to reassert itself, his revival went quickly. He was awakening to a world with black grief in it. But Rosey was there, and had to be lived for, and think of his debt to her. Think of the great wrong he did her in that old time that he had only regained the knowledge of yesterday. Her hand in his gave him strength to speak, and though his voice was weak, it would reach the head that rested on his bosom. "I can tell you now, darling, what I remember. I went off feverish in the night after you left me, and I suppose my brain gave way in a sense. I went out early to shake it off, and a sort of delusion completely got the better of me. I fancied I was back in Bombay, going on the boat for Australia, and I just stepped off the pier edge. Our darling must have been there. Oh, Sally, Sally!" He had to pause and wait. "Hope is not all dead. Not yet. Not yet." Rosalind's voice seemed to plead against despair. "I know, Rosey dearest, not yet. I heard her voice. Oh, her voice call to me to be still, and she would save me. And then I felt her dear hand, first my arm, then my head, on each side." Again his voice was choking, but he recovered. "Then somehow the lifebelt was round me. I can't tell how, but she made me hold it so as to be safe. She was talking and laughing, but I could not hear much. I know, however, that she said quite suddenly, 'I'd better swim back to the pier. Hold on tight, Jeremiah.'" He faltered again before ending. I don't know why she went, but she said I must go, and swam away. The explanation came later. It was that unhappy petticoat tape. A swimmer's leg stroke may be encumbered in a calm sea, or when the only question is of keeping afloat for a while, but in moderately rough water, and in a struggle against a running tide which makes a certain speed imperative, the conditions are altered. Sally may have judged wrongly in trying to return to the pier, but remember she could not in the first moments know that the mishap had been seen and help was near at hand. Least of all could she estimate the difficulty of swimming in a loosened, encumbered skirt. In our judgment she would have done better to remain near the lifebelt, even if she too had ultimately had to depend on it. The additional risk for Fenwick would have been small. After he had ended what he had to tell, he remained quite still, and scarcely spoke during the hour that followed. Twice or three times during that hour Rosalind rose to go out and ask if there was any change, but turning to him with her hand on the door and asking, "Shall I go?" she was always met with, "What good will it do? Conrad will tell us at once," and returned to her place beside him. After all, what she had heard might be the end of hope. Better stave off despair to the last. She watched the deliberate hands of the clock going cruelly on, unfaltering, ready to register in cold blood the moment that should say that Sally, as they knew her, was no more. Thomas Locock of Rochester had taken care of that. Where would those hands be on that clock face, when all attempt at resuscitation had to stop? And why live after it? She fancied she could hear, at intervals, Dr. Conrad's voice giving instructions, and the voice of the Scotsman, less doubtfully, which always sounded like that of a medical man, for some reason not defined. As the clock hand pointed to 10, she heard both quite near, outside Lloyd's coffee house, evidently. Then she knew why she had so readily relinquished her purpose of getting at Dr. Conrad for news. It was the dread of seeing anything of the necessary manipulation of the body. Could she have helped, it would have been different. No, if she must look upon her darling dead, let it be later. But now there was that poor fellow-sufferer within reach, and she could see him without fear. She went out quickly. "Can you come away?" "Quite safely for a minute. The others have done it before." "Is there a chance?" "There is a chance." Dr. Conrad's hand, as she grasps it, is so cold that it makes her wonder at the warmth of her own. She is strangely alive to little things. "Yes, there is a chance," he repeats, more emphatically, as one who has been contradicted. But the old Scotch doctor had only said cautiously, "It'd be early times to be giving up hopes," in answer to a half-suggestion of reference to him in the words just spoken. Rosalind keeps the cold hand that has taken hers, and the crushing weight of her own misery almost gives place to her utter pity for the ash-white face before her, and the tale there is in it of a soul in torture. "What is the longest time... the longest time..." She cannot frame her question, but both doctors take its meaning at once, repeating together or between them, "The longest insensibility after immersion? Many hours." But how many? 6, certainly, is Dr. Conrad's testimony, but the Scotchman's conscience plagues him. He must needs be truthful. "Very likely you're right," he says. "I couldn't have borne testimony personally to more than 2, but very certainly you're more likely to be right than I." His conscience has a chilling effect. Fenwick, a haggard spectacle, has staggered to the door of the cottage. He wants to get the attention of someone in the crowd that stands about in silence, never intrusively near. It is the father of young Benjamin, who comes, being summoned. "The man you told me about," Fenwick begins. "Peter Burtonshaw? Ah, how long was he insensible?" "8 hours, rather better. We got him aboard just before 8 bells of the second dog watch, and it were 8 bells of the middle watch afore he spoke, safe and sure. Wasn't I on the morning watch myself, and beside him 4 hours of the night before, and turned in at 8 bells. He'll tell you the same tale himself. Peter Burtonshaw, he's a stevedore now, at the new docks at Southampton." Much of this was quite unintelligible. Ship's time is always a problem, but it was reassuring, and Rosalind felt grateful to the speaker, whether what he said was true or not. In that curious frame of mind that observed the smallest things, she was just aware of the difficulty in the way of a reference to Peter Burtonshaw at the new docks at Southampton. Then she felt a qualm of added sickness at heart as she all but thought, "How that will amuse Sally when I come to tell it to her." The old Scotchman had to keep an appointment, connected with birth, not death. "I've given my pledge to the wench's husband," he said, and went his way. Rosalind saw him stopped as he walked through the groups that were lingering silently for a chance of good news, and guessed that he had none to give by the way his questioners fell back disappointed. She was conscious that the world was beginning to reel and swim about her, was half asking herself what could it all mean, the waiting crowds of fisherfolk speaking in undertones among themselves, the pitying eyes fixed on her and withdrawn as they met her own, the fixed pallor and tense speech of the man who held her hand, then left her to return again to an awful task that had surely something to do with her Sally, there in that cramped tarred-wood structure close down upon the beach. What did his words mean? "I must go back. It's best for you to keep away." Oh yes, now she knew, and it was all true. She saw how right he was, but she read in his eyes the reason why he was so strong to face the terror that she knew was there. It was that he knew so well that death would be open to him if defeat was to be the end of the battle he was fighting. But there should be no panic. Not an inch of ground should be uncontested. Back again in the little cottage with Jerry. But someone had helped her back. Surely, though, his voice had become his own again as he said, "We are no use, Rosey darling. We are best here. Conrad knows what he's about." And there was a rally of real hope, or a bold bid for it, when his old self spoke in his words. "Why does that solemn old fool of a Scotch doctor want to put such a bad face on the matter? Patience, sweetheart, patience." For them there was nothing else. They could hinder, but they could not help outside there. Nothing for it now but to count the minutes as they passed, to feel the cruelty of that inexorable clock in the stillness, for the minutes passed too quickly. How could it be else, when each one of them might have heralded a hope and did not, when each bequeathed its little legacy of despair? But was there need that each new clock-tick as it came should say, as the last had said, "Another second has gone of the little hour that is left, another inch of the space that parts us from the sentence that knows no respite or reprieve"? Was it not enough that the end must come, without the throb of that monotonous reminder, "Nearer still, nearer still"? Neither spoke but a bare word or two, till the 11th stroke of the clock at the hour left it resonant and angry, and St. Sennans Tower answered from without. Then Rosalind said, "Shall I go out and see now?" And Fenwick replied, "Do, darling, if you wish to, but he would tell us at once if there were anything." She answered, "Yes, perhaps it's no use," and fell back into silence. She was conscious that the crowd outside had increased, in spite of a fine rain that had followed the overclouding of the morning. She could hear the voices of other than the fisher folk, some she recognised as those of beach acquaintance. That was Mrs. Arkwright, the mother of Gwenny, and that was Gwenny herself, crying bitterly. Rosalind knew quite well, though she could hear no words, that Gwenny was being told that she could not go to Miss Nightingale now. She half thought she would like to have Gwenny in, to cry on her, and make her perhaps feel less like a granite block in pain. But then was not Sally a baby of 3 once? She could remember the pleasure the dear old Major had at seeing baby in her bath, and how he squeezed a sponge over her head, and she screwed her eyes up. He had died in good time, and escaped this inheritance of sorrow. How could she have told him of it? What was she that had outlived him to bear all this? Much, so much of her was 2 dry burning eyes, each in a ring of pain, that had forgotten tears and what they meant. How was it that now, when that Arkwright woman's voice brought back her talk upon the beach not 24 hours since, and her unwelcome stirring of the dead embers of a burnt-out past, how was it that that past, at its worst, seemed easier to bear than this intolerable now? How had it come about that a memory of 20 years ago, a memory of how she had prayed that her unborn baby might die, rather than live to remind her of that black stain upon the daylight, its father, had become in the end worse to her, in her heart of hearts, than the thing that caused it? And then she fell to wondering when it was that her child first took hold upon her life, first crept into it, then slowly filled it up. She went back on little incidents of that early time, asking herself, was it then, or then, I first saw that she was Sally? She could recall, without adding another pang to her dull, insensate suffering, the moment when the baby, as the Major and General Pellew sat playing chess upon the deck, captured the White King and sent him flying into the Mediterranean. And though she could not smile now, could know how she would have smiled another time. Was that White King afloat upon the water still? A score of little memories of a like sort chased one another as her mind ran on, all through the childhood and girlhood of their subject. And now it was all to end. And throughout those years this silent man beside her, this man she meant to live for still, for all it should be in a darkened world, this man was... where? To think of it, in all those years no Sally for him. See what she had become to him in so short a time, such a little hour of life. Think of the waste of it, of what she might have been. And it was she, the little unconscious thing herself, that sprang from what had parted them. If she had to face all the horrors of her life anew for it, would she flinch from one of them, only to hear that the heart that had stopped its beating would beat again, that the voice that was still would sound in her ears once more? Another hour! The clock gave out its warning that it meant to strike, in deadly earnest with its long premonitory roll. Then all those 12 strokes so quick upon the heels of those that sounded but now, as it seemed. Another hour from the tale of those still left but reasonable hope. Another hour nearer to despair. The reverberations died away, and left the cold, insensate tick to measure out the next one, while St. Sennan's tower gave its answer as before. "Shall I go now, Jerry, to see?" "I say not, darling, but go if you like." He could not bear to hear it, if it was to be the death sentence. So Rosalind still sat on to the ticking of the clock. Her brain and powers of thought were getting numbed. Trivial things came out of the bygone times and drew her into dreams, back into the past again, to give a moment's spurious peace, then forsook her treacherously to an awakening, each time deadlier than the last, each time to ask anew what could it all mean. Sally dead or dying? Sally dead or dying? Each time she repeated the awful words to herself to try to get a hold she was not sure she had upon their meaning. Each time she slipped again into a new dream and lost it. Back again now in the old days of her girlhood, back in that little front garden of her mother's house 20-odd years ago, and Jerry's hand in hers, the hand she held to now, and Jerry's face that now, beside her, looked so still and white and heartbroken, all aglow with life and thoughtless youth and hope. Again she felt upon her lips his farewell kiss, not to be renewed until... But at the thought she shuddered away, horror-stricken from the nightmare that any memory must be of what then crossed her life and robbed them both of happiness. And then her powers of reason simply reeled and swam, and her brain throbbed as she caught the thought forming in it. Better happiness so lost, and all the misery over again, than this blow that has come upon us now. Sally dead or dying? Sally dead or dying? For what was she, the thing we could not bear to lose, but the living record, the very outcome of the poisoned soil in that field of her life her memory shrank from treading? What was that old Scotchman? He seemed to have come back. What was he saying out there? Yes, listen. Fenwick starts up, all his life roused into his face. If only that clock would end that long, unnecessary roll of warning and strike. But before the long-deferred single stroke comes to say another hour has passed, he is up and at the door, with Rosalind clinging to him, terrified. "What's the news, doctor? Tell it out, man, never fear." Rosalind dares not ask. Her heart gives a great bound and stops, and her teeth chatter and close tight. She could not speak if she tried. "I wouldn't like to be over-confident, Mr. Fenwick, and you'll understand I'm only giving you my own impression." "Yes, quite right. Go on." "Very particularly because our young friend Dr. Vereker is unwilling to commit himself. But I should say a perceptible—" He is interrupted, for with a loud shout Dr. Conrad himself, dishevelled and ashy white of face, comes running from the door opposite. The word he has shouted so loudly he repeats twice, then turns as though to go back. But he does not reach the door, for he staggers suddenly, like a man struck by a bullet, and falls heavily, insensible. There is a movement and a shouting among the scattered groups that have been waiting 3 hours past, as those nearest at hand run to help and raise him, and the sound of voices and exultation passes from group to group, for what he shouted was the one word, breath, and Rosalind knew its meaning as her head swam and she heard no more. End of chapter 46.